Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Japan's Spider-Man? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The rising sun beamed through the glass-walled entranceway and into the bustling, expansive lobby of the Tokyo-based Quirk Research Institute. Groups of professionally dressed people trickled back and forth through the security checkpoint before proceeding to their destination with the sort of cool efficiency that only the competitively successful have the energy to muster. Silently ascending and descending glass elevators ferried people between floors as yet more suits streamed into the marbled plaza. These men and women strode quickly about, speaking curtly to one another about some important business, hardly sparing a second glance at the chatting group of teenagers that were clumped together in their midst. While they talked, a tired-looking, balding, middle-aged man attempted to get their attention. "Everyone, please settle down. Please, everyone, he called, clapping his hands, but none of the 14-year-olds paid him any mind. They were busily laughing, talking, and playing on their smartphones. After a few moments of trying and failing to silence his students, he lost his patience. "Everyone, settle down. Now." The rambunctious group quieted as their red-faced teacher scowled at them. "Do I have your attention?" he said, his nostrils flaring dangerously. There were murmurs of assent amongst the students and their teacher continued. "Now before we go on the tour, I'd like to remind you all to be on your very best behavior. This is a very rare opportunity for us dash." As he spoke, a group of students at the back of the crowd started laughing and jostling one another. "And I worked very hard to arrange this trip dash." The students at the back started laughing harder. "And when I dash," the teacher's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me." The students in the front parted before their teachers glared to reveal the back of the class. There, a blonde-haired and red-eyed boy along with two others stood over a smaller boy who was kneeled on the tiled floor, papers scattered around him. The smaller boy had dark green hair, green eyes, and freckles. A small, worried smile tugged at his lips as he looked up at his teacher. "Is something funny going on back there, Midoriya?" snapped the teacher. The blonde-haired boy and his two compatriots stepped away from the smaller boy as he scrambled to his feet. "And no, Mr. Tamaniji, sir," stammered the green-haired boy. "Midoriya, if you would rather goof off, I can arrange for you to wait over by the security station while we go on our field trip if you prefer." A look of panic crossed the boy's face and he swallowed nervously. "No, sir. I'll be quiet, sir," Midoriya said. Mr. Tamaniji regarded him coldly before turning his attention to the blonde standing beside him. He had a cocky grin on his face as he locked eyes with his teacher, silently challenging him to say something. Mr. Tamaniji blinked first and turned his gaze back to Midoriya. "Clean up your mess." "Yes, sir," Midoriya said. The blonde and his two flunkies started snickering to each other. "And if I hear so much as another word out of you, you will be spending the trip waiting by the exit. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Mr. Tamaniji, sir," Midoriya said resignedly as he fell to his knees, sweeping his papers back towards him. "Bakugo, would you please join me at the front?" Mr. Tamaniji asked. The blonde rolled his eyes and sauntered towards the front of the class. The rest of his classmates smirked as he stepped on and over Midoriya's papers while he and his buddies moved to the front of the crowd. "It's going to be one of those days," Midoriya muttered to himself as he piled his notes together and stood up. As the class moved to rendezvous with the tour guide, Midoriya fell in line at the rear of the group, his lips sealed shut. "Welcome Aldra Junior High to the Quirk Research Institute of Tokyo. My name is Dr. Hoshiko Motori and I've been assigned to act as your tour guide for today. Are you all excited?" The class mumbled indistinctly in response while a few of the students checked their phones. "Great," said the guide, unperturbed at the lack of enthusiasm. "For your safety and for the safety of those around you, I would like to go over a few rules we have here at the OL Institute, okay? So please listen up." Of all the students, only Izuku Midoriya gave the guide his undivided attention. "Firstly, you are required to stay with the tour group at all times. Don't wander away, as there are important experiments being conducted in the laboratories here and we mustn't disturb the researchers." The class muttered in acknowledgement. Secondly, if I may direct your attention to the door over there? The tour guide pointed over to a key card-locked steel door. Across its threshold were checkered yellow and black hazard markings. Do you see the yellow and black paint? Any door that is marked with either the yellow and black or the red paint is strictly off limits. For your safety, do not attempt to access any of the restricted areas. The class mumbled again, somehow even less enthusiastically than before. Now, if at any time an alarm is sounded, please stay with the tour group and I will lead you all to the designated fire exit. If you cannot find me or have become separated, calmly wait where you are, and a security staff member will come collect you. She looked the class over once more before smiling. That's all for the rules, let's get this tour started. Walking backward, the guide began to narrate with practiced ease the history and nature of the scientific work at the Quirk Research Institute while the class reluctantly dragged themselves after her. Amongst the lethargic crowd, Izuku couldn't help but stare open-mouthed at the various glass cases and humming computer equipment around him. After all, this was no common school outing. For Izuku, this was his last, desperate hope of gaining a quirk. In the world in which he lived, the majority of the population were born with it. Special ability called a quirk. These quirks manifested themselves in a staggering variety and ranged from telekinesis, like his mother possessed, to super strength, like the great hero All Might. Some quirks also caused physical mutations, like animal characteristics, such as a tail or wings, that likewise imparted traits not seen in the typical human. Not all quirks were created equal, and those with powerful quirks got further in life than those without. If a person was born with a particularly powerful quirk, then they could even become a professional hero, a defender of society and a servant of justice. There was nothing Izuku wanted more than to stand shoulder to shoulder with the professional heroes, helping and inspiring people. Unfortunately, he was one of very few people in the world who was born quirkless. Quirkless people were heavily disadvantaged in society as nearly every facet of a person's social standing was influenced in small or large part by their quirk. Everything from employment to personal relationships were affected, and for people like him, the future seemed grim indeed. But despite all the bullying and ridicule Izuku received regarding his condition, he held on to the faint hope that he was just a late bloomer. As soon as he manifested his quirk, he knew that with a focused mind and an eager spirit, he too could be a hero just like his idol All Might. All Might was considered by many to be the pillar upon which society was built. His selfless sacrifices to protect and serve the people inspired an entire generation to be like him, the symbol of peace. However, for all his wishful thinking about mental fortitude and discipline, he knew deep down that he would never be able to make it as a professional hero unless he developed a quirk, and soon. When he heard that his teacher Mr. Tamaniji had arranged a field trip to the Quirk Research Institute, he had practically leapt with joy. Maybe they could help unlock his potential. And so, Izuku gave the tour guide his undivided attention, writing down everything she said as they moved through the facility. Here we are at the Quirk Manifestation Labs, or the hot labs as we call them on account of the high ambient temperatures that we need to maintain for our experiments. Here you can see researchers hard at work determining what specific factors influence quirk manifestation. The class lowered their phones and crowded around a series of glass habitats, each one containing a different insect. "What's with the bugs?" asked a violet-haired girl, a look of disgust visible on her face beneath her thick sunglasses. "Oh, in the hot labs, the majority of our experiments are conducted on insects," said the tour guide brightly. "In previous years, research was conducted on animals, but after animalistic quirks emerged in certain humans and animals themselves started developing quirks, albeit rarely, we chose to examine insects as they haven't evolved sufficiently in nature to develop quirks. Yet." "Huh," barked out Bakugo. "Did you hear that, Deku? Sounds like you and these bugs have something in common." Izuku grimaced for a moment before forcing himself to smile slightly as his classmates laughed at him. Deku was Bakugo's mocking nickname for him. It meant useless and defenseless. He hated the name, but over the years he had gotten used to it. Nowadays everyone called him Deku, even some of the teachers at his school. The tour guide waited for Mr. Tamaniji to rein in his students before continuing. The insects that you see in these glass cases have all been modified with artificially cultivated quirks, allowing us to dash. What? Izuku shouted, almost dropping his notebook. Did you say you were able to give something a quirk? Midoriya, I warned you, dash, growled Mr. Tamaniji before the tour guide interrupted him. No, it's fine, she said to the teacher before addressing Izuku. Yes, we have been able to artificially STMLT quirks, but there are a few issues. The first being that we are years from human testing. Relative to humans, insects breed and mature rapidly, meaning that we can more easily study the effects of genetic changes in a population. Humans mature more slowly and are much more complex genetically, and so modifying the human genome is exponentially more difficult. Izuku nodded, his heart sinking a little. The second issue is that these insects are, for all intents and purposes, brain dead. Or they would be if they had a higher functioning brain such as ours. See how docile they are. The class turned and looked at the insects. They were all sitting still in their glass enclosures, unmoving. When we first started experimenting with quirk manifestation, we soon discovered that the subjects lost all agency in their own biological priorities, and they would essentially die from starvation as their quirks activated. To combat this, all of the insects here have far more nervous tissue. It helps them cope with all their quirks. These insects have multiple quirks? Asked Izuku incredulously. Yes, responded the tour guide happily. It was a milestone in Dr. Akatani's research into quirk manifestation. Izuku scratched his head. Dr. Akatani is the quirk specialist that Mom took me to when I was a kid. I didn't know he worked here. With the extra nervous tissue, the insects are able to be active for about 20 or so minutes over the course of the day. In between these PRDS of activity, they lie and rest. The tour guide moved away from the insect tanks. Anyway, if there are no more questions? Izuku opened his mouth, but quickly shut it upon noticing the dirty look Mr. Tamaniji was giving him. He gulped and averted his gaze. Then our next stop will be the quirk sequencing lab. There you can all examine your own quirks and see the sequence it comprises in your DNA. Isn't that neat? The class mumbled again, before turning back to their phones. As Izuku's classmates started to shuffle away from the display cases, Izuku found that he couldn't move. Somewhere within the small multicolored insects was the answers to all his life's problems. Quirk manifestation, but at the cost of near total brain death. Maybe in a few years' time. Midoriya, what did I tell you about goofing off? With a yelp, he hastily rejoined the group. Izuku stood off to the side as his classmates waited in line at the quirk sequencing machine. After a small sample of blood, the machine would go through a series of calculations and a graphic would appear informing them of the exact sequence of DNA that comprised their quirk. Though his classmates looked like they couldn't care less, he would have given anything to sit in that machine and be told he had a quirk, but all he could do was watch with envy as everyone was told what made them exceptional, unique, before they turned back to their smartphones. It just isn't fair. He thought bitterly, peeling his eyes away. Looking back to his teacher, he spotted Mr. Tamaniji doing his best to flirt with the tour guide, her smile slowly waning as she rebuffed his clumsy banter. I wish I could have gotten a closer look at those insects. I wonder how they figured out how to impart multiple quirks? Maybe I could get an appointment with Dr. Akatani and Izuku shook his head and cleared his throat. His eyes started to well up as he felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. In less than a year his class would be graduating from junior high and moving on to high school, and high school was the deadline to apply to one of the hero programs. He had the highest grades in his entire school, but without a quirk it was pointless to even try. Sniffling, he shielded his face with his hand and turned away from his class. Get a grip, Midoriya. If Kaken catches you crying you'll really be in for it. They'll be here for a while. I should go to the washroom and wash my face. Moving away from his classmates, he walked outside the room and into the hall. As he headed towards the restroom, he spotted a man in a lab coat pushing a cart with an insect tank out of the hot labs. He stopped and watched as the cart rattled through one of the opened hazard doors. Curious, he moved over to the yellow-marked doorway. What was the harm in a looking? Peering inside, he saw nothing but an empty hallway, abandoned save for the insect cart. The scientist was nowhere to be seen. He hesitated at the door's threshold, the tips of his shoes towing the hazard paint. If I'm caught in one of the restricted areas, Mr. Tamaniji will go apeshit. But if I only take a peek dash. What are you doing, Deku? Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin at the sound of the voice. Spinning around, he saw Bakugo and his two cronies standing right behind him. Kakakin, he stuttered, reflexively using his old childhood nickname for the blonde back when they were friends. What are yo dash? I told you to never call me that, the blonde snarled. Call me Bakugo. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku flinched at his touch. Sorry, I was just dash. What have we here? Bakugo said, looking past him, trying to steal a look at the mutant bug. Feeling jealous, Deku? No, I dash. Here, let's go for a closer look. Bakugo started walking, pulling Izuku with him past the yellow hazard markings and through the doorway. Bakugo's two drones followed, chortling as Izuku gave up his fruitless struggle. Maybe we shouldn't be in here. We could get in trouble, he said as Bakugo hauled him closer to the cart. No shit, dumbass. We're in a restricted area. Quit being so ret-dead, Deku. Beat dash, his protests fell on deaf ears as he was pushed in front of the case. Despite himself, Izuku couldn't help but look inside the case. Inside was a motionless blue and red spider about the size of his thumb. Its dully shining eyes seemed lifeless, and if he didn't know any better, he would have assumed it was a toy. Why is it blue and red? Must be side effect of the quirk modification or something. Bakugo said absently, I doubt those colors are natural. Izuku's curiosity got the better of him and he inched closer to get a better view. If they could do this with genetic engineering, then maybe there is hope for me after all. I mean, stranger things have happened, right? I wonder how they did it? Izuku wondered aloud. If they can modify insects, then dash. As he leaned in closer, he was suddenly knocked forward. Lurching off balance, he went crashing into the cart. It was all he could do but watch helplessly as the trolley fell over sideways, the glass case cracking against the tile floor. Hey! I dash. But before he could say another word, he felt his legs get kicked out from under him. Collapsing next to the case, Izuku looked up at his tormentor. Bakugo stood over him, a furious look on his face. Don't think for a second that you'll magically get powers from this place, Deku. Just because they made some mutant freak doesn't mean they can do shit for you. Boo-boo but dash, he stammered, trying to keep from crying. But what, Deku? You think they can inject you with some serum and you'll get a quirk in time for high school? Stop fantasizing about being something you're not and learn your place. At that, Bakugo stormed off, his two flunkies in tow, laughing to themselves. Izuku stayed on the floor as they left, tears falling down his face. "D-minute," he said, looking over at his spilled notes. Everything he had written, everything the tour guide had said and given him hope seemed so stupid now. Wiping his face on his sleeve, he made to gather his notes. But before he could move, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his neck. With a muted shout, he reflexively slapped behind him. His hand suddenly felt wet. No. Drawing his hand back to his face, Izuku looked on in horror as he saw a blue and red smear in the palm of his hand. Doing his best to appear innocent, Izuku carefully blended back into the cluster of students. Trying as he might, though, he couldn't help but fidget uncomfortably. His mouth was as dry as scorched sand and he felt a cold sweat breaking across his body. Any second now that cart is going to be discovered, and when it is, I guarantee that Mr. Tamaniji will accuse me first. Proof or no proof, I'll be taking the blame. Oh, Kakin, what did you do? As Izuku panicked, the tour guide finally managed to extract herself from the charms of his lecherous teacher. Did everyone have a chance to get their quirks analyzed? The tour guide asked, moving back in front of the group. Yes, chorused the class emotionlessly. Good, now if you'll follow me I can take you to see our chemistry labs. Nidoha? Sadly, you won't be permitted into the labs themselves, but we have an observation area that you can enter. Izuku shakily stepped forward, anxious to put some distance between himself and the broken spider case. Walking at a tortuously slow pace, the group plodded after the tour guide as she led them up a small set of stairs and into a viewing gallery. The gallery consisted of little more than a few rows of chairs lined up in front of a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a counter-filled room. Inside, white-coated scientists were hard at work swirling beakers and fiddling with various instruments as they conducted their research. But Izuku didn't care about any of that. Upon entering, he gratefully slumped down in one of the chairs. Under normal circumstances, he would have been over the moon to see such an impressive nerve center of scientific brilliance, but right now he was just concentrating on not throwing up. This is our primary laboratory. Here we've made several breakthroughs in genetics, including the quirk development formula. Right now, the science team is hard at work creating a new formula in the hopes that it will one day be used to help those with unstable, dangerous quirks. Midoriya, pay attention, Mr. Tamaniji called out, seemingly oblivious to the half-dozen students who were busily texting on their phones. With difficulty, he lifted his head. The lights in the room seemed very bright. Can anyone tell me what the primary source of accidental injury in Japan is? Asked the tour guide happily. No? Anyone? Improper use of a quirk, said a voice from the doorway. A few students turned to look at the newcomer. Everyone, this is Dr. Akitani. He is the senior researcher here at the Quirk Research Institute and is the leading mind in the field of quirk research. Izuku lolled his head to the side. Standing at the entrance to the observation theater was the doctor his mother had taken him to several years ago. He was bald, slightly overweight and wore thick glasses. His expression was relaxed, yet Izuku noticed his eyes pass over every one of the students. His eyes lingered over Izuku for a moment before shifting back to the tour guide. You flatter me, Dr. Motori. Though I am but one of many researchers in the field of quirk manifestation. So, how is everyone enjoying the tour? The students murmured indistinctly in response. Excellent. It's inspiring for all of us to see a crop of fresh young minds considering the possibilities of the future, said Dr. Akitani just as one of the students' phones started blaring a silly tune. So doctor, how goes the research? Asked the tour guide. Dr. Akitani's relaxed expression tensed slightly before he smiled. It is proceeding. Not as quickly as I would like, but proceeding all the same. Speaking of, there is an important series of deadlines that I expect my team to meet and they require my supervision. Please, pretend I'm not here. Of course, sir. Now who here can tell me dash? As the tour guide spoke, Izuku watched Dr. Akitani navigate around the room before sitting somewhere behind him. Izuku was tempted to look over his shoulder, but he felt a fresh wave of nausea wash over him, and he quickly concentrated on controlling his breathing. This is more than nerves. That spider. It had to have been that spider. His strength waning, he dropped his head in his hands as he felt his eyes start to burn. He could hardly see his own lap. After several minutes of agony, the tour guide finally announced that she would be leading them back to the entrance. At a snail's pace he shambled after his classmates while they meandered their way back to the entranceway and the waiting bus. Sitting in the back, he rested his throbbing head on the glass and tried to ignore his loud classmates. It was going to be a long drive from Tokyo to Mizudafu. Tokyo may be the capital of Japan, but Mizudafu was where everyone wanted to live. A gleaming symbol of progress, it was the cultural and economic center of the country. As Japan's fastest-growing and largest city, its undeniable energy attracted people from all walks of life. Fiercely competitive, only the exceptional rose to the top, and in a society where superpowered beings were the norm, the exceptional had to be special indeed. Of course, not everyone could be a success, and Mizudafu had its share of problems, poverty chief among them. With a large percentage of the population unemployed, many turned to crime, and the slums of the city were truly dangerous. To make matters worse, the most dastardly and ambitious of these criminals might even turn to a life of supervillainy. Honing their quirks through deadly combat, these villains would take and do as they pleased if not for the constant efforts of the pro-heroes. However, for once the battle between good and evil couldn't have been further from Izuku's mind. After an agonizing, vomit-filled commute home, he stumbled into the small but comfortable apartment that he, his mother, and perpetually absent father called home. Letting his backpack and notebook slide to the floor, he sluggishly lurched across the shared dining and living area towards his room. Izuku? Honey, How was the field trip? Called out his mother, Izuku Midoriya, cheerily from the kitchen. Is okay, he said weakly, wiping a thin trail of drool from his mouth as he passed her back. But, well, supper is ready when you are, she said over her shoulder. Okay. Stumbling past her, he went for the doorknob to his room. After fumbling for a bit, he finally worked the handle out and staggered inside. His small, clean room was filled to bursting with All Might paraphernalia. Lining every shelf were dozens of red and blue All Might figurines in a variety of poses and costumes, and tacked on each wall were large posters of the smiling muscle-bound hero, famous slogans printed around their frame. I hope I don't throw up over all of my merch. Pushing the door shut with his foot, Izuku let himself collapse back into his bed. Shivering violently, he pulled the covers over his head and quickly lost consciousness. I'm here. To wake you up. I'm here. To wake you up. With a groan, Izuku reached over from under his covers and swatted his alarm clock. What a horrible night. He felt like his body had been run over repeatedly by a steam roller. Every inch of him was tense, like it had been crushed, poured into a mold, then hardened. He wasn't sore exactly, but he felt extremely tense. Like a rubber band pulled as far as it could go without snapping. All through the night he had bizarre nightmares with leering, swirling faces. Bakugo, Mr. Tamaniji, All Might, and his old Dr. Akatani would gather around him and gibber nonsense while he writhed beneath them, his body covered with spiders. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, he heard his stomach growl loudly. He had never felt so hungry in his life. Reluctantly, he pulled the covers back and looked over at his nightstand to check the time, but his clock was missing. Where's my clock? I must have knocked it under my bed. Hopefully I didn't damage it. They don't make those All Might wakey clocks anymore. Sitting up, Izuku's eyes passed over his wall and his mouth dropped open. Embedded in the wall were the shattered remains of his prized collector's clock. He sat motionless as he tried to comprehend what he had done. After a second of mute horror, he threw his hands over his face and rocked his head from side to side. Stupid! 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 Well, there goes 20,000 yen if I can find another one, he hummed. As he beat his head with his fists, he suddenly heard his mother's voice outside his door. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end and felt his skin crawl at the sound. Izuku? Are you okay? She said softly. Can I come in? No. I'm fine. How are you? He said, jumping out of bed so he could survey the damage to his wall. The clock was lodged so deep it almost burst through the other side. Mom is going to be so sad. I'm okay. Did you drop something? I thought I heard a crash. Nope. No, I think you must have heard those DMN neighbors. Always dropping things. End them, he said as he quickly pulled the metal debris out of the wall. Ichim. Welcome and eat your breakfast. You must be starving. He relaxed as he heard his mother's footsteps retreat. Once she had gone, he looked down at the destroyed clock in his hands and let out a mournful sigh. If I'm lucky, I can get some drywall mix on my way home after school. Maybe I can fix my wall before Mom notices. But my clock though. I might be able to get it working again, but I can't do anything about the destroyed casing. Dim it. Running his hand through his hair, he looked at himself in his mirror-paned closet door. He was still wearing his school uniform from the field trip, though it was now covered in creases and sweat stains from his rough night. Cursing his luck, he grabbed his towel and spare school uniform. Entering the washroom, he started to run the shower. He barely noticed the water hit his skin as he thought about his destroyed clock. The only places that might carry another wakey I am here clock are those weird collector stores downtown. No doubt they'll charge me an arm and a leg for it too. He felt his stomach growl again and a pang of hunger ran through his gut. After rinsing himself off, he quickly pulled on his fresh plain black school uniform and exited the steam-filled bathroom. Walking over to the kitchen, he spotted his short, plump, green-haired mother sitting at the kitchen table. As usual, she had the morning newspaper folded in front of her, her coffee stirring itself, while she tisked disapprovingly at the latest rumored escapades of their scoundrel mayor and his staff. Morning, he said as he walked over to the fridge. She replied, turning the page. Opening the fridge door, he considered his options. What have we got? Leftovers and fruit juice. Not much, but it's a start anyway. Grabbing the juice, he saw a large Tupperware container filled with yesterday's supper of miso soup and tofu. Plucking it up with his other hand, he turned and closed the fridge door with a nudge of his hip. Sitting across from his mother, he wasted no time and immediately began to guzzle down the cold soup straight from the container. His mother lowered her paper and looked at him in surprise. "Did you want me to warm that up for you?" she asked. He shook his head as he continued to gulp down his meal. After a few seconds, he finished draining the container. Without skipping a beat, he lifted the pitcher of juice and chugged it as well. Once the jug was empty, he set it down on the table and burped loudly. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he looked across the table at his stunned mother. "Excuse me. So, what are you making for breakfast?" "Eggs? Can I have 3, please?" Izuku had a bounce in his step as he made his way towards school. After eating half the fridge, he was feeling much better. Truthfully, he was still feeling a little peckish, but his mother was shocked enough by his appetite as it was. In light of his extra-large breakfast, she had vowed to go grocery shopping that afternoon to restock. Hopefully while she was gone, he would have the opportunity to repair his wall before she noticed anything. Thankfully, the hole would be covered by his bedroom door if his mother went snooping. As he walked, he whistled to himself merrily. Despite his rough start, he couldn't remember the last time he felt so good. Normally in the mornings he was quite groggy, but today he felt bursting with energy. His walking pace felt unusually slow, and for the first time in a long time he was seriously considering running to school. Before B could make up his mind, he felt a slight thrill of energy run down his spine. Glancing to his side, he saw his once best friend Bakugo storm out of his house. Slamming the door shut behind him, he spotted Izuku and scowled. "Here we go," thought Izuku, his smile fading. "I should have run when I had the chance." "Hey Deku, still sick from yesterday?" Bakugo jeered as he caught up with him. "Good morning, Kaken," Izuku said with false cheerfulness. Bakugo scowled. "How many times do I have to tell you, Ari? Don't call me Kaken. It's Bakugo." Before Izuku could say anything, a woman's voice called out, "Hey, Kaken." Izuku and Bakugo turned. Standing at the doorway was a blonde woman in a white housecoat. A sliver of her bare leg was just visible through her robe. Holding her robe closed with one hand, she held up a backpack in the other. She had a faintly amused expression on her face, one eyebrow raised as she looked at the pair. Without a word, Bakugo stomped off towards the woman, muttering angrily under his breath. Izuku's breath caught in his throat and he felt a slight heat build up from under his shirt collar. You could say many things about Bakugo, but his mom Mitsuki was a babe. And she knew he knew it. Or at least, that's what he desperately believed anyway. As Bakugo stalked away from him towards her, Izuku was struck with divine providence. "Good morning, Mrs. Bakugo," he called out, waving frantically. "Good morning, Izuku, you're looking particularly handsome today," called out Mitsuki, unclasping her hands so she could wave back, her robe parting just a tiny bit more. "Echai," shouted Bakugo, "what are you thinking?" "See you later, Mitsuki." "You look great, too," returned Izuku. Spinning around, he fast walked down the street, ignoring the explosive argument that was beginning behind him. Particularly handsome. Strutting into class, Izuku sauntered past his classmates and took his seat at the back. Unpacking his stuff, he got all his homework ready before he leaned back in his chair. His heart was still pounding from his encounter with Mitsuki. Bakugo is going to be sad, but screw it. In 10 months, I'll never have to see him again. Humming softly, he pulled out his phone and began to browse while the room slowly started to fill with his classmates. Before long, Mr. Tamaniji entered just as the tardy bell chimed, briefcase in one hand, cheap coffee in the other. Settle down, Mr. Tamaniji said, preemptively as he set his things down on his desk. Once he had unpacked, he took a lengthy and loud slurp of his beverage as he surveyed his kingdom. The class quieted and waited. "Well, yesterday was a disaster," he declared, nodding to himself. "Yeah, a real disaster. Idiots, all of you. Oh, and speaking of which, Kuni, Okichi, Ruriko, Katanamaro, if I see you using your cell phones again, I will personally drop them in the third graders' aquarium." Do you understand me? The four dutifully hung their heads in shame, though Izuku couldn't help but notice that Ruriko was still texting underneath her desk. Midoriya, what were you doing yesterday? You get food poisoning or something? Are you trying to make me look like a jackass out there? He snapped his eyes back to his teacher. Sorry, boss, I must have caught the bug that was going around. Mr. Tamaniji frowned before he continued. Another toe out of line and I swear I'll have you in detention for the next week. We clear? Aye, Skip, crystal clear. Mr. Tamaniji's temple pulsed dangerously before turning back to the blackboard. So everyone pull out your dash. So how'd it go with that girl yesterday? Izuku asked before he could stop himself. Mr. Tamaniji slowly turned around, death written on his face. Excuse me, he said in a deadly soft voice. The rest of the class looked at Izuku with a mixture of disbelief and awe. He never pushed the teacher's buttons. Motori, the tour guide. Was she biting? Mr. Tamaniji looked flustered as he started sputtering. What has gotten into you mid-dash? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe next time. Izuku said, nodding sympathetically. Midoriya. What I do in my own dash. At that moment Bakugo burst into the room and everyone swiveled in their seats to look at him. He must have ran as his uniform was even more disheveled than usual. You're dead, Deku. You hear me? Dead, growled Bakugo, his hands raised menacingly. Izuku, however, was undisturbed. Kaken, didn't you hear the tardy bell? It rang over a minute ago. Mr. Tamaniji, surely you can show leniency for Kaken's sake. He's such a good boy after all. Bakugo lowered his hands slightly and a small look of confusion passed over his face. Before he could say anything, Mr. Tamaniji intervened. Bakugo, take your seat and please try to remember to straighten your uniform before you come to class. Bakugo glared over at the teacher for a moment before stalking off to his chair directly behind Izuku. Setting his backpack down on the floor with a loud clump, he noisily sat. Izuku could feel Bakugo's hot breath on the back of his neck. Now the next person to disrupt my class will get detention, do you understand? The class mumbled in acknowledgement. Good. Now, will everyone please pull out their literature homework? I've a sneaking suspicion you've all been copying off each other. While Mr. Tamaniji was talking, Izuku sensed Bakugo move towards his ear. Get ready for gym class, Deku, 'cause you're dead. Bakugo whispered. Izuku chuckled softly before he could stop himself. Gym class, right? I'll keep a sharp eye out for any rogue basketballs, he muttered, snickering louder. For some reason the whole situation seemed comically absurd. He knew it was no idle threat. In the past, Bakugo had beaten him up behind the bleachers. A few times actually. But for whatever reason he just couldn't help but feel invincible. What's gotten into me? Thought Izuku with a slight tinge of worry as Bakugo seethed behind him. The morning passed quickly and before he knew it, it was 4th PRD and gym class had at last arrived. After quickly changing into his gym uniform, Izuku walked out beyond the grassy fields and waited behind the baseball bleachers. Come hell or high water, he was not going down without a fight. Not this time. In the past the idea of fighting back against Bakugo had seemed impossible. He had a few revenge fantasies, but to actually stand his ground and fight? Never. Not only did Bakugo have a massively powerful quirk, the ability to ignite his sweat and create explosions, but his body was toned and durable. By the time they were 10 years old, Izuku knew that there wasn't a person in the school, student or teacher, that could stand a chance against him. Whether his newfound bravado was nerves or hormones Izuku couldn't say, but for some reason he didn't feel like rolling over anymore. Standing beneath the shadowy bleachers, he felt his chest heave with emotion as he remembered his past beatings. I'm here, Bakugo. Come get me, he thought as a thrill of adrenaline caused his hands to tremble slightly. He didn't have to wait long. Bursting from the school doors, he spotted Bakugo marching towards him, alone. He must be serious this time if he's leaving Twiddly-Dum and Twiddly-Dumber behind. As Bakugo approached, Izuku noticed that all the other students in his class had stopped playing and were covertly watching them. No doubt they had all heard that he was in for another beatdown and they wanted to watch the fireworks. The thought made him swell with resentment for his classmates. Cowards. You're all cowards. Hey there, funny man, Bakugo said, stopping a few feet from him. Hey, he replied with what he hoped was a carefree grin though his heart was pounding. We doing this or what? What's got up your butt, Deku? You tired of having a face or something? Cut the preamble, Bakugo. I thought you liked beating someone weaker than you? Bakugo narrowed his eyes as he appraised him. After a moment he spoke again. You know, I don't think I've ever seen you this set off. It's kind of refreshing to be honest with you. Izuku felt his heart race a little faster. Every muscle and nerve in his body seemed to be on fire. He had never felt so alive. Well, after what? 6 years? 7 almost? Of you making my life hell. You can't say you didn't see me fighting back at least once. Yeah, I guess your ball finally dropped, but you're going to regret letting all that anger out, Deku. Bakugo said, sneering as he raised his fists. The only thing I regret is saving your life. Izuku returned, tensing himself. Bakugo's cocky smile instantly vanished to be replaced with an expression of pure rage. Many years ago, when they were still in preschool, he had saved Bakugo from drowning. Bakugo had never gotten over it. He, the most powerful kid in the city, saved by the quirkless reject. It was a humiliation Izuku knew must have cut him deeply. You didn't save me, Bakugo roared. Time seemed to slow to a crawl for Izuku as Bakugo opened his palm. Open palms? I didn't think Bakugo would lose control like this. He's really trying to get me this time. As the snarling blonde leveled his hand at him, Izuku felt his nerves spasm. Reflexively, he hopped to the side. To his surprise, his small jump launched him over at great speed and a small puff of dust rose from where he had been standing. A split second later, an explosion ripped out from Bakugo's hand and blew apart the ground where he had stood milliseconds before. What is this strength? Izuku thought in amazement as he flew through the air. Izuku's jump carried him much further than he thought possible. Through the cloud of earth that Bakugo had kicked up with his explosion, he spotted the blonde boy's messy hair. Clenching his fist as tightly as he could, he sprinted towards him. Coming up on his left side, he drew his fist back. It felt massive and heavy to him. Unstoppable. With a newly found terrible resolve, Izuku launched his fist forward. As it drew towards Bakugo's head, he looked into the boy's eyes. The expression on Bakugo's face wasn't the one he had been expecting. He hadn't noticed Izuku at his side yet. Instead, he was focused on the ground he had just blasted. His eyes were wide with concern and fear, and his mouth hung slightly open. Does he think he caught me in that explosion? Suddenly he remembered the fear in Bakugo's eyes all those years ago. Twisting his arm upwards, he turned on his heel and pushed himself back, his fist barely missing Bakugo's face. Now off balance, Izuku fell over sideways. Landing on the ground with a huff, Bakugo whirled around and looked at him in surprise. Deku? What? How did you? Before either one of them could say or do anything further, the playground was swarmed by shouting teachers. The two boys barely looked at each other as they were hauled to the principal's office. It was 4:30 by the time Izuku was allowed to leave school. To his amazement, he hadn't gotten in any trouble. Besides the dressing down for being reckless, they had let him go scot-free. Apparently, while he was preparing for his face-off with Bakugo, one of his cowardly classmates had went to one of the teachers and they were able to stop the fight before it escalated. It was a weird feeling to not be immediately jumped on by everyone. Usually the staff bent over backwards to ensure that Bakugo didn't get in any trouble, lest his chances of being admitted to the hero program at UA, the top hero school in the country, be jeopardized. But apparently the explosion he had unleashed in the schoolyard was serious enough that they figured he needed a wake-up call. As Izuku was a shy, quirkless nobody and Bakugo's bullying was a well-known facet at the school, in a rare display of justice Bakugo was suspended. Walking away from the school in a daze, Izuku vaguely remembered needing to buy drywall mix and paint to fix up his room. Heading over to the train station, he considered what had happened. I'm definitely not acting like myself. I can't believe I said those things to Kaken. I said I regretted saving his life. What kind of attitude is that? And my classmates aren't cowards either. Until today I've never been able to stand up to Kaken too. As he remembered the fight, he thought about his movements. Ever since I was bit by that spider, my body has been feeling strange. How did I dodge that explosion? I've always been one of the slowest kids in class. He looked down at his legs. He hadn't noticed anything strange about his body that morning in the shower. But then again, he had been so hungry he hadn't really been paying any attention. And during gym class he had been so excited he had changed as fast as he could. I need to check myself out. Something weird is definitely happening with my body. Coming up on the hardware store, he bought some drywall mix and blue paint. When he returned to his apartment, he was relieved to see that his mother was still out shopping. After repairing the hole, he turned to the mirror and looked at himself. Time to see what's changed. Taking off his shirt, Izuku looked at his reflection and his jaw dropped in amazement. His once soft, flabby frame had been completely transformed. He looked like he didn't have an ounce of fat on his body and he was covered in muscle. How is this possible? Izuku wondered as he pinched around his abs, unable to find any fat whatsoever. As he felt around his abdomen, he heard his stomach growling loudly again. My metabolism must be going haywire. But what could have triggered this sudden musculature? I don't work out. Pretty much all I do is sit at my computer all day. Is it possible that I've manifested a quirk? That's the only explanation. Izuku felt a well of excitement pulse through his body as he stood in front of his mirror. Laughing, he spun around. His many All Might figurines grinning at him. If I have a quirk, then that means I can be a hero. I can go to UA. I can just, gwag, he exclaimed, falling back on the floor. It was all too much. Looking up at the ceiling, he forced himself to take a few calming deep breaths. How did this happen? I was genetically predisposed to not develop a quirk. The doctor said it was impossible. This should be impossible. This all started with that spider bite, I'm sure of it. But how could that trigger a quirk? Reaching around, he pressed his hand over the back of his neck where he had felt the spider the day before. Just above his shoulder he felt a small bump. Keeping his hand on the spot, he stood up and craned his head over his shoulder towards his mirrored closet. In the reflection he saw a small, purplish blemish. There you are. Walking over to his school things, he retrieved his smartphone and took a picture of the bite mark. Looking at his phone, he studied the image. The mark was coin-sized and slightly swollen. In the center of the small bump there were two tiny scabbed-over wounds. This doesn't tell me anything. I don't know enough about spiders. But quirks though. Apart from following the world of pro heroes religiously, Izuku spent most of his free time researching quirks. In particular, quirk manifestation. In his desperation, he had read all the theories about where quirks had come from and how they formed. There were a few plausible ideas floating around, but nobody was sure what triggered them. All anyone really knew was that it was genetic. Children carried similar quirks to their parents and they could morph and change between generations, occasionally hybridizing into something new. Some people were even born with two quirks, though they were exceptionally rare. Walking over to his computer, Izuku went to the Quirk Research Institute website. Quickly scrolling through, he read all the available information of their quirk manifestation research in insects. Unfortunately, the website largely just repeated what he had heard on the tour. Pre-mutated insects that acted as genetic blanks were given a specially developed serum before they hatched, which led to them developing a multitude of different quirks. Izuku drummed his fingers over his desk as he considered the information. If I somehow inherited a quirk from that spider, what quirk did I receive? Enhanced strength? Enhanced reflexes? Maybe speed? I need some answers. I don't want to risk walking around with some unknown quirk. These days, it was illegal for people to use their quirks outside of specific circumstances and for good reason. Beyond the omnipresent threat of terrorism and supervillains, many people had the capacity to cause widespread destruction if they used their quirk indiscriminately. To combat this, the government reacted with harsh punishments to those that used their quirks for personal reasons, especially if their quirk was particularly destructive or powerful. Only pro-heroes were given license to use their quirks freely, and even then, they did so only to stop criminals and villains. For the most part anyway. Some people, like his mother, could use their quirks within their homes or workplace so long as they were certified by a quirk specialist. At that, Izuku suddenly remembered Dr. Akatani. Maybe I should go see Dr. Akatani. I bet you he would have some information for me. But the Quirk Research Institute is all the way in Tokyo though. He checked his clock. It was almost 7. He probably went home. Can go check the place out after school tomorrow. I'll need to distract Mom somehow though. Where's Mom? She should be back by now. Izuku felt the small of his back start to tingle slightly. Standing, he exited his room and walked over to the shared living and dining area. Why do I feel so nervous all of a sudden? Why isn't Mom home yet? Anxiety rising, he quickly turned on the television and navigated to the disaster alert channel. He felt a cold ball of ice form in his stomach as he saw that there was a villain attack in progress near the shopping district that his mother frequented. The camera showed a street in ruins. Cars were overturned and burning, a storefront lay in ruins, and multiple heroes and civilians were strewn across the road, unmoving. As a disaster response reporter narrated the scene below from her helicopter, Izuku felt himself begin to hyperventilate. Should I go out there? It's a 20-minute trip by train. I'd never make it in time. Izuku watched as the camera panned over to the rampaging villain. Even for a society filled with strange, superpowered beings, the villain was an oddity. He looked like a giant gelatinous ooze. His translucent green body was roiling and deforming as he battled several small figures around him. The fight wasn't going well. The heroes that were attacking him were immediately repulsed and tossed aside by his tentacles, their attacks seemingly having no effect. And Kamui Woods has been pushed back, cried the reporter. It looks like he'll have to retreat as his traps have little to no effect. If this keeps up then, wait a minute. Wait a minute. All Might has arrived. Izuku cheered as he saw his idol arrive. Now that All Might was there, the villain was toast. He watched as All Might, flashing his characteristic smile to the camera, rushed forward and engaged the villain. Before the sludge villain could react, All Might landed a massive Sunday punch, blowing him apart into wriggling pieces. Yes! Izuku shouted, fist raised in triumph to match the pose of All Might. Flashing another smile, All Might dashed away. No doubt rushing off to save some other person in need. Izuku smiled as the reporter shouted incredulously. All it took was one punch. Time and time again, All Might proves that he's the strongest, no question. As Izuku kept watching the television, though, he felt his rush of excitement slowly fade back to worry. Picking up his phone, he saw that he had no messages, as usual. Come on, Mom. Send me a text or something. He kept his eyes glued to the television as the camera panned over the devastation in the streets. Emergency services had moved into the area and were treating the wounded. He waited, looking for any sign of his mother amongst the crowds. As he sat glued to the screen, the door to the apartment opened. Izuku? I'm home. Come help me with these groceries. Mom! Izuku cried, jumping up out of the couch and running over to her. Grabbing her, he pulled her in for a tight. Is it crushing to me? She squeaked. Sorry, he said, stifling a sob as he pulled back. Why didn't you call me? I thought you were caught up in the villain attack, he shouted angrily. Oh, I forgot to charge my phone again, she said sheepishly. Izuku scoffed and rolled his eyes. Anyway, come grab up these groceries for me. Izuku scooped up the bags and followed his mother into the kitchen. Plug your phone in before you forget, Mom. What if there was an emergency? I know. Gee, when did my little guy get so strong? She said, reaching over to feel his arm. Cut it out, Mom, he said, blushing as he dodged around her. She sighed as he moved away. My little cinnamon bun is growing up so fast. Soon you'll be in high school and you'll have a girlfriend and then be moving out. Izuku blanched as his mother started to sniffle. Hey, why don't we make some supper? I'm really hungry, he said quickly. His mother was prone to emotional outbursts. And coming from him, that meant something. She sighed again, then smiled, dabbing her eyes. How was school today? He froze. Running his hand through his hair, he started laughing nervously. Well, Izuku explained what had happened between himself and Bakugo. His mother was in so much shock about the fight that he decided to leave out any mention of his newfound abilities lest she have a heart attack. In fact, she was so upset that she was even going to phone Mrs. Bakugo to complain. Thankfully he managed to convince her to let the matter slide. By the time they had at last settled the argument, it was nearly midnight when he went to bed. Izuku climbed into his bed and considered everything that had happened recently. I have to tell my mother about my quirk sooner or later. I wonder what it's going to be like to get registered for a quirk? I don't even know what mine is yet. I wish I had some answers. Maybe I should schedule another appointment with Dr. Akatani? It seems like he isn't a pediatrician anymore though. Before he knew it, he suddenly broke out grinning. I have a quirk. Not just any quirk, but a powerful one too. I can be a hero just like All Might. Sighing happily, he flicked his light switch, but to his surprise his room still seemed brightly lit. Frowning, he looked over at the light bulbs in the center of the room. They were definitely off. That's weird. It must be a bright night, I guess. Walking over to his window, he shut his curtain. However, he could still see around his room bright as day. What the hell? He muttered. Walking over to his bed, he climbed underneath his covers. Throwing the sheets over his face, he could clearly see the red, blue, and white fabric. He threw his covers off. Night vision too? Back at the institute, the tour guide said that the insects had multiple quirks. How many did that spider have? I really need to see Dr. Akatani. Izuku's train of thought was interrupted by the faint sound of voices in the apartment above him. How can your quirk help you in retirement? Stay tuned, more after these messages. Izuku groaned and put his pillow over his head. The elderly couple living above him sometimes left their living room window open. Wedging himself against the wall, he tried to get comfortable. Come on babe, it's my birthday, whined a voice somewhere beneath him. Ugh, fine. But if this shows up on the internet, I'm going to kill you. Izuku felt his face go red as he couldn't help but hear the sounds coming from the apartment beneath him. Oh come on. Super hearing too. Izuku said incredulously. Jamming his fingers in his ears, he settled in for a long night. Screw getting an appointment. After school tomorrow I'm heading down to the Quirk Research Institute to get some answers. To his dismay, the sounds beneath him got louder. And I'm buying some earplugs too. Returning to school after all the drama yesterday felt very strange. Bakugo had been suspended for a whole week and the rest of the class was unsure of how to react. Although Izuku had always been Bakugo's favorite punching bag, he wasn't the only one forced to suffer his explosive temper. Without Bakugo in the class, there was no one crowding them during lunch or criticizing someone for dropping something or insulting someone for answering a question wrong. It definitely felt weird to not be on edge all the time. After Izuku texted his mother that he was going to stay after school for a while to finish an important assignment, he covertly boarded the train to Tokyo. I'm sure I can get some answers at the Quirk Research Institute. I'll ask if I can see Dr. Akatani. If I tell him it was all an accident, I'm sure he'll be willing to look past me crushing the spider considering how big of a discovery this might be. Thought Izuku as the countryside whipped past. A few hours later, the high-speed train entered the downtown Tokyo station and Izuku disembarked. Moving through the crowds of people on the sidewalk, he walked from the station and up to the glass-fronted building. Approaching the glass door, he pulled on the brass handle, but it was locked. Strange. I can see people in there. Looking through the glass and towards the security checkpoint by the entranceway, he gestured towards one of the guards. The bored-looking, blue-uniformed man dropped his newspaper and pressed a button on his desk. Yes? Came the man's voice through an intercom next to the doorway. Hi. Izuku said, leaning into the intercom box. Can I come in? I was hoping to meet with someone. Sorry. The premises are closed to authorized personnel only until further notice. If you'd like, I can page the person you want to speak to. Who are you here to see? Oh, I was wanting to talk to Dr. Akatani. I hope I'm not wasting everyone's time. He probably has no clue who I am even. Sorry, Dr. Akatani has just left for the day. You might be able to catch him in the parking lot if you hurry. Okay, thanks. Running off in the direction of the parking lot, Izuku felt butterflies in his stomach as he thought about what to say. Hello Dr. Akatani, my name is Izuku Midoriya from Yuzudafu. I was at your tour the other day and I was bitten by one of your quirk-modified spiders and now I have superpowers. Izuku sighed. He's probably going to think I'm nuts. I hope he gives me a chance to explain myself at least. When his mom had taken him to see Dr. Akitani a few years ago, the doctor had been very blunt with him. There was a very simple test to determine if an individual possessed a quirk or not. If their pinky toe had one joint, then they had a quirk. Izuku had 2 joints in his toe, and so Dr. Akitani had told him in no uncertain terms that he would never develop a quirk. He had been registered in the National Registry as being quirkless that very day. Let's hope he's more patient nowadays. He rounded the corner of the building. In the center of the parking lot, Izuku spotted the glare of the sun gleaming off of a man's bald head. As he got closer, he recognized the voice of the man as belonging to Dr. Akitani. No, we have not. Our containment procedures have been activated, however. Dr. Akitani said to the person on the other end of the phone. Izuku's ears perked up. Ducking down behind a car, he walked closer. Where's the harm in me eavesdropping a little? Moving to the car parked beside Dr. Akitani, Izuku strained himself to listen to the conversation. A half-hour earlier, while Izuku was still on his way to the Quirk Research Institute, Dr. Akitani was at his desk, scowling at his computer screen. If they didn't locate the latest generation arachnid specimen soon, heads would roll. Besides being the accumulation of his research team's expertise over the past 20 years, that tiny spider alone represented a taxpayer investment of over 78 billion yen. Exactly how the spider had managed to escape from its containment unit was a mystery. Dr. Bukio had sworn that when he returned to the cart after his call, he had found it tipped over, its glass enclosure shattered. With its enhanced physical attributes, it was possible that the spider had been able to free itself, though Dr. Akitani thought that was unlikely. What was likely was that Dr. Bukio's would be headed back to the private sector soon, and unless that spider was found, he would be joining him. From the light fixtures to the toilets, the entire staff had been on their hands and knees looking for the little BSZ, but to no avail. He had no choice but to alert his superiors that a specimen had escaped. 20 years of hard work. A career of scrounging and endless service. All the sacrifices, undone in an instant. And I was so close. For his entire life, he had dreamed about being the one to create the first quirks. Having no quirk himself, he would stand by his classmates, notebook in hand, and record everything he could about their abilities and how they worked. As time passed, his curiosity grew even stronger, and he made a career of understanding and predicting quirk development. His work proved to be invaluable to the government, as they were just as interested as he was in controlling the development of quirks in their citizens. They wanted a means to be able to predict and eliminate potentially dangerous abilities in children before they cold manifest and present a problem to society. A bit authoritarian for his taste, but he didn't care. As long as they paid the bills and gave him access to human test subjects, they could do whatever they wanted with his research. As Dr. Akitani considered his situation, he remembered the earlier setbacks with the program. 20 years ago, he had been given access to the prisoners of Tartarus for human testing. None of his subjects had survived, and as a result of his lack of progress, he was ordered to change his experimentation to animal subjects. Then, because of the DMN humane treatment of animals resolution, he had been forced to switch to insects. Still, even with these limitations, they had made progress. In the past 4 years, he had learned that in order to manifest a quirk in a subject, you first needed to have a genetic blank, a quirkless subject that could act as an empty canvas upon which you could forcibly trigger the evolutionary leap. The change often had unintended side effects, however. Even in insects, the results had been horrific. The fatality rates amongst the earliest subjects was close to 90%. But of the 10% that survived, he had been able to refine his quirk formula and achieve a fatality rate of merely 50%. The specimens were still brain dead, but so what? It was DMN impressive, even if the bureaucrats didn't understand it. Dr. Akitani turned off his computer and stood from his desk. Any minute now he would get a phone call from some cretin in the government demanding he provide them with answers as to their investment. It was do or die time. With some creative thinking and a little luck, he would be able to salvage the program. He looked over at his clock. It was past 6. I've been sitting here waiting for the axe to fall all day. If I must grovel, I might as well do so in the comfort of my own home. Walking out of his office, he said farewell to his secretary before taking the elevator to the ground floor. Crossing the lobby, he exited the building and walked towards his car. Before he could reach his vehicle, however, his cell phone rang. He groaned. Pulling out his phone, he saw it was the head of the funding committee to his program. This was it. Lowering his briefcase to the asphalt, he took a deep breath and answered the phone. "Hello, Dr. Akitani speaking." "Dear Akitani, this is Gio Sekachi," said a curt voice through the phone. "I have reviewed your report. Needless to say, this is deeply disappointing to the board. Have you still not located the specimen?" "No, sir, we have not. Our containment procedures have been activated, however. As I understand it, this spider was given your nerve modification therapy and was mobile. Is it possible for it to have bitten anyone?" "It is possible," conceded Dr. Aratani, "though we would know if someone was bitten almost immediately." "Oh, if someone is injured from malpractice on your part, Dr. Akitani, there will be an inquiry." Dr. Akitani swelled indignantly for a moment before he regained control over his temper. "I must avoid a confrontation at all costs if I want to continue my research. With respect, Mr. Sekachi, sir, my staff are expertly trained. We know how to handle the specimens. Tell me, what would happen if the specimen were to escape from the facility?" "It would likely die," Dr. Akitani said calmly. "Despite its enhanced physical abilities and senses, outside of the laboratory environment the specimen cannot survive in the wild. Its required caloric intake coupled with its limited brain function means that it would be unable to sustain itself." "Would it attack people?" "Sir, anything with a mouth can attack people. But for all of its genetic modification, it will still behave in the same manner as a spider. It is likely seeking a secluded, dark territory for itself in the hot labs as we speak." "How long can this spider survive outside its enclosure?" Dr. Akitani grimaced. He knew that question was coming. "About 5 days. So, if the spider is not found in 5 days, then you will need to be prepared to answer to the board as to the whereabouts of your nearly 80 billion yen budgetary sinkhole." Dr. Akitani felt a scowl form on his face. "Sir, if I may interject? That is not necessarily correct," he said as calmly as he could. "Oh, explain." "The latest quirk manifestation formula that we had been developing was carried within that spider's DNA. If it were to interact with a quirkless individual, it is possible that that person could manifest quirks for themselves, though they would be in a vegetative state." "What are you saying? If someone without a quirk eats the spider, they might get a quirk? Or gets bitten?" Sekachi exhaled in frustration, and Dr. Akitani felt his frustration build again. It was no secret that the head of the funding committee disliked him. Sekachi had always loudly speculated that Dr. Akitani was more interested in his own goals rather than the government's interests. "How many times must I tell you? We are interested in quirk removal, not quirk generation. I'll be honest with you, Doctor. I have questioned myself as to whether or not you were suitable to lead this program. Ever since the first human trials, your enthusiasm for ethically gray research disturbed me greatly. But against my better judgment, I allowed you to continue because you were the top in your field. However, I see now that you are still as hell-bent as ever on creating quirks in humans." Despite himself, Dr. Akitani felt himself go on the defensive. I have been over this with the budgetary committee many times. In order to curtail quirk manifestation, you must first understand how it is created. You have had 20 years, Doctor. We need to see some progress." Dr. Akitani was silent as Sekachi sighed again. "Assuming someone was bitten by your spider, what would happen? If they were quirkless, then we might finally have a successfully manifested quirk event in a human being. Using that person's DNA, I would be able to determine precisely how the quirk is formed and devise a formula to remove quirks. If they are quirkless," Mr. Sekachi repeated flatly, "and what are the chances of that?" Dr. Akitani swallowed. "Approximately 20%. Sekachi laughed bitterly. In truth, the actual chances of a person without a quirk getting bitten by the spider were much lower. It was true that around 1 in 5 people currently alive were quirkless, but once you factored in age and geographic location, The actual likelihood that someone without a quirk would be bitten in downtown Tokyo during business hours was practically zero, as the majority of the quirkless population were elderly. Not to mention they would have to survive the mutation process itself. I see, Sakachi said in a tired voice. And how would you be able to find this person? Why, using the quirk registry, of course. Nearly every quirkless person in the country has been registered. If a new quirk is manifested from the people on that list, then I will be able to easily determine with a simple blood test if their quirks are a result of the spider specimen. And then I suppose you will want that person for further experimentation? Sakachi asked warily. Naturally. In order to create a reliable formula, I will need to access their brain stem tissue. But one person is a small price to pay for civil order, no. Sakachi was silent for a few moments. Dr. Akitani felt a lump form in his throat as the fate of his life's work was considered. Eventually Sakachi spoke. You've already been funded until the end of the budgetary year. If during that time you do not recover the specimen or there are no anomalies with the quirkless population, your project will be shut down. Are we clear? Yes, sir. Dr. Akitani said, a massive load seemingly lifting from his shoulders. At that he hung up and Dr. Akitani put his phone away. Taking his keys from his pocket, he entered his car. That went about as well as it could have. My career lives another day. I think this calls for a celebration. Starting his car, he drove off, completely oblivious to the green-haired boy that had been hiding behind the SUV next to him. Izuku slid down and lay against the wheel of the SUV as he processed what he had just heard. If they discover I have a quirk, then they're going to experiment on my brain? That can't be true. That's insane. I'm a Japanese citizen. As he considered the implications of what he just heard, another horrible thought entered his mind. I was registered in the quirkless database. If I went to UA and signed up for the hero program and told them I have a quirk, then the government will know. I can't ever let anyone know I have these powers. Izuku felt tears start to fall down his face as realization dawned on him. I'm going to have to go into hiding for the rest of my life. I'll never be a hero. Never be able to save anyone. It's not fair. Eventually he felt his back start to twitch. Wiping his face, he rose to his feet. Across the parking lot, he saw a man in a lab coat nearing his hiding spot. Fortunately, he was too preoccupied with his smartphone to notice him. Still sniffling, Izuku crept away from the approaching scientist. Dodging between cars, he made his way to the sidewalk and joined the throngs of pedestrians. The teeming masses of businessmen and women were oblivious to his sobs as he walked towards the train station. By the time he arrived back in Mizudafu, it was getting dark. After texting his mom that he was going for a walk around the neighborhood, Izuku considered his plight. I guess I can just go to a regular high school. With my grades, I'm sure that any school would be happy to have me. He picked up a can that was lying on the street and threw it over his back. Arching gracefully, it clattered into a distant recycling bin. Nice shot, kid, called out a man across the street. Izuku raised his hand in acknowledgement but otherwise ignored him. Even if I go to a regular school, I'll have to be careful. I guess I can't ever get any blood work done. Or go to a hospital for whatever reason. If I do, then they'll know something is up when they analyze my blood. That guy said Dr. Akitani was going to be fired next fiscal year, but I doubt the government will forget I exist. I'll need to live carefully from now on and avoid attracting attention. Someone help, shouted a voice from down the street. Izuku jerked his head up. About 3 blocks away, he saw a man and woman standing beneath a tree, frantically looking around. Without thinking, Izuku took off towards the two. Breezing past the stores and parked cars, he skidded to a halt in front of the couple. What's wrong? Izuku asked, heart pounding. The two turned to look at him. Our kid got himself stuck, said the man. Quick, can you call 911? I don't have my phone on me. Izuku glanced up as he pulled out his phone. At the very top of the tree, a baby was clinging to a thin branch, seemingly unconcerned with his predicament. Sure, Izuku said as he dialed. 911, what is your dash? At that moment the branch the baby was clinging to broke and the baby started to fall. As the parents called out in terror, Izuku dropped his phone and leaped. Moving upwards, he intercepted the infant, catching it gently in his arms. Falling, he landed neatly on his feet. That was amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, cried the couple as they ran over to him. Passing the confused-looking child to his mother's arms, Izuku stepped back. That was incredible, kid. You have a jumping quirk or something? Asked the man. Oh, yeah, I can jump real high. Thanks, said the man. Turning to his child, the man said, What do we say, Miko? Can you say, thank you, to the man? Blurg, belched the baby. After the couple had moved off, Izuku retrieved his phone from the sidewalk. His screen had cracked, but at the moment he didn't care one bit. His whole life he had been waiting for a chance to help someone, and right now he felt as good as when he first found out he had a quirk. Maybe even better. Shaking his head in disbelief, he walked back towards his apartment. Unlocking the door, he stepped inside and took off his shoes. Before he could even walk out of the entranceway, his mother suddenly appeared in front of him. A rare frown on her face. Izuku Midoriya. Where have you been? She said, spatula raised threateningly. I was out for a walk, stammered Izuku. And what time is it? 9:30? That's far too late for someone your age to be out. Izuku, I'm surprised at you. You know how dangerous the streets are at night. I know, Mom. I was worried sick. You should have called. Izuku thought about pointing out the text messages he had left her explaining his whereabouts, but he wisely chose to bite his tongue. Sorry, Mom. I must have lost track of time. His mother regarded him angrily for a moment before she stepped back. Well, come in and eat your dinner. It's getting cold. Izuku followed his mother into the dining room and saw a small feast waiting for him. There was even a platter of katsudon, his favorite. Seeing as how you've grown so much lately, I thought I'd better cook you something extra, she said nonchalantly as he gawked at the veritable feast laid out before him. Ah, thanks, Mom, he said, grinning broadly as he dug into the meal. He was starved. After spending some time with his mother watching television, Izuku retreated to his room and completed his homework. It wasn't due for another week, but he liked to stay ahead. By the time he was finished all his work, it was almost midnight again. Falling back into his bed, he considered his day. I might not ever be a pro hero, but I can still help people. Maybe there is a future for me after all. After cramming some weighted-up tissue paper in his ears, Izuku settled into his sheets, and a few moments later he drifted off to sleep. Izuku woke to the sun streaming into his room. Yawning, he peered over at his nightstand to check the time before remembering that he had destroyed his clock. Muttering to himself, he reluctantly left the comfort of his bed and went over to his computer. The monitor told him that it was almost 11 in the morning. Geez, I must have been exhausted. Stretching, he did his morning routine. After a quick shower and a late breakfast, he returned to his computer and went to his favorite website, the Hero Board. On this forum, like-minded nerds such as himself compiled anything and everything hero-related, from Endeavor's latest battle to MT Lady's latest wardrobe. Malfunction. Scrolling, he looked over the top-rated posts. All Might's battle against the sludge villain, Hawks broke up a street gang. What's this? The post was titled, Unknown Hero, Please ID. He clicked on the post and examined the image. His monitor displayed a somewhat blurry photo of a man wearing a heavy gray duster. A ski mask was pulled over his face to his mouth, revealing a scarred chin peppered with stubble. In one hand he was pushing a terrified-looking man up against the wall while in the other he was readying a punch. He frowned at the picture before browsing through the comments. The consensus was that the image was of a vigilante, not a pro-hero, and he agreed. Almost every hero nowadays marketed themselves to the public in some way with glamour shots, revealing or flashy costumes or the like. Intentional anonymity amongst heroes was very uncommon. So whenever a picture of some unknown masked man or woman showed up, it was always either a villain or a vigilante. He backed out of the page. Vigilantes weren't his thing. There was this episode of All Might's cartoon where he remembered All Might say that people should trust in the justice system to sort out society's problems, not unaccountable vigilantes. Ever since then he had avoided the vigilante scene. Most of those people were crazy anyway. Every so often a villain would declare he had reformed and was a vigilante now or vice versa. There was too much drama. After going through all the posts, he stood up. Normally in his free time he would watch YouTube, play computer games, or go hunting for more quirk information, but all that felt pointless now that he had quirks of his own. I want to go outside and do something. I still don't know the extent of my powers and I need to figure out exactly how they work so I can better control myself. God knows I can't turn to the government for help. Maybe I should go for a walk. On the rare occasions when he left his apartment, he would usually take a walk down by the beach. Hardly anyone ever went there. Grabbing his phone, wallet, and keys, he left his apartment and caught a bus headed for the coastside neighborhoods of Mutated. Man, what a dump. Izuku muttered to himself softly as he surveyed the waterfront. The beach looked like a landfill. Rusted-out appliances, bleached plastics, and rotting furniture was strewn across the sand, far as the eye could see. Besides the eyesore, the stinking air was filled with the sounds of hundreds of seagulls picking through the trash. No wonder the beach is deserted. He mused, stepping forward. As he walked, he suddenly felt the small of his back start tingling. Stopping in mid-step, he looked at the sand where he was about to drop his foot. Barely visible, he saw something poking out. Curious, he wiped away the sand to reveal a sharp, rusty piece of metal. He reached down and pulled it out. How did I know this was buried there? He thought as he turned the jagged shard over in his hands. Think of it, my back has been tingling whenever I've been in danger. Almost like a sixth sense or something. Weird. I've never heard of an intuition quirk before. He tossed the cutting hazard into a half-buried freezer nearby. I wonder how strong I am? Walking over to the freezer, he awkwardly grabbed the appliance. Where the half-filled sand and water-clogged freezer had come from was a mystery, but he doubted anybody would mind if he messed with it. Getting as good a grip as he could, he lifted, pushing with his legs. To his amazement, the freezer felt practically weightless in his arms. Lifting it higher, he was able to rest the giant wreck on his shoulder easily. This thing must weigh over 500 kilograms. This is incredible. His astonishment was cut short as the bottom of the freezer gave way, unleashing a torrent of water and wet trash. Leaping backwards, he tossed the freezer aside before he could get his shorts dirty and it fell to the ground with a loud, dull thud. Clapping away the sand, he eagerly searched for the heaviest thing at the beach. At the boundary of the sand and the grassy ledge adjoining the shore, he spotted a burnt-out, four-door sedan. It must have been driven out to the water then torched by some joy riders. Walking up to the car, he looked around excitedly to make sure he alone. Apart from the gulls, there was no sign of anyone. Turning back to the car, he reached underneath the trim and gripped the frame by the wheel well. Gritting his teeth, he lifted. Again, he was able to manage the weight with almost impossible ease. In shocked disbelief, he started laughing, the car held aloft in his hands. I must be dreaming. This thing must weigh over 2.5 tons. With reckless abandon, he tossed the car away from him and back towards the beach. With a crash, it slammed into the sand, causing his feet to vibrate as the ground shook. Yeah. Izuku yelled, pumping his fist. He looked around at all the debris and trash surrounding him. If I wanted to, I bet I could toss any of this stuff all the way to the ocean. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself, but he couldn't stop his mind from racing. Assuming this is my maximum strength, which I doubt, but just supposing, I would place myself at the high end of heroes purely on my physical strength alone. And to think the school was fawning over Bakugo all these years. Thinking back to his fight against Bakugo, his smile disappeared and a cold sweat came over his body. What if I had hit him with that punch? I really put everything I had in that swing. I would have killed him. Shaking his head, he tried to get the image of his fist connecting with Bakugo's face out of his mind. Feeling slightly nauseous, he spat. The stench of wet garbage wasn't doing him any favors either. Walking up the beach towards the road, he thought about his speed. If my whole body is physically enhanced, then I likely have enhanced speed as well. I should do a test. He remembered that. Parallel to the beachfront along the street there was a small bicycle path. Walking back to the roadway, he was surprised to see a thin, blonde man in a blue tracksuit running down towards him. As soon as this guy is gone, I'll go for a run. As the thin man slowly made his way down the trail, Izuku pulled out his phone. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, plenty of time for some more experiments. When I saved that kid yesterday, I was able to jump pretty high too. After I'm done here, I'll find a deserted alley somewhere and see how high I can jump. At least my jumping height should be pretty easy to quantify. Izuku smiled to himself as he remembered how he used to fantasize about how he'd test his quirk when he inevitably got one. He had come up with all sorts of plans and methods to categorize his powers, and he would spend hours lecturing his mother on all his criteria and arbitrary ranking systems. Now that he finally had a quirk, it seemed as though he couldn't actually put any of his plans into practice. "Hello there, young man. Pleasant day, isn't it?" wheezed the thin blonde man as he trotted by. "Sure is." Izuku returned enthusiastically, still smiling. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the man slowly disappear down the path. Once he was sufficiently far away, Izuku put away his phone and started off in the opposite direction. "I'll start slow." Beginning at a light jog, he slowly built up speed until he was running at what he used to consider a fast pace. The sea air felt great rushing through his hair. Not bad. Let's try a little faster. He accelerated, running faster and faster. His ears became filled with the sound of rushing air as he tore along the uneven dirt trail. Looking to his side, he saw the buildings along the waterfront rapidly move past. "I can't really tell how fast I'm running. Wait, this is stupid. I can do better." Gradually slowing himself to a halt, he pulled out his phone again. Selecting his map app, he zoomed in on his location. Let's see, what's a landmark an even distance away? Here we go. Restaurant Yukihira. It's about 1 kilometer from here. Switching to the stopwatch on his phone, he crouched down and readied himself just like he had been taught in gym class. He took a few breaths and focused on the path in front of him. Go. Taking off, he pumped his arms to match his sprint. The ground rushed beneath him, and he felt the earth pounding beneath his feet. Shooting a glance to his side, he saw the buildings blur past. Before he knew it, he came up on the dingy restaurant. Skidding to a halt, he quickly pressed the stop button on his cell phone. Let's see, 17.5. So, if I traveled 1 kilometer in 17.5 seconds, 60 divided by 17.5 is 3.42, I think? Divide that by 60 and multiply by 1,000, that should be around 57 ms? That's dim and fast. That's over 200 kilometers per hour. His excitement was interrupted by the sensation of coarse sand on his skin. His feet felt dirty. Puzzled, he looked down and nearly fainted at what he saw. His prized red runners, arguably the most important part of his entire persona, were simply gone. In a panic, he retraced his steps. Every couple meters he came across a scrap of red fabric or a piece of shoestring. It was like he was walking through a gruesome crime scene. Each step led him to a fresh horror. At last he returned to where he had started his foolish test, the tattered scraps of his shoes cradled in his arms. There was no saving them. With a mournful sigh, he dropped the remains in a garbage container. Throwing his hands in his pockets, he did some accounting as he walked barefoot down the hot city street. Collector's clock, 20,000 yen. New phone screen, 1,000 yen. New shoes, 60,000 yen. He gulped. If this keeps up, I'll be bankrupt by the time Kaken's suspension is over. Izuku muttered angrily to himself as he pattered barefoot down the sidewalk. When he had went to catch his bus, the driver had refused him at the door. No shoes, no service, typical. My feet are cleaner than the floors of his bus. With mass transit closed to him, he was forced to walk the long trip back home. He had stepped on gum twice now, and he was feeling less Huckleberry Finn and more impoverished crackhead. My whole life I've wanted a quirk. And now that I've get one, I've only ever experienced misery. First my clock, then my phone, and now my trademark red shoes. There's nothing left to take. Oh, I have to live the rest of my life in fear of the government. That hisses too, I guess, but my shoes though. As he sulked, a yellow ribbon fluttered in front of him and he stopped. Looking over, he saw he was standing in front of a crumbling apartment building, police tape draped haphazardly across its blasted-off doors. From its scorched walls and destroyed windows, he could taste the acrid smell of burnt plastic and foul asbestos. Whatever had happened here, it must have been recent, as there were faint plumes of smoke raising from some exposed wiring in the wall. Suddenly he heard a loud bang, followed by shouting. Startled, he turned his head to a distant apartment. He couldn't help but overhear a screaming argument between two neighbors, each promising the other bloody retribution if they didn't respect their privacy. As the pair screeched their lungs out, he became aware of the steepening shadows around him. Slowly he looked up. Looming above him were 4 gray unfinished towers, their heights stretching far above the surrounding tenements and small shops. At their peak he could see their rusting ribs, a corroded network of half-assembled steel left bare above a mottled gray, concrete skin. Those unfinished behemoths had many names: the Gray Towers, the Eyesores, Bones. Any name would do really, so long as it was depressing and communicated some element of disdain. Carefully omitted from postcards and commercials, they were the perpetual embarrassment of Mizudafu, a tumor on its otherwise flawless steel and glass skyline. Stretching around them in vast swathes of crumbling infrastructure, garbage-choked alleys, beers, drag houses, graffiti-covered vacants, and rundown stores, was the crime-infested slums. There were no hero agencies in the slums, none that Izuku knew of anyway, and very few heroes would even enter the no-man's land surrounding the Gray Towers. There was no prestige to be found here, no marketable victories, no glory. There was only filth, disease, and worst of all, squalor. What hero wanted to pose for the news over a gang of 14-year-old drag addicts he had pummeled for stealing soft drinks and candy from a convenience store? What hero agency wanted to tie their name to suffocated prostitutes and vagrant murders? It would be career suicide, assuming you could even draw the media out to the ghetto in the first place. Whether through some secret instruction or pure economics, the press avoided reporting on the crimes in the slums. It would call attention to some of the more shameful issues about their quirk-focused social hierarchy. And so, the area was left to the understaffed and underfunded police force. Though Izuku idolized heroes, he recognized that many of the criticisms leveled at pro-hero culture was valid. They did care too much about their image and spent far too much time worried about their popularity instead of helping people. But he had always reasoned that it was the government's responsibility to fight systemic issues that gave rise to crime, not the heroes themselves. Not that he had much faith in the government anymore. Oh geez, he breathed as he looked up at the Gray Towers. How'd I find himself here of all places? Dropping his chin, he cast his eyes low and resumed walking at a deliberate pace. Though he had spent his whole life in Mizudafu, he had never strayed far from his own quiet residential neighborhood. Occasionally he would go downtown to shop or see a movie, but that was it. From what he remembered, the slums weren't too dangerous during the day. Occasionally you would hear about a violent mugging or a robbery gone wrong, but most violent crimes occurred at night. It was said that gangs of petty thugs would fight over their meager territory, while powerful villains were rumored to hold secret meetings in dilapidated apartments and business, planning their next attack. As he walked down the sidewalk, he noticed a group of older teenagers a block up the street. They were laughing and jostling each other roughly. He felt his sixth sense tingle, and without thinking he turned down a side alley. Discretion is the better part of valor. I just hope I don't cut my feet down here and get some sort of disease, he thought as he hopped over a broken bottle. As he cautiously made his way down the alley, he looked up at the tall high-rises that seemed to be pressing down around him. The grid of alleyways and side passages was laid out like a maze. Stopping beside an overflowing dumpster, he looked over his shoulder back the way he had came. Maybe I should just wait here until those guys move on. I don't want to get lost in here. As he hesitated, he thought he heard furtive voices coming from around the corner. Perking up his ears, he focused on the faint sounds. "Come on guys, what's a little money between friends?" said a panicked man's voice. "Shut up," growled a deep voice. "We warned you, weasel. You got money for bookies, but not for us," said a third man. Izuku heard a smacking sound followed by a yelp of pain. "Kumri, there's nowhere to run off to now," rumbled the deep voice again. Ignoring the warning signals his body was sending him, Izuku crept forward towards the corner of the building, Peering around the chipped concrete wall, he spotted two burly men bodily hauling a third skinny man off around the opposite corner. Something tells me these guys aren't heading out for lunch, he thought nervously. Moving as quickly as he dared down the alleyway, he stopped at the corner and took a peek. He saw that the two goons were marching a protesting, smaller man down towards a dead end. Biting his lip, he hesitated before tiptoeing forward. End of the line, weasel. Gee guys, at least let my bets ride out. Have you got a lock? We've heard that one be dash. Hey! Izuku shouted. The two thugs whirled around. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw that one of the two was holding a gun. What the hell dash? Started one of the two thugs. Seeing his chance, Weasel sprang out, trying in vain to push past the two leather-jacketed gangsters. With a snarl, the gunman pushed the thin man back and raised his weapon. No! Izuku yelled, running forward. Startled at the sudden shout, the gunman whipped around and leveled the pistol at Izuku. As the gun pointed at him, he felt a twitch in his gut. Without thinking, he bent at the knees, flipping backwards for a millisecond. In that instant, a gunshot rang out and he saw a shiny, brass-coated bullet fly past his face. As the bullet sailed by, he snapped back up and dashed forward. Without stopping to think, Izuku attacked. Before the thug realized what was happening, Izuku pushed into him with both hands, sending him flying down the alleyway and into a massive heap of black trash bags. Swearing violently, the second thug raised his hand and slashed down at Izuku. As the man's hand fell, it transformed in mid-air into a clawed talon before Izuku's very eyes. With a yelp, Izuku reacted. Before the clawed hand could come down, Izuku flailed out, slapping the man's cheek with the palm of his hand. The blow produced a sound like a bull whip cracking. Pirouetting like a ballerina, the man spun round before collapsing against the wall of the alley. Izuku stood there motionless, completely overwhelmed at what he had just done. Chest heaving and ears ringing, he tried and failed to process what had just happened. Blinking, he suddenly became aware of the thin man pulling on his arm. "Hey kid! Kid!" shouted the thin man he had just saved. "Unless you want to be around when the rest of them show up, you'd better get moving." Nodding, Izuku turned and began jogging alongside him. As Izuku and the man retreated down the alley, he heard the groaning thugs start to stir, groggily shouting after them. After crossing a few blocks, the thin man stopped. While Izuku looked back fearfully for sign of pursuit, the man slouched over against the front of a pawn shop, gasping in sharp breaths. With shaking hands, he reached into his cheap suit jacket and produced a pack of cigarettes. Pulling one out, he held it out for Izuku, who shook his head mutely. Shrugging, the man took out a lighter, lit up the cigarette, and took a long drag. Coughing, he exhaled and shook his head in disbelief. "I owe you one, kid," he rasped. "I thought my goose was cooked that time. The name's Weasel. What's yours?" Izuku." "Well, thanks, Izuku. You've got some ball. What's your quirk? You on trigger or something?" "What? No," Izuku said in shock, shaking his head in vehement denial. "I would never be. Besides, I don't even have a quirk anyways." "Really?" Weasel eyed him appraisingly before shrugging again. Could have fooled me. "So, you spend your Saturdays running around alleys?" Not really. It's a long story. I sort of got lost back there. I was looking for a way out when I heard you getting attacked by those men." "Who were they?" "Oh, just some lone sharks," Weasel said offhandedly. Puffing out a cloud of smoke with relish, he looked at his cigarette appreciatively before turning back to him. "So, you trying to be a hero or something?" Izuku laughed and ran his hand through his hair. "No, not anymore. I used to want to, but I never got a quirk, so." The man nodded. "Shame. You never see those costumed idiots down here where the real victims are. You know what? I say, you could be a hero if you wanted to. Quirk or no." The man spoke with no real conviction, and Izuku couldn't tell how serious he was, but he felt himself blush regardless. Thanks." The pair were silent for a minute as the man finished his cigarette. After smoking it down to the filter, he tossed it aside and stomped it down. Running his hand around the edges of his small mustache, he looked back to Izuku. "Listen, Despite what you may have heard back there, Weasel always repays his debts. You ever need a line on free cable or a hot tip, I'm your man, he said proudly. Reaching into his suit jacket, he pulled out a small business card. Izuku took it and read the cover. Jackhammer, discreet cable installation, plumbing expropriator, and professional legal counsel. Jackhammer? Is this guy for real? Sure. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku said politely, tucking the card into his wallet. See ya around, kid. Pushing himself off against the graffiti-covered shopfront, the man straightened his stained suit jacket before stepping away. As the man left, Izuku looked around the streets for some street signs. Oh, and kid, Weasel called out. Izuku faced the man. They'll be looking for you now. Shocker and his boys. You want my advice? Go down towards 88th Street and head towards Mills Bar. Then walk up to Tourney Avenue. You'll be in Speed Demon's territory. They won't follow you there. What? So Tourney, is that over? Izuku started to point but Weasel interrupted him. All right, remember to keep your head down. Izuku watched helplessly as the man hastily walked away. Before he could decide whether or not to ask for him for directions, Weasel disappeared into another alley. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone and looked up Mills Bar. Walking down the street, he attempted to process what he had just done. If I keep acting out like this, then the government will track me down for sure. But what choice did I have? I couldn't just let a man die. He kept down the street, occasionally glancing around him to make sure he wasn't being followed. Besides, it's not like any police or heroes come down here anyway. I bet you nobody would even notice I was here. I'm sure these people need all the help they can get. Izuku caught himself and shook his head. Don't even think about it, Midoriya. Those two guys were about to kill you. You got lucky. As he started across an intersection, he suddenly heard the sound of peeling tires on pavement. Whipping his head around, he saw a crowded SUV driving straight at him. The man sitting in the passenger side seat was the man with the claw hand from the alley. Izuku saw a red handprint on the side of his face. He looked murderous. With a yelp, Izuku ran across the street and into an alleyway. Ignoring the alarmed screeches of rats and the disgusting puddles of filth in his path, he fled. Jumping over trash bins and hissing steam vents, he followed the filth-encrusted passage as the sounds of pursuit neared. Rounding a corner, he found that the alley abruptly ended. Whirling around, he looked back the way he had come. From around the corner, he heard the vehicle screech to a halt and car doors open and slam shut. Crap! Izuku hissed, wildly scanning his surroundings for some way of escape. I could hide in some trash bags. Or maybe the dumpster. Maybe if I run now. Oh, little boy? You? Called out a gravelly voice in as high a note as it could. Footsteps echoed around the stained concrete walls. They were coming. Izuku looked up. He was surrounded by towering, windowless high-rises on all sides. I jumped pretty high the other day. Maybe if I wall jump from side to side I can make it. As he studied the wall for the best place to jump to, the thug yelled out again, sounding much angrier than before. We know you're here, you little sheet. I swear if you make us dig through trash to get you. Echoed a harsh voice down the alley. Izuku heard what sounded like 5 or 6 people walking down the wet pavement, slowly drawing closer. Snapping his eyes on a distant ledge, he aimed his body. After tensing his legs, leapt as hard as he could. Soaring upwards, he traveled far faster than he had anticipated. With a smack he collided with the concrete wall, flat as a pancake. Oof! He huffed as he struck the wall, arms and legs splayed out against the cool, smooth concrete surface. Shaking his head, he looked down. He was clinging to the wall about 30 feet in the air. Rather than slide down the featureless concrete, he found that he was gripping it effortlessly. Izuku looked around at his hands and feet in utter amazement. His toes and fingers seemed to be providing him with excellent grip. Tentatively he reached upward and gripped the wall. His hands stuck easily to the damp, smooth surface. Mouth falling open in incredulity, he started to crawl up the vertical wall as easily as crawling on the floor. Increasing his speed, he began rushing upwards. He was dimly aware of the voices of the thugs beneath him, but they were quickly fading. Before he knew it, he was clambering over the edge of the apartment building. Standing now atop his dizzying vantage point, he saw the neighborhoods of the slums sprawling out around him. A crooked network of graffiti-scrawled alleys and dark side streets that were quickly lost between the dull concrete tenements. However, what had once been an imposing barricade just seconds ago was now barely an obstacle. I could go anywhere I want to, he thought numbly before a smile slowly crept over his face. Anywhere. Before he could fully consider the possibilities, his thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of shouting from the alleyway below. Leaning over, he saw that his clueless pursuers were now violently searching through the trash of the alley. Evidently they hadn't seen him escape, and they were now busily shouting angry epithets while throwing stinking garbage bags into the air in their mad delve deeper into the trash of the alley. A sharp bark of laughter burst from Izuku's throat as he watched them scurry to and fro, searching in vain for someone who wasn't there. When it was clear he wasn't in the alley, the goons' frustration caused them to turn on each other, and a deafening argument broke out about whose fault it was that he escaped. Throughout it all, they never once looked up. The first thing Izuku did when he got home was rush for the shower. Between the stinking brine of the beach and the trash-filled city streets he had been diving through, he guessed from the disgusted looks he got on the way home that he smelt like a wet dumpster, and he absolutely did not want his mom to know what had happened. Turning the faucet on the shower to full blast, he wasted no time in washing away the evidence of his encounter earlier. As he scrubbed the soles of his feet, the slippery soap-soaked sponge he was holding would occasionally slip from his grasp. Even though hours had passed, his hands were still shaking from excitement. Yet even with his body still pumping with adrenaline, all that was in his mind were the words Weasel had told him about being a hero. His hopes of being a professional hero may have been over the moment he was bitten by that mutated spider, but did that really matter? There are no professional heroes in the slums, there's no money or fame in it, so why would they risk themselves? But I bet someone like me could make a real difference in those people's lives. If I disguised myself, nobody would even know I was down there. He frowned to himself as he noticed an off-putting orange stain on his heel. Redoubling his efforts, he scrubbed harder. Then again, if I put on a costume and head out to fight crime without a license, I'll be a vigilante. If I'm caught, I could end up in prison. He paused and brushed a wet strand of hair out of his face. The stains were finally coming out. It was a good thing he had super strength. On the other hand, I'm already a fugitive. It's not like I can get in any more trouble than I already am. I have so much power. Should I really waste all my strength hiding? I could be saving people. I have a responsibility to do the right thing. I was given these powers for a reason. His feet finally clean, he straightened up and turned off the shower. Stepping out, he went over to the sink and wiped away the thick fog that obscured the mirror. In the reflection, a pale, freckled-faced stranger with wide eyes stared back. A few weeks ago, he would have never believed that the muscled teen he was looking at was himself. Everything was happening so fast, but it didn't feel wrong. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this the smart way. No more messing around. It's not just my life on the line. I have to think about Mom and Dad too. Staring into his reflection's eyes, he made a vow. I don't care about prestige or money. I won't just stand by and let innocent people be put at risk when I have the power to help them. If that makes me a criminal, then so be it. Feeling a swell of emotion, he nodded to himself and the vow was set. No doubt the future would be difficult, and he was probably going to get himself thrown in prison or killed, but from that moment on he was at last what he was born to be, a hero. The somber moment was undone somewhat by his mother's voice calling him from the kitchen. Izubun. Din is done. He groaned and hung his head in embarrassment. Coming, Mom, he replied in a pained voice. His mind made up, Izuku devoted every waking moment outside of school to understanding his powers. He was even able to leverage his position as a mod at the Hero Board website to brainstorm with thousands of other nerds like him the exact limitations and applications that his hypothetical quirk had. From his research, he was able to determine that while he had immense physical strength, speed, agility, and sensory awareness, including his elusive sixth sense, he was still vulnerable to elemental attacks. This was true for most heroes though. It was difficult to fight against someone like Endeavor who could just incinerate you after To that end, he decided that his best strategy was to fight like an ambush predator, like many species of spider incidentally. Using his superior senses and physical abilities, he would get as close to his enemies as possible before rushing them down and pummeling them before they could react. To increase his versatility and make up for his shortcomings, he could make use of gadgets and become a jack of all trades. That was the theory anyway. He had always loved the idea of using gadgets in a fight. When he was a little kid, in lieu of a quirk he used to make devices to help him defeat evildoers. But one day, after accidentally setting fire to his mother's wardrobe, he had been forced to surrender his arsenal and promised to never build any more destructive gadgets again. But now that he was arguably wiser, he was certain that he could come up with something to complement his natural abilities. The only question was, what could he build? He may not have built anything destructive in a while, but he had still tinkered with every piece of usable technology he could get his hands on. On the other hand, for all his technical expertise, he was only 14 years old. In a genuine crisis with lives on the line, could he trust his inventions? Beyond his technical limitations, he wasn't exactly swimming in cash either. He and his mother depended on the income of his father, who worked abroad, to sustain themselves, and although they lived comfortably enough, they still had to manage their means. For the moment, any gadgets he could think of would have to wait. While those worries bounced around in his head, he also had to come up with a suitable costume, which was a welcome distraction, truth be told. Hero fashion was quite popular, and Izuku was more interested than most in how heroes dressed. Playing into his hero fantasies, he had been making his own costumes for years, whether for Halloween or just for the fun of it. True, they were only made of cloth, not the hardened Kevlar and high-strength polymers that proper superhero costumes were made of, and they were never particularly practical, but when it came to design, he was convinced he had good taste. His mom thought so anyway. Bakugo not so much. After a few afternoons spent sketching designs, he at last settled on a red and blue ensemble with a full mask to conceal his identity. He had chosen his costume design based on two primary sources. Firstly, to pay homage to All Might's costume, choosing the same shades that his hero had worn in his Silver Age costume. And secondly, to reference the strange coloration of the spider that had given him his powers in the first place. There was just one small problem. When he was sewing the gloves, he had discovered that he had to use a very thin material in his suit's construction, or else he would lose the ability to crawl up surfaces. Additionally, he needed to have as much movement as possible to make full use of his superior agility. Taking this into account, he was forced to use spandex for his costume. Now, it wasn't unheard of for some heroes to fight in tight bodysuits. It was just that the only heroes that did tended to do so to capitalize on their SEC appeal a la MT Lady or were weirdos. It was a tough call, but after a whole evening of hemming and hawing, he begrudgingly convinced himself that if he wanted to be the best hero he could, he would just have to bite the bullet and use spandex for his costume. What was a little discomfort if it saved his life? If only I had access to a proper workshop, I could build my dream costume. Heat-resistant, electrically grounded, bulletproof. Maybe one day, he thought wistfully as he looked over the concept drawing for his costume. The next day after school, he prepared for a long night of work. After convincing his mother that he was starting on his Halloween costume early, he busied himself with her sewing kit. She was much better at this sort of thing than he was, but he couldn't risk her becoming too familiar with his new suit. Thankfully, because the color scheme matched All Might's, she didn't spare his costume a second glance. After many frustrating hours of work leading into the wee hours of morning, he finally finished. Donning his costume, he examined himself in the mirror. It looks like a pair of red and blue pajamas. But under the circumstances, it's the best I could do. He thought with mild disappointment as he compared his drawing to what he had created. The simpler it is, the easier it will be for me to repair, I guess. As he had feared, the costume clung tightly to his body, outlining his musculature and leaving very little to the imagination. Izuku blushed as he turned and looked at his back. Thank God I'm wearing a mask. He shook his head. He'd just have to get over himself. If all it took to beat him was making fun of his costume, he'd be a goner for sure. Changing out of his costume and hiding it deep in the back of his closet, he climbed into bed. Tomorrow at midnight I'll get started. Izuku watched as the sun slowly rose over Mizutofu. Last night he could barely sleep a wink. Getting out of bed, he had a shower and got dressed. He felt so nervous that he could hardly touch his breakfast. As he pushed his eggs around his plate, his mother looked over at him with concern. "Izu, what's wrong? Are you worried about Bakugo?" she asked. He looked up in surprise. He had completely forgotten that today was the day that Bakugo's suspension ended. "No. I just feel a little sick, I guess." "Well, if anything happens, call me." "Okay." He nodded. "How could I forget about Kaken? I hope he doesn't have any hard feelings." He snorted at the thought. Bakugo was the most stubborn person he had ever known. He would never forget about their little scuffle, of that he was certain. After nervously pacing around his room for a while, he grabbed his backpack and headed out for school. He had no idea how Bakugo would react. He still felt guilty for provoking him that day. The more that he understood his powers, the more he was convinced that if he hadn't redirected his punch, he probably would have killed him. He debated whether or not he should take a different route to school to avoid a confrontation altogether, but he figured that would only make things worse. If Bakugo was going to confront him, it would be better if he did it outside of school property, for both of their sakes. Sure enough, the blonde-haired boy was waiting for him on the sidewalk in front of his house. As he drew close, Bakugo hefted his backpack and fell in step beside him. "Deku!" "Bakugo!" The two walked for a while before Bakugo spoke. "I promised my parents that I would apologize to you. I'm sorry." Bakugo said plainly, clearly not meaning a word. "I'm sorry too. For provoking you, I mean." Izuku returned earnestly. Bakugo's nostrils flared as he exhaled. "It's my fault for letting your dumbass get to me." They resumed walking in silence. For a moment, Izuku started to believe that the worst was over, but then Bakugo spoke again. "Don't think I don't know what you're doing, Deku," he said, looking over at him. What I'm doing?" asked Izuku. "You think that if I lose control, get angry or whatever, I'll do something stupid and be ineligible to attend UA." "Ha! You heard me." Bakugo replied calmly, "You know how to get under my skin better than anyone else, Deku. Well, I'm telling you right now that no matter what you do or say, I will be getting into UA. You can count on it." "Kikken I dash," Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Bakugo, I didn't mean to try and get you expelled or anything. I just wasn't feeling like myself that day, that's all." Bakugo said nothing, so he continued. "Really, I hope you get into UA. You'll do great. I know you will." Bakugo sneered, but didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Izuku, his eyes carefully traveling down his uniform. "What?" Izuku said, sweating slightly. "Since when did you get so fit, Deku? I know you don't work out. All you do is daydream and JRK off to heroes all day." I do too work out," Izuku said quickly, trying his best not to sound too defensive. "I've been working out for a while now." Bakugo looked at him skeptically and Izuku couldn't help but look away. "But trying to compensate for your disability?" Izuku felt a flash of anger. For someone who was apparently committed to avoiding trouble so he could get into UA, Bakugo sure was committed to being in but because you're not the only one who might try to get admitted to UA. Izuku saw Bakugo's temple throb dangerously. The one thing that drove Bakugo into a rage faster than anything else was his refusal to give up his dream of becoming a hero. To Izuku's amazement, however, Bakugo was able to rein himself in. "You don't have a quirk. You can't be a hero. Get over yourself," Bakugo said tersely through clenched teeth. There are other programs at UA. I could enter general education," Izuku said, and Bakugo snorted. "And you need muscles for that. Why exactly? If you were smart, you'd choose a high school that specializes in education, not their hero program, dumbass." Despite himself, Izuku felt his anger well up again. "I could join the support hero program," he said impulsively, and Bakugo glared at him. "Support? Yeah, why not? They have applicants that don't always have combat-applicable quirks. I could build some gadgets and dash. Arg you and your ifing toys. Being a hero isn't like entering a diamond science fair." "We'll see," Izuku muttered, glaring back at Bakugo. The two stopped and faced each other. Bakugo opened his mouth to say something, However, after a moment of intense struggle, he managed to restrain himself. Snapping his jaw shut, he resumed walking, and the two spent the rest of the trip in silence as they headed into school. Class had been strange without Bakugo's imposing presence, but now that he seemed to be ignoring everyone, it felt downright bizarre. To the outside observer, Bakugo was acting like the ideal student. He didn't disrupt class once, and he promptly turned in his homework when asked. He didn't even say anything when Ruriko's phone went off, interrupting him during his English practice. It almost seemed as though he had turned over a new leaf, but Izuku wasn't fooled. He could tell that Bakugo was as angry as ever. Sitting next to him felt like being beside a ticking time bomb. However, to his amazement, the day passed without incident. As soon as school ended, Bakugo immediately packed up his things and left without saying a word to anybody. I hope the next few months pass as smoothly as today did. But I doubt it. Someone or something is going to set Kaken off. It's just a matter of time. Izuku thought grimly as he watched Bakugo disappear through the door. Packing up his things, Izuku started home. Rather than tempt fate on the eve of his big night, he avoided Bakugo's street and went through the alleys instead. Upon arriving home, he attempted to pass the time until midnight, but he was so nervous he could hardly sit still. After finishing his homework and browsing the internet for a while, he gave up and settled back on his bed. As he lay there, he repeated his plans to himself. At midnight, I'll climb out the window and head over to the slums where I first met Weasel. Weasel said something about the area being controlled by some guy named Shocker. He didn't show up tagged in any hero board posts, so he must be some 2-bit gang leader. Seems like the perfect candidate for me to test my strength on. He stretched out on the bed and looked at all his All Might figurines surrounding him. I doubt All Might would approve of what I'm doing. But I can't just sit by while people suffer. If I could, I would go through the proper channels, get my license, and become a pro hero. But thanks to Dr. Akatani, I'm going to have to do what I can as a vigilante. He looked over at his closet where his costume was waiting for him. Suddenly, a different thought entered his mind. What about becoming a support hero? He frowned. He had really only been trying to get under Bakugo's skin. Support heroes worked largely in the background of the hero world, offering repairs, gadgets, and technical expertise to hero agencies while also assisting in disaster response and with the collateral damage caused by villain attacks. Izuku had immense respect for them, but he always wanted to be like All Might, directly helping those in need. Most support heroes worked in a lab or behind a computer screen, far from the front lines. Still, if I were to apply to UA in the support hero program, I would gain access to the means and training to construct my own gadgets and maybe even get a more professional costume. At the same time, I would be working towards a good career path. Support heroes get paid well after all. Lord knows that will make Mom and Dad happy. His train of thought was interrupted by his mother calling him to supper. Pushing the thoughts about UA out of his mind, he went to the dinner table. Izuku stood stock still by his door, listening carefully. From the sound of his mother's breathing, he guessed she was asleep. Donning the plain gray backpack he had bought at a thrift store to contain his costume, he tiptoed over to his window. Sliding the glass pane back, he tentatively crawled outside. Clinging to the exterior wall of the building, he quickly started to scurry towards the ground. Though he didn't live in a high-rise, he was still several stories above street level. For some reason, heights didn't bother him anymore. He knew he should be scared out of his wits crawling down a building with nothing but his fingers and feet keeping him from falling to his death, but he had such a good grip and such a keen sense of balance that vertigo and fear of heights didn't even enter his mind. Additionally, his sixth sense was telling him that he was perfectly safe on the side of the building, and he had learned to trust those instincts. Upon reaching the ground, he furtively glanced around the block to see if he was noticed. It was late enough that the street was empty, but he knew that would change as he left the peaceful residential neighborhoods. Muzutafu was a big city, and downtown there was always traffic. After hearing and seeing nothing, he drew his hood over his head and started to jog. Keeping to the shadows as best he could, he made his way to the subway station, and after a short train ride he entered the slums. The streets were quiet as he neared the alley he had first met Weasel. Occasionally he would see a cluster of people, usually young men, walking together. Every time they drew close, Izuku's heart would race as they passed, but each time nothing would happen and he would scold himself for being too paranoid, but he couldn't help himself. He was out of his element and he found himself thinking that the natives could smell an outsider like him coming a mile. But eventually he decided that he was in far enough, and he ducked into an empty alleyway to change into his costume. Once he had slipped on his mask, he stuffed his casual clothes in his backpack and crawled up to the roof of a pawnshop. Stashing it, he was reasonably sure that no one would find his stuff. Looking around, he regarded the shabby buildings and city streets before him. So, now what? Tuning in his ears to his surroundings, all he could hear was the sounds of distant traffic and electrical humming. I should find some people. Running and leaping across the rooftops, he eventually heard a scuffling sound coming from an alleyway. Peering below, he saw a pair of homeless people picking through a dumpster. My first couple of nights are probably going to be pretty slow, thought Izuku, lifting his eyes to study the skyline. He sighed as he watched a distant helicopter flying over the highway above a line of flashing emergency vehicles. I'm in over my head. I should find some sort of criminal statistics map of the city. Pulling out his phone, he was about to search for crime hotspots when he heard voices coming from the street below. All right, let's get going. I don't want to be the last guy coming in the room, said a man's voice. Claw still said? Asked a second man. Yeah. He's walking around with 3 shots in his pocket. Motherfucker's crazy. Izuku quickly ducked down and crept to the edge of the roof. Coming out of a convenience store were 2 young men with bottles in their hands. As Izuku looked at them, he felt his back twitch. Claw sounds like it could be a villain name. Watching the 2 from across the street, Izuku leapt from rooftop to rooftop, keeping pace with the men as he eavesdropped. Yo, if the cops frisk him when he's carrying that sheet, he'll be slapped with a mandatory life sentence. Whatever. It's his butt. I just want this done with. After, you wanna come with me to Polecats? Sure. The pair's conversation continued as they walked for a few blocks. Izuku barely understood a word they were saying, though he tried to remember as much of it as he could. Before long they stopped before a run-down-looking apartment building. Ringing the buzzer, they entered, slamming the bar door rattling shut behind them. Izuku studied the building. There was no rooftop access and all of the windows except one near the top was boarded up with plywood. Bracing his legs, he leapt across the street. Landing lightly on the roof, he crawled over the edge of the building and to the open window. Slipping in, he immediately understood why the window was left open. Inside was perhaps the smelliest, dirtiest, most foul bathroom of all time. Even though he was clinging to the ceiling, he felt unclean. Holding his breath, he pressed his ear to the wall of the washroom and listened for any movement. He could hear faint voices talking, but he didn't hear anyone in the hallway. Still hanging onto the ceiling, he carefully opened the door and poked his head outside. The bathroom was at the end of the hallway. Between himself and the stairs on the opposite end there were 2 doors. As he considered his next move, he heard heavy footsteps climbing up the stairs. Drawing his head back, he waited. From out in the hall he heard a door open. "You're late," said a gravelly voice irritably. "Come in and sit down." The 2 men entered and shut the door behind them. I've definitely heard that voice before. Izuku remembered the man with the clawed hand from when he saved Weasel. These guys must work for Claw. Or maybe they work for the guy Weasel mentioned. Shocker? I need more information. I should go in for a closer look. Dropping down to the stained carpet below, Izuku followed the sounds to the closest door. Sweating profusely, he grabbed the door handle and slowly turned. Once the door was open a crack, he peered inside. There were 3 men sitting on a couch, smoking and drinking while they watched a muted television. Izuku didn't recognize any of them. So if I'm right about that guy from the alley with a rough voice being Claw, and those 2 guys from the street are in there too, there are at least 6 people in that room. I don't know if I could handle even 1 guy, let alone 6. While Izuku crouched down by the door, the man with the gravely voice spoke. All right, count time. Who's short? I'm shy 40, said one of the men on the couch. Oh? The speaker was clearly unimpressed. Yeah, I don't think I got a good spot. How am I supposed to advertise when I'm under that overpass? Cops and sheet driving by dash. You don't need to advertise. The stuff sells itself. Well yeah, but it's not like there isn't competition. Let me set up by that club on 80th. You go over there, it's your butt. That Neanderthal knuckle-duster goes there time to time, and if he catches you, you'll be breathing through a tube. The man with the gravelly voice paused. Look, you're short 40 this week. Next week you owe me 160. The man shook his head, muttering under his breath. Hey, money goes up. You're short to me, so I'm short to Shocker. I'm covering for you for now. But next week, you better have my 160. The man on the couch said nothing, so the gravelly-voiced man continued. Now, any word on that green-haired punk? The men on the couch looked at each other. Claw man, he's long gone, said a man Izuku couldn't see, but he recognized his voice as belonging to one of the pair he tailed. Yeah, said the other member of the pair, he's probably just some spazzed-out junkie. Hell, I get 10 or 15 a week coming to me with green-black hair. Claw snarled, I say find him, so you find him. You know how it makes us look, getting rolled on by some Mowgli-looking fucker? Hayes is still in the hospital, for Christ's sake. If these trigger freakers start thinking they can just take what they want, we're going to have a civil war on our hands. I can't be making you your 160 while also looking around for some fiend. Then have one of your boys check the schools. Dark green hair, green eyes, freckles, dash. Izuku gulped. He's got a speed-related quirk. Ask around. Someone has to know something. Got it? Good. There was some mumbling of discontent, but everyone rose all the same. As Izuku heard them approach the doorway, he quickly leapt up and scurried back to the bathroom. After a moment he heard the door in the hallway swing open. As Claw's goons traipsed out, Izuku stealthily crawled out the window and back to the rooftop. Looking down, he saw 5 men walk out the apartment. They broke off into 2 groups and headed off in different directions. These guys seem like small fry. I should wait and follow Claw. After a moment, he saw a 6th man exit the apartment. From his leather jacket, Izuku recognized him as the man he slapped the day he saved Weasel. That has to be Claw. The man walked over to a parked SUV and entered it. Its engine starting, Izuku watched as it pulled out into the street. He hesitated for a second before taking off in pursuit. Running along the rooftops, he tried his best to keep up with the driving car. Every so often he would have to leap across the street as the SUV turned or crawl alongside a building too tall for him to leap over, but he managed to keep his eyes on his target. After a short drive, the SUV stopped in front of a nondescript, dull gray, brick building. Exiting his vehicle, Claw walked inside. How can I get in there? Izuku wondered as he studied the building. There were no windows and he could only see one door. Looking on the rooftop, he noticed large ventilation S connected to a rusted-out AC system. Jumping over to the roof, he examined the vents. They were just large enough for him to crawl into. This is crazy. I feel like I'm in an action movie, he thought as he popped the vent covering off. Wiggling his way inside, the vent buckled noisily under his weight. Wincing at the sound, he crawled forward on his hands and fingers in an attempt to spread his body weight out as much as possible. Unfortunately, the interior of the air duct was covered in a thick layer of dust, and he was quickly covered. I hope spandex is machine washable, he thought as he stifled a sneeze. Eventually he came by a grated opening. Peering through, he saw that he was in some sort of warehouse. Below him was a concrete floor lined with industrial steel shelving filled with cardboard boxes. In the center of the room, a group of men were sitting around a table. Beside each one was a pile of boxes filled with stuffed animals. Izuku watched as the men grabbed the stuffed animals, tore into them, and extracted a small white packet from the body of each one. They would then place the packet into a waiting tray while tossing the stuffed toy into a giant heap on the floor. Is that Trigger? Trigger was the latest drag craze that was sweeping across Japan. When consumed, it boosted a person's quirk to far higher levels than what they had normally. However, there were many adverse side effects. Apart from being highly addictive, it also reduced your ability to make rational decisions, blackened your tongue, caused sores in the mouth and body, and if the cheesy anti-rug PSAs were to be believed, you could even lose your quirk completely if you used it long enough. Trigger was nasty business, but it was worth its weight in gold. Judging by the sheer volume of white packets that he could see, he had just discovered a veritable gold mine. There must be tens of millions of yen worth of drags on that table. As he shifted to get a better look, he felt the vent shudder a little and he felt back of his head start tingling. Careful now. I doubt this vent was designed to hold a 14-year-old. As he watched, he heard a door on the other side of the room open and Claw entered. Walking around the giant mound of discarded toys, Claw approached a costumed man who was supervising the operation. He was wearing a suit of dull yellow metal armor that was crisscrossed with a grid of diagonal black lines. His face was obscured by a full helmet with a face mask. The mask was featureless except for two white lenses which served as his eyes. In his crossed arms, Izuku saw that he was wearing some sort of gauntlets. The air around them appeared to shimmer, like a mirage. The man turned from the workers. "Claw," he said in an even, deep voice, "were there any complications?" "No, boss. Everything's going smoothly enough," Claw said, passing a thick yellow envelope to the costumed man. "Was Fune short again?" asked the costumed man, weighing the envelope in his hands. "Yes. I gave him another week to make up the difference." The costumed man nodded. This will be his last chance. Izuku felt a shiver run up his spine as the costumed man dropped the envelope on the table. "One more thing, I heard you've been having your crew chase after that boy who ambushed you in Haze." Claw stiffened and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Can't let people think we're weak. If someone puts a hand on you's dash." "Let it go," interrupted the armored man coolly. "I want you and your people focused on making money, not running after some junkie." "But Weasel dash. Weasel is a degenerate. Sooner or later he'll show up with some new scam and we'll deal with him then. But this kid you're chasing? He's probably already OD'd in a vacant somewhere." "Boss, with all due respect, Hayes won't be back on his feet for another month. If we don't make an effort to look after our own, then we're just making ourselves vulnerable. Risk comes with the territory. Nobody's died, nothing was even stolen. The only way people will know that anything happened is if you go around asking questions. I do not want anybody to think dash." Before he could continue, however, he was interrupted by a man bursting into the room. "Shocker," the man shouted. "What is it?" said the man in the yellow costume. "Boss, we just heard that the 8 precepts are calling for a meeting." "When?" Shocker asked, uncrossing his arms, a tone of alarm in his voice. "Right now. Speed Demon is already there. He's dash." Before the man could finish, Shocker was moving to the door. "Claw, clean up here and see that this gets distributed to the safe houses. Once it's done, stay here until you hear from me." A second later, Izuku heard the door slam shut. Sighing, Claw grabbed a chair and sat by the table in front of the mountain of drags. "I should keep working my way up the ladder. That Shocker guy seemed like he was important. I'll have to hurry if I want to catch up to him. I'll just twist around here." As Izuku contorted himself, he suddenly felt the vent shudder and jerk downwards. "My weight isn't distributed enough. If I can just..." The vent shook again and Izuku heard alarmed shouts from the warehouse below. "Oh!" At that the entire vent lurched and fell from the ceiling. Before it could hit the floor, Izuku dove, flying out of the plummeting vent and landing in the pile of disemboweled toys. With a crash, the vent collapsed into the warehouse floor, knocking over some of the loaded shelves and showering the room in decades-old plaster. Loose debris still falling from the ceiling, Izuku clambered his way out of the pile. The thugs all looked at him, mouths open in surprise. "I've gained a bit of weight recently," Izuku admitted sheepishly. "Kill him," screamed Claw as he transformed his hands into sharp blades. While the rest of the smugglers were still recovering, Izuku moved to engage Claw. Closing the distance before Claw could react, Izuku kicked the man in the stomach, knocking him backwards. Smashing into the table, he was flung into 2 thugs who all collapsed into a miming heap. Swearing and shouting, the other thugs rushed forward. Time seemed to slow for Izuku as he looked at his oncoming foes. One of the thugs was puffing up his cheeks as though to spit on him, 3 others had their toy slicing knives in their hands and were charging him, and the remaining 2 seemed to be hanging back. Izuku pounced. Jumping on the thug with the inflated cheeks first, He gripped the man with his right hand and punched him in the face with left. The thug's shirt tore free as he was knocked down, his mouth spewing steaming hot salvia. Exclaimed Izuku in disgust, as he ducked beneath the scalding hot spit. Turning on his heels, he faced the other two thugs that were hanging back. One was creating a ball of what looked like tar in his hands while the other was sprouting a spiky protrusion from his palm. Dashing between them, he slammed their heads together, knocking them both unconscious. Just 3 left. The 3 thugs were whirling on their feet, knives in hand, trying to follow his movements. Before they could get a fix on his position, Izuku pounced again. With a kick to the chest, he sent one flying backwards and into a cardboard box-filled shelf. The other 2 rushed to face him, but Izuku was too fast. With a punch apiece, they were sent tumbling across the floor. Izuku spun around the room. All of his enemies were sprawled on the concrete, miming unconscious. He put a gloved hand to his chest. His heart was thumping like a jackhammer. Blood pounding in his ears, he took a few gulping breaths. Don't lose focus, Izuku. First, I need to secure the perps. Reaching into his leg pocket with trembling hands, he grabbed a handful of zip ties that he had bought at the hardware store. Going over to each thug, he took their cell phone and wallet, before tying their hands behind their back. The last person he approached was Claw. As Izuku reached down to grab his hands, he suddenly felt his 6th sense go crazy. In that instant, Claw flexed his razor-tipped fingers and suddenly slashed at him. Without thinking, Izuku sidestepped the attack before countering with a punch to Claw's chin, knocking him out cold. Izuku stood motionless over the unconscious man before he groaned. I should have left one standing to interrogate. Securing Claw as best he could with his zip ties, Izuku confiscated his phone and wallet, then heaped it with all the others. Now, what exactly was going on here? Looking through the criminals' wallets, Izuku was surprised to see that besides cash, condoms, and strip club membership cards, there was no ID to be found. Flipping through their phones was much the same. Not even their text messages had any information about their gang, or it was in a code he didn't recognize. Walking over to the table, he inspected the small baggies filled with white powder. This might not be trigger now that I think about it. Maybe this is cane or something. I wish I knew how to tell the difference. Amidst the baggies, trays, and torn animals, he spotted the cash-filled yellow envelope that Claw had delivered to Shocker. With barely contained excitement, he grabbed the envelope and turned it over. Tumbling out the end were 5 thick wads of bills. His jaw dropped at the sight. He had never seen so much money. Quickly, he swept the cash back into the envelope. What should I do with this? Izuku thought about all the expenses he had been accumulating. I sure could use a cash injection right about now. If I were to take this, I could invest in a better costume, maybe even buy some materials and make some gadgets. And there is so much here. A new clock and a pair of shoes wouldn't be asking for too much either, right? Just as he was about to stuff the envelope into his pocket, he felt a twang of guilt. This isn't like winning the lottery. This is drag money. How many people suffered over this? How many people died? If I take this, how could I call myself a hero? Shaking his head, he dropped the envelope back to the floor. He didn't need dirty money. Seeing as how nobody can talk, I should search for some clues. I guess? Maybe I can discover where they get this stuff. Izuku paced around the warehouse. He wasn't sure what he was looking for exactly, but any information he could get about the gang or their leader was a start. Examining the cardboard boxes, he couldn't find any shipping invoices, receipts, or any clue whatsoever as to where the drag-filled animals had come from. There was a backroom office, but all he found was some dusty old porno mags, a loaded handgun, and a bottle of gin. My time is almost up. I'd better call the police and get out of here. After glancing around the place one last time, he snatched up Claw's phone before going over to the main entrance. Opening the door just enough so he could poke his head outside, he looked out into the abandoned street and listened. For all the excitement that had just happened, the streets outside seemed perfectly calm. Darting across the street and climbing up to a neighboring rooftop, he took out Claw's cell phone and called the police. 911 emergency response. Hi. I discovered a cache of drags and stuff and I was wanting to report it to the police. Izuku said, trying to disguise his voice as best he could. The dispatcher was silent for a moment. Just one moment please, I'm going to transfer you to the narcotics division. Oh, the dash, Izuku was cut off. The other phone line was already ringing. Scratching his leg, he looked down at his costume. This material itches. It's probably from all that dust in the vents. I hope I don't have to hand wash this. That would sue. Suddenly a woman's voice spoke through the phone. Hello, this is Detective Naruku speaking, Muzutafu Narcotics Division. How may I be of assistance? Izuku hastily cleared his throat and put on as gruff a voice as he could. Yes, I discovered a drag cache and I want to, report it? The detective was silent for a moment, and on the other end of the line he heard a drawer open and a pen click. Name. This is an anonymous tip, he said breathlessly. He heard the scribbling of pen on paper. Okay, location? The drags are at 83rd Street. It's a gray, brick warehouse with no windows. He heard more writing. Would you be willing to meet with a police officer at or nearby to the scene? At this time you would not need to divulge any personnel information or dash. No thank you. I've said everything I need to say, he said quickly. Heart pounding, he mashed the hang-up button. Once the call was confirmed ended, he let out a loud breath of relief. Get a grip, Dave. Checking the time, he set the phone down on the roof. 3:30 a.m. already. I need to wrap this up. It will take me at least 45 minutes to get home. If the cops don't get here in the next 10 minutes, I'll have to bail. Minutes passed, but there was no sign of the police. While he was sitting on the rooftop, he suddenly saw the warehouse door bust open. Crouching low, he watched in disbelief as his prisoners escaped. Stumbling and cursing, Claw and the others exited. Looking around wildly while they cradled their wounds, they each walked off in separate directions. Izuku gritted his teeth and punched his knee. Damn it. How did they get free so fast? I was so careful. Maybe one of them has a quirk that I didn't know about. He could only watch helplessly as his prisoners scattered. Where were the police? Did they not believe him, or did they not care? He checked the time again. 15 minutes had passed since he had dialed. Shaking his head, he set the phone down on the rooftop and started to run back to where he had stashed his clothes. Next time. The sun was already rising as he entered his apartment. Carefully closing the door behind him, he walked over to his bedroom and shut the door. Sitting on his bed, he considered everything that had just happened. That went almost flawlessly. If Claw and those goons hadn't escaped, I'm sure I would have made a major dent in Shocker's operation. I wonder if the police ever showed up to collect the evidence? Even if they didn't, at least I took apart a distribution center. As he thought about his prisoners escaping, he remembered the yellow envelope full of money. No doubt they took the money with them before they left. Maybe I should have taken that cash after all. He briefly reconsidered his decision before shaking his head. No, I did the right thing. Taking dirty money is a slippery slope. Besides, how would I ever explain where I got the cash? Mom would find out eventually. I might be penniless, but at least I've got my integrity. Changing into his pajamas, he stashed his costume in an old shoebox before laying back in his bed. It was Saturday, so he didn't have to worry about getting ready for school. He let himself relax as he considered everything that had happened. He thought back to what he had heard Shocker say. Who was Speed Demon? What was the 8 precepts? Why were they meeting? Truthfully, he hadn't learned much, but still. Considering how this was his first time donning the costume, he felt he would have done All Might himself proud. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. His dreams filled with cheesy one-liners and hapless villains. Izuku spent the next 2 months trying to juggle his school life with his newfound responsibility as a vigilante. In the beginning, he had just went out twice a week, once on Fridays and once on Saturdays. But as time went on and he started to learn the streets and piece together the situation on the ground, he started to venture out on Sundays. Then on Mondays. Then Tuesdays. Now he was going out almost every night. While his spider powers may have granted him incredible endurance, not even his enhanced physical condition could salvage his sleep schedule. For the life of him, he couldn't stay awake. At home, he spent most of his time sleeping, waking only for meals, which caused his mother to worry that he was sick. To try and throw her off his scent, he had told her that his exhaustion was caused by his new exercise regime. He didn't like lying to her, But what other choice did he have? School was even worse. Before he got his powers, he had spent the majority of his time in class daydreaming, rousing himself only to turn in his homework or answer the teacher's questions. He never had to try to get top grades anyway, so what was the point? Nowadays, though, instead of daydreaming, he would fall asleep from exhaustion. Needless to say, Mr. Tamaniji was not pleased, but Izuku argued that as long as he kept his grades up, there was no cause for worry. In the end, he was able to get away with his light napping more often than not. This drove Bakugo almost to the breaking point with rage, but somehow, he managed to restrain himself. He never once acted on his impulses, no matter how many times Izuku fell asleep in front of him. It was actually kind of impressive. One day, as Izuku was dozing off in his seat, something Mr. Tamaniji said penetrated into his fog-like mind. "Your high school entrance exams will be next week." With a start, Izuku perked up. Blinking, he pinched the bridge of his nose and shook himself awake. Did he say next week? Now, as I'm sure you know, these exams will determine what school you will be attending for the next 3 years of your life. They will determine in large part what high school you go to, what university you can attend, which will in turn affect what your employment options are. Mr. Tamaniji looked around the room with an evil smile on his face. "Oh yes. We will see, won't we? Who makes the cut?" he simpered as he gazed down at Ruriko. She lowered her phone and gulped as he leered at her. After a few awkward seconds, Mr. Tamaniji appeared to regain control of himself. Coughing into his elbow, he straightened and continued on as though nothing had happened. "Anyway, today I want you all to fill out this form and indicate where you would prefer to attend. Bear in mind that certain schools, such as the hero programs at UA, have secondary testing that must be met after you have already met the general academic prerequisites. A high score alone will not guarantee entry," he said, looking over at Bakugo and Izuku. As he passed out the forms, Izuku started to panic. It wasn't about the test itself, he was going to ace that, but about what school he would attend. He had been so wrapped up in his nightlife that he hadn't even considered his future. He remembered what he had said to Bakugo about joining the hero support program. He had entertained the thought, but that was before he had committed himself as a vigilante. They would work him hard. He probably wouldn't have the time to patrol anymore if he attended UA. Mr. Tamaniji walked past, passing him a form. Izuku looked at it uncertainly. Once Mr. Tamaniji moved on, he felt Bakugo lean forward behind him. "Don't even think about it, Deku," hissed Bakugo in his ear. "It isn't some stupid game or fantasy of yours. Just give up." Izuku twirled his pen in his hand. "Thank you, Kaken. You just made my choice so much easier." Izuku wrote, "UA High School Hero Support Program." Izuku sensed Bakugo craning his neck to see what he had written, but he blocked him. Marching past his babbling classmates, he stopped in front of Mr. Tamaniji's desk and handed him the form. He glanced down at the paper and looked up at Izuku. "Are you serious?" he asked in a tired voice. "Yes, I am," Izuku replied, his voice full of conviction. Mr. Tamaniji just rolled his eyes. "You know, when I was your age he began, but Izuku quickly interrupted him. "Also, I was wondering if I could talk with the principal about this. I want to ask her something." Mr. Tamaniji put his finger up to his temple and stared at him. Izuku stood his ground, his jaw set and his shoulders back. "Fine," he said disdainfully, "return to your seat. We can speak with Principal Susaina together after class." Izuku walked back to his desk, a bounce in his step. Ignoring the stare that Bakugo was giving him, he sat down, his heart racing. Once school ended, Izuku collected his wearily complaining teacher and together they entered the cramped office of Principal Susaina. Seated behind her desk, she was busily clicking away on her computer. Izuku could tell from the reflection in the window that she was playing solitaire. Badly, if that was even possible. "Mr. Midoriya, what brings you to my office today?" asked the principal with false enthusiasm, not even sparing him a glance. "Principal Susaina, I wanted to talk with you about the high school entranceway exam," Izuku said, taking a seat in front of her desk. "Oh, that's right. The exams are next week, are they not?" Study, she said. She seemed completely uninterested. Why yes? I was hoping I could get a special recommendation from you for my high school application. I want to attend UA. Mr. Tamaniji snorted and Izuku saw Principal Susaina's eyebrows raise slightly. A faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Turning from her game, she looked at him and feigned interest. Oh, well, I certainly applaud your ambition to attend UA. It's a fine school. Mr. Tamaniji, do you think he can make it? Mr. Tamaniji shifted his feet. Yes, he said in a pained voice. He has top marks. I'm sure he can qualify into their general education program with little difficulty. Oh, that's wonderful. Principal Susaina said jovially before resuming her game. It seems as though you don't need my help then. Good for you. Now if there was nothing else? I don't plan on attending general education. I want to join the support hero course. Principal Susaina shot Mr. Tamaniji a sharp glance. Izuku couldn't see his expression clearly in the window's reflection, but he definitely mouthed something. The principal sighed. Taking her hand off the computer mouse, she at last gave him her full attention. It is admirable to set the bar high for yourself. However, in light of your condition, I'm afraid that your participation in the hero program is impossible. Izuku took a deep breath. This was going to be difficult. Ma'am, I am aware that. The hero program is inaccessible, but the support program isn't. Many support heroes don't have combat-applicable quirks. I think that I could qualify based on my academic achievements and my fitness. Your fitness, she said skeptically looking him over. Mr. Midoriya, are you a member of the track and field club? No. Are you a member of any of our sports teams? Not currently, no. Then I'm afraid I cannot recommend you without any extracurricular achievement I can point to as being a notable accomplishment, she said, shrugging slightly. Izuku felt his temper flare at her casual disregard. Didn't she realize what this meant to him? Ma'am, I think you misunderstand, he said, carefully keeping his voice even. I've been training myself for the last year after school, specifically for this purpose. I need to attend UA. Principal Susaina pursed her lips. I don't mean to parse words with you, Izuku, so allow me to make myself clear. I cannot recommend a student on an extracurricular activity unless it has some basis in one of our mandated school programs. Perhaps you should have thought of this earlier instead of waiting until the entranceway exams were only a week away. I need to rethink my approach. She doesn't give a damn about me or my dreams. Maybe I could offer her something. Principal Susaina, I think this could really benefit us both if I get admitted to UA. She laughed. Really? I mean, of course it benefits all of us, I'm sure, but dash. No. I mean you specifically. Izuku said, leaning forward. Think about it. You could be the principal of the first quirkless student to attend UA's support hero program. I'm definitely going to qualify for UA based on my academic performance. And you may not believe it, but I am in great shape. Whatever physical examination they have, I can clear easily. Even without a quirk. I just need a little something extra to make me more visible to the selection committee at UA. That's all. What have you got to lose? She let out an amused snort. As I said, because you have not participated in one of our school programs, I cannot endorse you. I'm sorry. Well, how about we make one up? Izuku said impulsively. The principal chuckled. Mr. Midoriya, I think that dash. No, wait. Hear me out. Izuku said, a faint note of desperation creeping into his voice. How about I take the standardized fitness test, he said, snapping his fingers. Base your recommendation on that. If I pass with flying colors, then you can say I was a part of your fitness program. My fitness program? She repeated skeptically. Yeah. I can say you pushed me to succeed or something. It's win-win. You'll look really progressive and forward-thinking or whatever, and I can make it into UA. Principal Susaina scrunched her face as she regarded him. Izuku remained still with bated breath while she thought it over. After a moment she looked over at Mr. Tamaniji, then back to Izuku. In the interest of the school, I've decided to allow you dash. Mr. Tamaniji groaned and Izuku felt his heart leap in his chest. To attempt the standardized fitness exam. If you achieve an exceptional score, I will write you your recommendation. In spite of himself, Izuku felt his eyes water, and he broke out into a broad grin. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down, he stammered, choking up as he spoke. Principal Susaina recoiled slightly, uncomfortable at his sudden display of emotion. She hated dealing with children. Very good then. Off you go, she said stiffly, shooing him away with her hands. Izuku couldn't help but break out into a wide smile. Wiping his face on his sleeve, he exited her office before she could reconsider. As Izuku walked home that day, he thought about how he could complete the standardized fitness test well enough to be considered exceptional but not so well as to appear superhuman. The most difficult part will be the running test. If I remember correctly, there is one endurance test and one sprinting test. I'll need to carefully pace myself. I should go practice tonight. I'll need to get the timing down. He stifled a yawn as he walked up the stairs to his apartment. He had been awake for the last 18 hours and it was going to be a long night. Unlocking his apartment door, he walked inside. Welcome home, Izuku. How was your day? His mom asked, sitting up from the couch and muting the television. Hi, Mom. Today was great. You know how the high school entranceway exams are coming up? Well, I selected UA as my first choice. His mother's face went pale and he froze. I should have brought this up more tactfully. But I had to tell her some time. Really? UA? What do you think are your chances? She asked, a strained look on her face. Pretty good, I think. I've got the grades after all. Do you think that without a quirk? Oh, I'm not entering the hero course, Mom. I know that I wouldn't get in without a quirk. It's okay though. She looked at him in shock before bursting into tears. Rushing to him, she dove into his arms, crying into his chest. Sputtered Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry, Izu. I know how much you always wanted to be a hero. I wish there was something I could do, or if I could have done something different. It's okay, Mom, said Izuku, tentatively patting his mother's back. Really? Besides, there are more ways to be a hero than having my pro-hero license. Oh, I know, Izu. You have a good heart. You could help people in lots of ways. You could be a Dr. Dash, she began, but Izuku cut her off. No, Mom, it's not that. Here goes nothing. Decided to enroll in the support hero course instead. Well, she said, pushing herself back so she could look at him. I'm enrolling in the support hero program. A lot of support heroes work in labs or in hero design agencies, making gadgets and costumes and things. You know how I've always liked building stuff. Izuku stood there awkwardly as his mother slowly recovered. After dabbing at her eyes with her sweater, she looked into his eyes searchingly. But what about a quirk? Do you think you could get in? Maybe. I asked Principal Susaina for a special fitness recommendation. I'm hoping that if I can outperform the average student's fitness level sufficiently, I'll be able to argue that I can handle whatever challenges they have. Oh, I hope so, Izu. How can I help you? Can I make you anything or dash? No, Mom, I'm fine. I've just got to do exceptionally well on the fitness test, and I'll get the recommendation. When are you taking the test? I'm not sure. I'll probably have to ask Mr. Ijime tomorrow. He frowned slightly. Of all the teachers at Aldra Junior High, the gym teacher, Mr. Ijime was the worst. He had always treated him with contempt because he was quirkless. I'm sure you'll do fine. You've worked so hard already. I wish your father could, well anyway. Here, let me make you supper. He watched as his mother busied herself around the kitchen. Walking over to the couch, he sat down and started flipping through the channels. I'm exhausted. As soon as I eat, I think I'll call it a day. Oh, by the way, Izuku, I received a letter today from the doctor's office. He felt the hairs on the back of his head stand on end. Oh? What did it say? He said, trying his best to sound unconcerned. Apparently there is a new flu strain going around. It says that if you don't have a quirk, you are at a much higher risk for infection. It's been a while since you went to the doctor anyway. When are you free? I can take you after school. Izuku's mind raced. If it's just an immunization, why do I have this terrible feeling? My instincts have never been wrong before. Just to play it safe, I should refuse. But Mom will likely insist. Well, right now I'm busy studying for the entrance exams. Maybe I can do it later? I don't feel sick at all, Mom. But you've been sleeping so much. It's not normal, even if you have been exercising a lot. Well, I need to study though. Izu, it'll take 20 minutes, she said exasperatedly. I'll think about it. Just, don't book anything, okay? I'm doing fine right now and I don't want to be distracted. She let out a disapproving sigh, but she let the matter drop. Soon after she had dinner ready. Here, come eat while it's hot. You need your energy if you're going to be doing fitness tests now too. How are you sleeping, Izuku? I don't wonder if you spend too much time on your computer. After dinner, Izuku told his mom he had to study and excused himself to his room. Locking his door, he donned his sleeping mask and earplugs and went to bed. After sleeping a solid 5 hours, he awoke and prepared for his nightly excursion. Grabbing his costume and stuffing it in his backpack, he covertly snuck out the apartment while his mom was distracted on the phone. He used to wait until midnight before he left for his crime fighting, but he soon realized that even criminals sleep and there was less activity in the dead of the night. After making his way down to the street, he drew his hoodie tight and jogged down to the subway station. An hour later, he was clambering over a series of rusted metal gas pipes that ran haphazardly across the rooftop of a tumble-down dinner. Some members of the Eastsiders could usually be found eating a late supper here, and he wanted to know if there was any new word of the beef between them and Speed Demon. From what he had been able to piece together, Shocker and Speed Demon were crime bosses operating in the slums and each had control of their own gang. Apparently, they used to run in the same group of villains, the Sinister Six, before Speed Demon left the group. Shortly after, the Sinister Six was broken up when their leader and all the other members besides Shocker was arrested. Ever since then, he had been operating on his own, dealing mostly in drugs supplied by a Yakuza group calling itself the 8 Precepts of Death. Shocker and Speed Demon were in the middle of a war over territory to distribute the drugs, including Trigger. While they were both supplied Trigger by the same source, Speed Demon was using his chemical expertise to modify the drag to produce a more pleasurable high, driving business away from Shocker and his gang. To compensate for this, Shocker quickly attacked and captured as much of Speed Demon's territory as he could hold. In exchange for the recipe from modified Trigger, Shocker offered to return Speed Demon's territory. Naturally, Speed Demon refused, and this led to a series of skirmishes between the two gangs that had been ongoing for the past year. Neither side had the strength to destroy the other, and neither side was willing to back down either. This had resulted in multiple murders and many more assaults across the slums this year alone. Izuku figured that if they couldn't take each other out, then it was up to him to bring them both down. Dropping down to the alley behind the restaurant, he snuck up to the open kitchen window and peered inside. As usual, the sweaty cook had his radio blaring while he clumsily danced around the stove. Hoisting himself up by his arms, Izuku deftly swung into the kitchen. Taking tiny steps, he tiptoed over to the counter separating the kitchen from the dining area and poked his head in just enough so he could see who was in tonight. He recognized a couple of street-level guys, but none of Shocker's lieutenants. Disappointed, he retreated. Sneaking out the way he had come, he crawled up a nearby tenement building to plan his next move. It's a pretty slow night tonight. Maybe I should head in early. Although I guess I could figure out the timing on my fitness run for Mr. Ijime. I'm sure I can find an empty lot or something around here. Jumping off the tenement, he went off in search of a clearing in the midst of the concrete jungle of the slums. Passing beneath the flickering yellow streetlights, a teenage girl and her father were walking at a brisk pace. The girl had brown hair cut in a shoulder-length bob and was wearing jeans and a faded red t-shirt. The man walking alongside her was wearing a button-up, paint-stained plaid shirt and worn jeans. The man had his arm around the girl's shoulders, and the two hardly spared a glance at the squalor around them as they talked. "You didn't have to escort me home, Dad. I could have gotten home by myself," said the girl reproachfully. "Nonsense. It's no problem. I'm happy to walk you back, no matter how late you stay at the library," said the man. "Well, I just hope this isn't making your job too difficult," she said with concern. The man waved his free hand dismissively. "It's fine, Achiko. How did the studying go? Did you get a lot done?" "Not enough, I think." Achiko said nervously. I did some mock tests today and I didn't score very well. She ummed. The exam is next week, I'm doomed. Her father laughed. He had heard all this before. I wouldn't worry so much. You're a bright girl, much smarter than you give yourself credit for, you'll see. I'm sure you'll qualify for UA. She wasn't convinced. The more she thought about the entranceway exams, the more she wanted to throw up. Every year junior high seniors across Japan would write the exams in the hopes of attending the best schools they could, and UA was the most competitive school in the country. The worst part was that this test was only to qualify to apply at UA. Assuming she qualified, she would need to write another test plus pass a practical exam to make it into the hero program. I don't know, Dad. I heard there's a lot of math on the entranceway exams. You've been studying night and day for the last month. I know you'll do fine. If anything, you're working too hard. She mumbled indistinctly in response. Everything her father was saying was going in one ear and out the other. Right now, her head was filled with equations, formulas, famous dates, and historic peoples. Continuing down the sidewalk, the pair passed by a brightly lit convenience store. Her father stopped outside the door. Hey, I know. Seeing as how you've been working so hard, how about we celebrate with a treat? Come on, I'll get you something. Achiko perked up. It had been a while since she had something sweet. Oh, okay, sure. Walking into the corner store, he and his reinvigorated daughter started to browse the selection of baked goodies available, totally unaware of the armed men that had just parked outside. Maybe I should just head back to my neighborhood, thought Izuku as he ran through the congested alleyway. There's nowhere to practice around here. The park had been full of used needles and broken glass, and Izuku didn't like his sixth sense going berserk every other step. Running up the side of a high-rise, he jumped onto the adjacent building's rooftop. Landing with a roll, he resumed his pace overtop the myriad of pawnshops, bail bondsmen, and vacant storefronts. I suppose I could call it an early night. If I grab my casual clothes now, I might be able to go for a jog before school. Suddenly he heard muted shouting coming from below. Coming to a skidding halt against the tarred rooftop, he dashed over to the ledge and looked across the street. Through the window of a convenience store, he saw what appeared to be a group of thugs robbing the place at gunpoint. One of the thieves was gesturing with his shotgun at a man who was kneeling down on the floor. Apparently, he wasn't being very forthcoming with his cash. This could get ugly fast. Without a second thought, Izuku jumped down to the sidewalk. While her father looked over the magazines, Achiko was busy hovering over the baked goods. Even though the assorted pastries were probably stale, she was too hungry to care. She practically drooled as she considered the selection. A flash caught her eye. A glossy chocolate donut beckoned, its icing catching the glare from the buzzing fluorescent lights. At that moment the doors burst open and 3 masked men rushed in. Achiko bit back a scream as she realized what was happening. On the ground. Get on the ground, shouted a man, wildly brandishing a revolver. Achiko immediately crouched down on her knees, her hands raised. She looked over at her father across the store. He had went down on his knees as well. Twisting his head around, he turned and looked at her. She wanted to move over to his side, but her father gestured for her to stay back with his open palm. Stay put, he mouthed over at her, his lips drawn thin. Achiko nodded weakly. She could feel her hands start to shake slightly as she watched the thugs move through the store. One of the men pointed his pistol at the cashier. Open the register. Come on, do it. The ashen-faced cashier calmly opened the register and started withdrawing money from the drawers. While the cashier was taking out the money, another one of the robbers was going around the store. He approached a man by the coolers. Wallet, let's go, said the man, gesturing with his shotgun. The man kept his face looking down as he held up his wallet. The man with the shotgun snatched the wallet and flipped it open. Grabbing his cash, he let the wallet drop to the floor. Stepping past the cowering man, he strode over to Achiko. Achiko quickly looked down at the floor. Paralyzed with fear, she watched as the man's dirty runners approached her. Wallet, barked the man, stopping in front of her. The barrel to the shotgun hovering near her face. Wordlessly, Achiko held up her small, hand-stitched wallet. Her mom had made it for her birthday a few years ago. The shotgunner snatched it from her hands and flipped it open. With a snort, he dropped it to the floor. She had only had some loose change. Walking past her, Achiko risked a glance as the thief began to walk towards her father. From over her shoulder she heard one of the robbers begin to shout at the cashier. "Come on man, come on!" shouted the gunman by the register. "What is the sheet? 20,000? Are you effing kidding me?" "That's all I have, man," stammered the cashier. While they continued to argue, the man with the shotgun had reached her father. "Hey big guy, hand over the wallet," he said gruffly as he stood over her father. Her dad held up his wallet. The man snatched it and stepped back. Opening it with one hand, he looked inside. "What is this sheet?" he said, throwing the wallet back at him. I don't walk around with much on me." "Bullshit," shouted the man, raising his weapon. Achiko felt her heart stop. "You stashed that sheet in your pockets, didn't you?" "Come on, turn out your pockets, let me see," growled the thief. Achiko felt herself tense up as she watched her father fumble with his pockets. If she sprinted up behind him and grabbed him? Before she could do anything, however, she heard the door to the store burst open. Twisting her head, she saw the masked gunman who had been standing beside the cashier go flying past her. With a shuddering crunch, he collided with the wall, his body limp. Achiko gasped as she saw a red and blue blur rush through the aisle. With a crash, she heard the glass of the store window shatter as something was thrown through it. Looking over at her father, she saw the man with the shotgun had spun around. He pointed his weapon at her father's head, a wild look in his eye, his finger moving towards the trigger. "No!" Achiko screamed, sprinting forward. Shocked at the noise, the robber flicked the barrel up at her. Achiko froze. Suddenly she felt herself get pushed just as the weapon fired. With a huff she hit the floor as the thunderous blast rattled through the store. She shut her eyes tight at the sound. "I've been shot." However, she felt no pain. Slowly she opened her eyes. She expected to be looking at a gaping hole in her chest, but there was nothing. Looking up, she saw a red and blue costumed man standing by her father, exactly where the shotgunner had been a second before. Achiko stared at the man. He was wearing a tight red and blue bodysuit. Minus the mask covering his face, it looked like something a gymnast would wear, but shabbier, like it was homemade. She wouldn't even have thought he was a hero in the first place if he didn't happen to be covered in muscle. "Is that a hero? I didn't think they patrolled out here." "Achiko, are you okay?" "Say something," gasped her father, rising to his feet. It was then that Achiko noticed how short the costumed man was. He was only slightly taller than she was. Shakily she stood up. "Fine, Dad," she called out. Her father rushed over to her and put his hand on her shoulders. Pulling her into a tight hug, he let out a shuddering gasp. Only once he had squeezed the breath from her lungs did he release her. Turned back around, Achiko and her father looked at the costumed man. He was leaning up against the wall. "That was amazing." "You're bleeding." The man was clutching his side. Between his fingers, Achiko saw blood drip and fall to the floor. "I'll call an ambulance," called out the cashier. The costumed man stirred. "No, I'm good." "I'm sure it looks worse than it is," he managed weakly. Kicking the fallen shotgun over to the wall opposite him, the costumed man stumbled over to the door. "Hey dude, wait," shouted the cashier. The costumed man turned. "Sorry. It's a school night and I've got exams to study for. See ya." At that he exited into the street. Achiko and her father looked at each other in total confusion. "Who was that?" they asked together. Several minutes later, Izuku haltingly climbed through his open window, gasping sharply as his side brushed against the frame. "Stupid shotguns, freakin' birdshot. I can't believe I got hit." Landing awkwardly in his room, he lurched over to his door and pressed his ear to the wood. His mom was sound asleep. Opening his door as quietly as he could, he snuck across the hall and into the bathroom. Turning on the light, he peeled off his shirt to examine his side in the mirror. Gingerly, he unwrapped the loose bandage he had made for himself out of the sleeves of his hoodie. Just to the side of his abdomen, there was a small bleeding wound the diameter of a pencil. Izuku pushed around the wound and winced as a sharp thrill of pain ran up his abdomen. He could feel the pellet lodged in his gut. Another 3 centimeters and I would have dodged it. On the other hand, a few centimeters in the other direction and I might be looking at a great big hole in my stomach. That's what I get for becoming careless. Opening the medicine cabinet, he grabbed a small pair of pliers and a bottle of rubbing alcohol. Taking a fresh, clean washcloth from the bathroom cupboard, he dabbed it into the alcohol before gingerly cleaning around his wound. He winced. The alcohol burnt like fire. I hope I'm not infected already. Setting aside the towel, he picked up the pliers. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. With trembling hands, he brought the pliers over to his side. Lightly he brushed them against his skin and he flinched at their cold touch. He would need steady hands for this. Exhaling, he placed the pliers back on the counter and stared at himself in the mirror. It can't stay in there, can it? What are you going to do? Go to the hospital? Tell them you fell down and got a shotgun pellet in your side accidentally? Stop being such a PP Deku. Taking up the pliers again, he went back to his side. Gritting his teeth, he reached the steel tips into the wound. Ignoring the flaring pain, he concentrated on his work. After a few unpleasant seconds, he felt the intrusive metal ball. With a grunt, he pulled the pellet out. As the pliers exited his body, blood spurted from his wound, anew dripping all over the tile floor. Grabbing the washcloth, Izuku did his best to stem the bleeding while he looked for a more effective dressing. All his mother had in the medicine cabinet was a small bandage, not much larger than a band-aid. Well, the wound is pretty small, I guess. Opening the bandage wrapper, he pressed the small bandage to his wound. Amazingly, the bleeding around the wound stopped. Pushing his thoughts about internal bleeding and infection as best as he could out of his mind, he looked around at the mess he had made. The floor and sink were covered with blood. Grabbing some toilet paper, he bent down and started to wipe up. Real clever Izuku. So much for having unbeatable reflexes. As he cleaned, he remembered the girl's face as he pushed her out of the way of the shotgun blast. Despite himself, he smiled slightly. It could have been a lot worse. While Izuku was busy performing surgery, Achiko and her father were giving their report to a doughy, round-faced detective. So, then what happened? Asked the detective before biting into the gooey donut he was holding. Well, he said something about wanting to head home early and then walked off, said Achiko's father patiently. Said the detective, liking a spurt of cherry jam off his fingers as he flicked through his notes. Achiko turned her head and looked over at the paramedics as they wheeled a gurney past her towards a waiting ambulance. Above the neck brace, she could see that the man's lips were black and covered in sores. They were trigger junkies, no doubt about it. They're probably using guns to rob stores because their own quirks are damaged beyond repair. She couldn't help but feel sorry for them. She had seen firsthand what trigger abuse did. Trigger was spreading across the slums like a cancer. It was even starting to become a serious problem at her school. Hopeless kids with nothing to live for turned to the drag to have a taste of power and live like a big shot, if even for a few hours. She was just thankful that her parents had raised her so well. A couple of her friends hadn't been so lucky. The detective started speaking again and Achiko turned her attention back to the man. So, you're in there, shotgun to your head, and this blue-red weirdo comes in. Punches these guys, then leaves after taking one in his side. That about right, Mr. Uraraka? Said the detective between bites. Yes. And you've never seen this guy around before? Maybe he's been around the block a few times, eh? No. I never saw him before tonight. And how about you, miss? Never heard of this guy? A man in blue and red. No, officer. Never. Achiko said innocently. The detective curled his lip and gave her a crooked smile. Before she could stop herself, she scowled. She knew that look. Here we go. She thought angrily as the detective let out an amused snort. Ichim. You know Dash, started the detective. Achiko and her father adopted identical blank expressions. They had heard the police use this tone before. I realize that you both might think this guy is some hero after what he did tonight. But he's just another vigilante out to make a name for himself. It's only a matter of time before we catch him knocking over one of these stores himself, I bet. The detective paused to wipe his crumb-covered hand on his cheap suit jacket. Neither of them said anything. The detective regarded them coolly for a moment before flipping to a fresh page in his notebook. What do you do for employment, Mr. Uraraka? Achiko glared at the fat detective, but her father kept his cool. I'm a contractor. I work in residential and commercial construction. Yeah? And what were you and your daughter doing at a convenience store at nearly midnight? You working late tonight? Asked the detective skeptically. I was just walking her home from her studies, that's all. She's been burning the candle at both ends, studying for her entrance exams. It's a school night tonight, is it not, miss? He asked, turning to her. Yes, she responded stiffly. Lot of young girls walking around tonight. I'm sure most of them would tell a cop they're just having some late study breaks too. How about Dash? Before he could continue his questioning, another police officer gestured to him. Lowering his notebook, he frowned at the two. Well, you'd better get home then. If we have more questions, we will contact you, Mr. Uraraka. You two can leave now. Achiko and her dad didn't need to be told twice. Turning, they started back down the sidewalk towards their apartment. The two walked in silence for a while before Achiko couldn't hold it in any longer. Maybe if the cops cared as much about crime as they did their donuts, we wouldn't have so many murders in the neighborhood, she muttered under her breath. Her father laughed. Maybe. But to be fair, that was a delicious-looking donut. I don't see why your job was so important to him either. Listen, he said, throwing his arm around her, don't let guys like that get to you. Just worry about your exams and one day you can be giving people like him their orders. Yeah. So who was that vigilante back there? He mentioned school and exams. Do you think? Her father laughed and shook his head. No, I don't. He was just trying to be cute. He suddenly grew serious. I hope he knows someone who can patch him up though. He should have just gone to the hospital. Dying's worse than eating a vigilante charge. Yeah. Achiko said worriedly. Whoever that guy was, she hoped he was okay. So, what you found? Asked the detective, leaning over the window of the forensic van. The forensic officer, who was scrolling through his dash-mounted computer, quickly stopped and looked up excitedly. His enthusiasm caused the detective to wince. Something was up and no doubt it was his problem now. Hey, so you know the blood sample we collected from the floor? The vigilantes? The forensic officer started eagerly. Yeah. Well, we ran it through the registry and get this. His blood signature has been tagged as high priority, but there's no identity in the database. So, it's strange. How is the blood known, but the identity of the person whose blood it belongs to isn't? It's weird. Normally I would assume this perp was already on file with other crime scenes, but I just checked our records and I got nothing. Whoever this guy is, he doesn't exist in our system except as a general alert by the feds. The detective scowled. Just my luck. I always work the sheet cases, he grumbled. I doubt you'll be working it for long. This has some high-level fuckery written all over it. My guess? This'll all be transferred over to some big-name hero office. You can bet on it. Fine with me, shrugged the detective. You have the surveillance tape pulled? Yeah, why? You want to watch it? It's pretty crazy. Nah, said the detective, scratching at a stain on his tie. Just have it ready for the higher-ups. Pivoting away from the van, the detective let out a sigh of relief. He dodged a bullet there. As far as he was concerned, if someone else wanted to work his case, then they were welcome to it. Hell, there were 24 others they could have if they wanted. Whistling to himself, he started plodding back to the convenience store. There was a chocolate-glazed beauty back there with his name on it. After a long, deep sleep, Izuku awoke with a start to his alarm blaring. Switching it off, he rubbed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Today was going to SCK. Gallivanting around school like nothing was wrong while recovering from a gunshot wound sounded like hell, but what other choice was there? He couldn't exactly tell Mr. Tamaniji he'd been involved with a convenience store robbery and ask for the day off. As much as he'd rather stay home and rest, he'd have to try and make do. Carefully climbing out of bed, he preemptively winced in anticipation for the stabbing pain in his gut he was sure to feel. However, to his surprise, he hardly felt more than a twinge. Confused, he rose and went over to his mirror. Lifting his shirt, he braced himself for the worst and gingerly peeled back his tiny bandage. To his amazement, though, his wound had completely scabbed over. Poking around his abdomen, He felt surprisingly little. He was shocked. Even though he'd only been hit by one shotgun pellet, he had still been shot. Shouldn't he be half dead? As he prodded his stomach, he stared at his reflection in bewilderment. Did I really almost completely heal with just a half night of rest? I guess I can add an enhanced healing factor to my quirks list. Still, I shouldn't push my luck. After school today, I'm going to take the night off. I think I've filled my injury quota for the week and I need to mend my costume anyhow. Besides, I should probably start studying for my exams too, I guess. After eating a light breakfast, he grabbed his things and went to school. As he was making his way to homeroom, he felt his spine tingle. Someone was coming for him. Glancing back down the hallway, he saw the squat, red-faced gym teacher Mr. Ijime approaching him. Izuku groaned. Mr. Ijime had always had it in for him. Contrast to his subtler coworkers, he proudly wore his prejudices against the quirkless on his sleeve, and he seemed to delight in tormenting Izuku at every available opportunity. Whether it be by structuring his gym classes in such a way as to humiliate him for his impediment, or by turning a blind eye to Bakugo's favorite gym pastime, he never seemed to tire of bullying him. Deku, Principal Sasina tells me that you're retaking the fitness test, barked Mr. Ijime. Why yes, sir. Despite himself, Izuku couldn't help but stammer slightly. I'm told you're trying to get a special fitness recommendation for UA? Well, I've seen you run, and I can tell you that's not going to happen. Izuku swallowed. Well, I've been working out a lot in Dash. Mr. Ijime waved his hand and scoffed. We'll see, won't we? After school today, meet me at the baseball diamond. I want to get this over with as soon as possible. Oh, exclaimed Izuku. Mr. Ijime turned and started off down the hallway. Izuku's mind raced. He wants to meet today? I haven't practiced yet. Composing himself as best as he could, Izuku called out after him. Mr. Ijime. He turned and looked back at Izuku with an impatient sigh. Do you think we can do this another day? I was hoping to dash. No, Mr. Ijime spat, you're on my time, Deku, so I say we do it today. Don't keep me waiting. Grit, thought Izuku bitterly as he watched the man disappear down the hall. Muttering to himself, Izuku walked into class and settled into his desk. Even though he was no longer the weakling he used to be, for whatever reason he still hadn't gotten over his fear of confrontations with people. As class started, his thoughts were filled with petty revenge scenarios against Mr. Ijime. It would be so easy to blow through the test and watch Mr. Ijime be put on his back foot for a change. He thinks he's so much better than me. I could fold him in half if I wanted to. Thought Izuku bitterly as Mr. Tamaniji tried and failed to explain quadratic formulas. Him and Bakugo are the same. They think that just because they were born with some meager power they can do whatever they want. If I wanted to... Izuku shook his head. Intoxicating though his revenge fantasies may be, he could never let himself forget what he had almost done to Bakugo. If my fight with Bakugo has taught me anything, it's that no matter what, I can't let anyone get to me. If I lose control, I'll only hurt myself. Looking away from the floundering Mr. Tamaniji, he glanced over at the clock. It was over an hour until his first break. Sighing, he flipped through his textbook. It was going to be a frustrating day. After what felt like an eternity, recess came and Izuku ran off to the field to work on his timing. For the 100-meter dash, I need to finish as close to 11 seconds as possible. As for the 800-meter run, I just need to pace out 2 minutes. If I run any faster, I might break some sort of record, and I don't need that kind of attention. Pacing out some distances, Izuku ran and timed his performance. He found that if he just concentrated on his counting and ignored his surroundings, he could set a reasonably consistent pace. However, try as he might, he was still much too fast. Before he knew it, the recess bell chimed. Izuku briefly considered skipping class to work on his running, but he didn't want to risk detention and miss his meeting with Mr. Ijime entirely. Izuku doubted he would let him reschedule. Sitting back in his desk, Izuku impatiently watched the minutes until his next break creeped by. It seemed as though every teacher was spending the lead-up time to the entrance exams going over the coursework. Though most of his classmates were grateful for the extra study time, Izuku found the review PRDIS maddeningly boring. As he waited, he couldn't help but obsess over his situation. I should have thought about getting into UA sooner. Why did I insist on the fitness recommendation without setting a date or anything? How can I possibly set my pace correctly? Izuku continued to practice over his lunch break and afternoon recess. However, try as he might, he couldn't get his time to within an acceptable margin of error. Finally, he had to give up and head back to class. While his classmates were sweating over their geometry homework, Izuku was panicking over his upcoming race. In less than half an hour he would have to impress Mr. Ijime. I'm doomed. If only I had someone to race against, this might be easier. Someone to set the pace. But I don't have any friends, unless... Izuku scanned over his classmates. With the exception of himself and Bakugo, they were all likely to suffer intensely during the exam. It wasn't that they were all stupid necessarily, just that they'd had the misfortune of having Mr. Tamaniji as a teacher. For them the situation was dire indeed, as for the first time in their young existence they were encountering a barrier that could decide the outcome for the rest of their lives. Their parents, their teachers, everyone was telling them that if they wanted to be successful they had to do well. To say that tensions were high would be an understatement. Of all the students in Izuku's grade, there was one in particular who looked especially worried. The violet-haired socialite, Ruriko. Academics had never been Ruriko's strong suit. She got bored with the subjects quickly, and when she wasn't texting or surfing the internet on her phone, she was talking, doodling, passing notes, and whatever else as long as it wasn't school-related. The only thing that she cared about, near as Izuku could tell, were the clubs she belonged to. But for all her disdain for academic pursuits, even she had come to realize that this was one test that she couldn't afford to fail. Now that there was less than a week until the entrance exams, she had entered full crisis mode, and for the first time in as long as Izuku could remember, she was actually trying to pay attention. She's the perfect candidate. All I have to do is convince her that I can help her study, and maybe she'll agree to help me. I just have to actually go over there. Izuku gulped. He was never any good at dealing with girls. For some reason he always tripped over his words and never knew what to do with his hands. Get over yourself, Deku. You're a vigilante, for God's sake. Grow some backbone. You've stormed buildings and... Stop mumbling, Deku, hissed Bakugo from behind. Izuku froze. He had a bad habit of talking to himself. Turning, he stared back at Bakugo in horror. What? Izuku said nervously, I didn't say anything. Bakugo rolled his eyes and went back to his worksheet. Izuku gulped. Bakugo and everyone else had gotten used to his mumbling by now, but who knows what they might hear him say. He would need to control himself better in the future. Taking a deep breath, he stood up from his desk and walked over to Ruriko. She sat all the way at the front, right beside Mr. Tamaniji's desk. Moving around to her side, he stood beside her and cleared his throat. Hey Ruriko. She didn't seem to notice him. She was mouthing the words of her geometry problem, brow furrowed in intense concentration. Hey, Ruriko, Ruriko. Her eyes turned from the page and she looked up at him open-mouthed. Her look of numb confusion gradually changed to one of surprise as she realized that he was talking to her. Deku? What do you want? Hi Ruriko. I have a proposal for you. Izuku and Ruriko stood side by side in their gym uniforms by the baseball pitch. Izuku was awkwardly swinging his arms and muttering to himself. He had never spent any time with any of the girls in his class before, and he was unsure if he should attempt small talk or not. Ruriko was busily texting on her phone, completely oblivious him. If she found the moment awkward, she didn't show it. Just as he was about to say something, a door on the far side of the yard opened and Mr. Ijime came striding out. Scowling, he started to march his way over, a whistle around his neck and a clipboard in hand. Here he comes. Izuku breathed, his voice breaking slightly. Clearing his throat, he turned to Ruriko. So, do you remember the plan? Yeah. Just run as fast as I can and beat you. No problemo. Ruriko said, tapping away at her phone. Alright, just try your best, okay? Uh-huh, she said, tossing her hair. Izuku took a deep breath and watched as Mr. Ijime approached. As he got in range, Ruriko dropped her phone down on her backpack and started to do some stretches. Izuku watched as she started to stretch her legs before quickly looking away. I guess I should go through the motions. This'll probably be suspicious enough as it is. Emulating her, he quickly began to hop and skip around, trying his best to make it look like he knew what he was doing. Ruriko, why you here? Did you want a fitness recommendation too? Asked Mr. Ijime. I wouldn't say no to one. I was told to come here and be a pace setter for Deku. Mr. Ijime frowned. So will you be doing the entire fitness test or dash? No. Izuku squeaked. The pair looked at him. Clearing his throat again, he continued, no, she just has to run the 100-meter and 800-meter tracks. That's all. Mr. Ijime shrugged. Fine, whatever. So, are you two ready? The two nodded. Hey, see that orange flag along the foul line? I paced out 100 meters earlier today. Go stand by it. On my whistle, run from there to home plate. I'll be waiting with my stopwatch. Okay, do I dash? Mr. Ijime let out an exasperated sigh. Just stand by the flag and run when I blow the whistle, Deku. Get your head out of your butt. Go. Hustle up. Slightly frazzled, he turned and started to jog to the flag alongside Ruriko. As they neared the starting line, she turned to him. Mr. Ijime is such a dickhead, hey? Why yeah. You know, I've never really noticed before, but you're actually pretty built, Deku. When did that happen? Izuku felt his face go pink. Oh, why you know, I've been training for the last year or so. Running and swimming. Well, it won't matter cause there's no way you're beating me, she said teasingly. Izuku couldn't help but grin. We'll see. Arriving at the flag, Izuku and Ruriko turned and faced the baseball pitch. Mr. Ijime held up his watch to his face and placed the whistle to his mouth. Ruriko got into her sprinting posture and Izuku copied her. A second passed. Izuku could hear Ruriko steady her breathing as she tensed herself. Just don't screw this up, Deku. Suddenly from across the pitch he heard the shrill note of the coach's whistle. At that the two classmates took off down the pitch. In the corner of his eye, Izuku watched as Ruriko inched ahead of him. He kept his pace. I should try to win by around a half second or so. That should give me a good enough advantage. In his head Izuku tried his best to count out his seconds. 7th. The diamond was coming up fast. Izuku looked over. He and Ruriko were neck and neck. Izuku put on a burst of speed, swiftly passing her. Crossing the home run plate, he jogged to a halt. Turning around, he saw Ruriko cross the finish line herself. Her face was red and her chest was heaving. Putting her hands on her hips, she slowly walked around in a wide circle, her lungs gulping in air. Izuku tried to look fatigued as he trotted over to Mr. Ijime. Time? He asked. Mr. Ijime looked up from his stopwatch. A deep frown on his face. 10.54, that can't be right. Slightly too fast. This is no time to hesitate though, thought Izuku, sweating slightly as his back tingled softly. Woohoo! Izuku said loudly, trying his best to sound jubilant. A new personal best. A new school best, Hell, maybe a new record for your age group. Something must be wrong here. There's no way you cleared that time. Mr. Ijime growled, scowling over at Izuku as though he had tampered with the watch somehow. Well, I told you I've been training dash. Shut it, You two stay here. I'm going to go grab another watch and see if this one's busted. Mr. Ijime turned and started off back to his office, muttering darkly under his breath. Izuku did his best to ignore the various insults he heard and instead turned to face Ruriko. She was now laying in the grass, recovering her breath. Good race, he said chipperly. Ruriko looked up at him and shook her head incredulously. Why aren't you in the track and field club, Deku? She said panting. Seriously, that time is incredible. Even without a quirk you could qualify, no problem. Izuku smiled uneasily but said nothing. Turning away from her, his expression quickly turned to one of worry. I'll need to slow down for the 800-meter run. Eventually Mr. Ijime came striding out to the pitch. His scowl still firmly affixed to his face. Hey, I got a new watch. See the 3 flags? He pointed to 3 separate orange flags across the baseball field. Those are paced out 100 meters each. Run past each one, then pass across home plate. You have to run 2 laps. Are you two ready? Izuku and Ruriko nodded. At the blast of the whistle, the two took off. Running alongside Ruriko at first, Izuku slowly pulled out in front of her. I'll just maintain this pace. This seems fast enough. As he passed the first flag, Izuku heard Ruriko's breathing become more and more distant. She's just getting tired, don't slow down. If you start hovering around Ruriko as you run, that would be really suspicious too. Rounding home, Izuku looked over at Mr. Ijaime. His expression of dull anger hadn't changed for the worse, so he kept his pace the same. Before long finished his second lap. Woo, said Izuku nervously between deep breaths. Well, I feel pretty good about that one. Time. 158.43, said Mr. Ijaime growled. Izuku clapped his hands and whistled. Fantastic. I'm on a roll today. Oh really? A roll are you? Tell me, exactly when did you start training Deku, because last year when you took the same test, you took over 4 minutes. Mr. Ijaime put his hands on his hips, slapping his clipboard against his knee. Izuku started to fidget. I mean, I've been, running every day and I've been really consistent with my training, good diet, yoga, what have you. He finished nervously, wiping his brow. He had started to sweat again and it had nothing to do with the run. What training? Be specific. What training? Izuku repeated weakly. Yes. What training did you do to become as fast as you are in just 1 year? Izuku gulped, racking his brain for some answer. Suddenly it came to him. I used the All Might Guaranteed 0 to Hero workout regime. Izuku said, pounding his fist into his palm. What in God's name are you blathering about? At that, Izuku started to recite the core tenements of a healthy body as outlined by All Might in his various interviews and appearances. After less than a minute of lecturing, Mr. Ijaime threw up his. Fine. Whatever. Just shut up. Holy shit, you do go on, don't you? Let's just hurry up and get this over with. We still have the other courses to complete and I'll be dead if I'm missing the baseball game because of you. He paused and looked behind Izuku. Ruriko, are you alive? Ruriko was sitting on the grass as she recovered her breath. Grimacing, she nodded weakly and got to her feet. I'll see you later, Deku. Don't forget about our deal, she said as she aired out her collar. Okay. I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Ruriko gave him a thumbs up. After gathering up her backpack and phone, she made her way back to the school. That wasn't so bad. Thanks to her, I set a much more realistic time. I just hope the price I paid wasn't too high. Deku, push-ups. Let's go already, shouted Mr. Ijaime behind him. Obediently, Izuku dropped down and started doing his push-ups. Every once in a while he would let out a grunt of effort or pause for a half-second break, but considering how much he could lift, he might as well have been lifting a pencil. Still, he had to keep up appearances. No doubt Mr. Ijaime was suspicious enough already, and he wouldn't put it past Mr. Ijaime to test for steroids or something if he did too well. However, despite the glowering gym teacher looming above him that was audibly grinding his teeth in incredulous rage, Izuku couldn't quite suppress his rising sense of excitement. The hard part is over. That recommendation is as good as mine. Meanwhile in Tokyo, Dr. Akitani was sitting bolt upright in his chair as he read through the medical report. He had read it a dozen times already, but he wanted to be sure there wasn't some sort of mistake. Apparently, an anomalous blood sample had been recovered at a convenience store in Mizudafu last night. According to eyewitness testimony, a vigilante had shown up to stop a robbery and suffered a chest wound in the process. Before police could arrive, he had fled the scene. He looked over at his other monitor where the surveillance camera footage was playing on loop. The blue and red figure was moving too fast to capture on the poor quality CCTV footage, but he could see enough. For the past 2.5 months he had been under constant strain. Despite the assurances of the budgetary committee to avoid restructuring until after the fiscal year, when the modified arachnid specimen hadn't been recovered, he had his staff gutted. Nearly the entire science team was reassigned. As if that wasn't bad enough, his lab was repurposed to different projects. For all intents and purposes, he was on paid suspension until he could be fired. But now, Dr. Akitani opened his desk drawer. With trembling hands, he grabbed a bottle of fine scotch and poured himself a drink. The appearance of the arachnid blood signature was nothing short of miraculous. Somehow the spider must have escaped from the labs and bit a person. And of all the people it could have bit, it bit a quirkless individual. And of that minuscule percentile of the population, this person did not succumb to horrific bodily mutation, brain death, or any of the other grievous side effects of genetic modification, but had survived unscathed. Survived and manifested new quirks patterned after the insect. I've finally done it. I've created quirks. After all these years, I've finally done it. Downing his drink in one gulp, Dr. Akatani let out a satisfied burp before pouring himself another. He had some news for the budgetary committee. Izuku and Ruriko were sitting next to each other in their empty homeroom. Their desks were covered in open notebooks and textbooks, most of them Izuku's, while they studied. It was after hours and their classroom was filled with a rare peace, disturbed only by Ruriko's muttering. Occasionally she would swear and start violently erasing some of her work while Izuku flipped through his textbook. It felt weird studying for the entranceway exam. Aldra had been his school for years and he would be leaving it behind soon. He'd be lying to himself if he said he was going to miss the place, but it was a big change. For better or worse, him and his classmates had grown up together and now they'd be going their separate ways. Would they remember him? Besides Kaken, he doubted it. Hell, Kaken would only remember him out of hatred. While he reminisced, Ruriko let out a tortured sigh. Laying her pencil down, she shook her head in resignation before facing him. Here I finished, she said in a drained voice. Did I do this right? Izuku snapped out of his memories and glanced over. Ruriko was holding out her notebook for his inspection, a desperate air about her. Prying the notebook from her hands, he looked over her chemistry work. Grimacing, he shook his head. It's only half right. Remember, if your units don't cancel out dash, he started, but his words were instantly drowned out by Ruriko's squeal of excitement. Really? I did it right? Oh my god, I don't believe it. He looked back at her in alarm. I mean you only did it half right. Your final answer is still wrong. But it's a start though, yeah? This calls for a break, she said happily. He gave her a weak grin as she slammed her school books shut with relish. For the past 5 days he had been helping her prepare for the entrance exams as payment for her help with his fitness test. Thanks to her, Mr. Ijaim had no choice but to affirm his fitness claim and give him a recommendation. If all went as planned, he would get into UA after all. Studying had been slow going at first, but she was steadily improving. As a side effect of helping her study, Izuku found himself an effective means of reviewing his own coursework too, so it wasn't all bad. Unfortunately, his study sessions prevented him from repairing his costume, but he figured he needed to study eventually and helping Ruriko was as good a time as any. I can hardly wait for this all to end. As soon as tomorrow is over, I'm going to go to my room and just pass out. Ruriko said sighing, What about you, Deku? Yeah. Sleep sounds good, he said, nodding. Over the past 5 days he had been using his break from crime fighting to recover from his fatigue. He felt guilty for not patrolling the slums, but with his costume out of commission, there was nothing he could do until after the exams. So what school did you apply for? Ruriko asked. I applied for UA. She snorted with laughter and he felt his cheeks redden. Upon seeing his expression, she quickly straightened her face. Sorry, Deku. I know you're the smartest kid in school, but brains can't help if you don't have a strong quirk. Do you really think that? He asked sadly. Quirks aren't everything. Besides, I aced the fitness exam. That has to count for something. Yeah, but All Might can run as fast as a bullet train and punch down a skyscraper. That's the kind of power you need to make it into UA. Not every hero has a super powerful quirk like All Might though, he pointed out and Ruriko shrugged. Most of them do. I'm not trying to get you down or anything, Deku, but that's just how it is. You don't see me trying to become a hero with my weak butt quirk, she finished bitterly. He frowned at her. It was true she didn't have a particularly flashy power. Her quirk allowed her to see in the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrums of light. A side effect of her enhanced vision was that she had to wear special sunglasses whenever she was outside to protect her sensitive eyes. I think you could become a pro hero if you really wanted to, he said earnestly, and she scoffed. What? If someone wants to beat me, they just need a powerful enough flashlight. Maybe. But on the other hand, you can perceive colors and qualities in light that no one else can. You can see where electronics are and harmful radiation. I think your quirk could be really useful under the right circumstances. She was silent, so he continued. You know, people are always saying you need a powerful quirk to be a hero or to be successful, but I don't believe it. I think that as long as you try and do the right thing, put in the work, and are willing to carry the responsibility of looking out for the people around you, you can be a hero. Power or no. He noticed that she was studying him intently beneath her opaque glasses, and he suddenly got embarrassed at his outburst. Well, anyway, let's get back to your chemistry work. Here, how about you try balancing this formula? The next day, Izuku sat with his classmates and wrote the dreaded entranceway exam. Predictably, it had been as easy as he had thought it would be. After checking over his paper a final time, he turned in his test and returned to his desk. Shortly after, Bakugo also finished and handed in his paper, a smug smirk on his face. With nothing else to do, Izuku began twiddling his thumbs and looked around the room. Everyone else was frantically scanning over their test, trying desperately to remember their notes. Glancing over at Ruriko, he was pleased to see that she was at least writing in answers unlike her friends. They all looked like they were trying to decipher another language. Mr. Tamaniji lifted his head up from his swimsuit magazine and peered over at the clock. 2 hours left, he said, liking his thumb and turning the page. There was a collective around the room, and the sound of scribbling intensified. Yawning, Izuku put his head on his desk and started to think about how he'd repair his costume. Eyes closing, he drifted off to sleep. The next thing he knew, he awoke to the sound of scrapping desks. Jolting back upright, he guessed that Mr. Tamaniji had called the exam to an end. Stretching his arms, he watched as his classmates trudged up to Mr. Tamaniji's desk, their shoulders slumped in defeat. I will have your results for you by Monday. Enjoy your weekend, he said with sadistic cheer. The bell rang and Izuku stood. While everyone began nervously questioning each other about this or that math or science problem, he silently gathered his things and left before he was noticed. Funnily enough, Bakugo was doing the same. No doubt he was thinking the same thing he was. If they stuck around, everyone would try and use them to check their answers. Once he was safely out of the school, he started on his way home. He couldn't help but feel oddly nostalgic as he walked the familiar route back to his apartment. Times were changing, and soon he'd be leaving Aldra Junior High behind and become a high schooler. Sighing, he shifted his old all-might backpack and slowed down to enjoy the trip. Sooner than he would have liked, he arrived back at his apartment building. Welcome home, Izu. How did the test go? His mother asked as she busied herself around the kitchen. It was about what I expected, he said, letting his backpack drop from his shoulder onto the floor. He sniffed the air. What are you making? He asked excitedly. He had caught a familiar scent. Well, I thought you could use a special treat for finishing your exams, so I made katsudon. Ooh, Izuku said, advancing into the kitchen. It's not ready yet, doofus. Go watch TV or something, I'll call you when it's done. Reluctantly, he went over to the couch and turned on the TV. Making himself comfortable, he navigated over to the disaster alert channel. What he saw almost made his heart stop. There on the screen was an enlarged still image of him in his costume inside a convenience store. He quickly turned up the volume. Police are asking for help identifying this figure. He is male, likely in his late 20s to early 30s, and is of smaller stature. It is believed that he is involved in the gang violence within the inner-city area. If you have any information concerning his past or present whereabouts, please call the Villain Alert Hotline. The villain name assigned to this individual is Spider-Man. Izuku's jaw dropped as the reporter continued. I've been classified as a villain? Because I stopped a convenience store robbery? And what's with that name? Spider-Man? But why am I called? A horrible realization creeped into his mind. They must know that I'm the one who was bitten by the spider. But how? Looking at the television screen, Izuku watched them replay the surveillance camera footage. He groaned as he saw a thin marking of blood on the floor. The police must have found my blood and ran it through the Quirk database. Even though my identity wouldn't be in there, I'm sure they'd recognize whatever mutation the spider caused. Stupid death. Really, really stupid. Miming, he dropped his head in his hands. Izu? What's wrong? Do you feel sick? He looked up at his mother and put on the best smile he could muster. No, Mom, I just remembered I forgot something at school. I'll have to pick it up on Monday. Well, it's nearly ready. Come set the table. After dinner, Izuku turned on his computer and went to the Hero Board website. Sure enough, there was a tagged post about the new villain Spider-Man. Initially, he was excited to read what people thought of him, but after reading through the comments, he quickly became annoyed to see that most of the discussion revolved around making fun of his costume. These street-level villains always have the shittiest costumes. He's just a rip-off All Might but with none of the pizzazz or power. I did not rip off All Might. It's called a homage. Besides, they were the spider's colors. He read another comment. They set up a hotline for this twirling loser? Just check the men's jazz dance studio, you'll find him creeping around the change rooms in his leotard. I do not twirl. He shook his head as he scrolled down. Somehow it's fitting that this dork is called Spider-Man. I wonder if the long johns he's wearing has a bum flap for his web. My costume doesn't have a bum flap. And I don't have web either. He'd had enough. Scoffing to himself, he closed the page. I'd like to see these guys do better. I wonder what they would say if they saw me on the street. Well, they'd probably call the cops. Staring at his empty monitor, he considered what his newfound fame meant. I suppose this was going to happen sooner or later. I just can't believe that I was identified so fast. I'll need to be twice as careful from now on. Standing, he went to his closet and took out the shoebox he kept his costume in. Opening it, he looked down at his ripped, blood-stained spandex. I mean, it's the best I could manage with the materials I had available. I was going to add all sorts of extra details that I think that if I had been able to make the costume as it appears in my head, the reception would have been more positive. He put away the costume and opened his sketchbook. Flipping through his many iterations of his costume, he turned to a fresh page. Spider-Man? Izuku spent the rest of the evening redesigning his costume. The red and blue theme was fine, it just needed a little certain something. On a whim, he sketched a red spider on the back of his character outline. The extra detail went surprisingly well against his mostly blue back. I should improve my mask too. Maybe something more insect-like. He sketched in 2 white patches around a full mask for eyes instead of the ski mask style he had before. It's still similar to All Might in terms of its colors on the legs and arms, but it's also unique to me with the whole spider theme. I think I really have something here. After looking over his drawing, he sighed. He could come up with whatever design he wanted, but until he had access to a hero studio, he would still be limited to fragile spandex. For now, he was stuck being the twirling loser. Going back to his boxed costume, Izuku wearily grabbed it and took it to the washroom. It would take a long time to wash all the blood out in the sink. Dr. Akatani arranged his notes before him as the meeting room filled with professionally dressed men and women. He tried his best to appear calm, though he couldn't help but feel jittery. The budgetary committee would fight him hard today, and he had many enemies in this room. Until recently, he and his program were officially slated for termination, and all the funds for his program had already been reallocated to other projects, much to the delight of his colleagues who had their own projects to manage. But now, with the appearance of Spider-Man, he had a real shot at arguing for clemency before the executioner's axe could fall. Besides having to deal with the fiends of the budgetary committee, he also had to contend with the Ethics Commission watchdog. Despite what their name might suggest, the Ethics Commission actually cared very little about proper conduct. Instead, it was their job to ensure that his work was never publicly known. The problem was that they had always viewed his program as an unnecessary risk. After all, if his human experiment trials at Tartarus were ever brought to light, he wouldn't be the only one to see a prison cell. Thankfully, he had some allies in the room that he could count on to keep the conversation focused on the benefits his work could bring. Both the Japanese Defense Force appointee and the Professional Hero Association liaison were staunch supporters of his work in the past, and he was hopeful that they would voice their opinions during the meeting. He wasn't worried about unemployment. He just didn't want to lose his position. The JDF had always advocated for his research. When his program was dissolved following the arachnid escape, they had even expressed interest in hiring him to continue his work under their administration. It was a good contingency plan, but he had little desire to work for the military. Their facilities were crude and their bureaucracy was even more overbearing and inefficient than the federal government. The Hero Association were also interested in hiring him, but working with them would be pointless. He would have unprecedented freedom to carry out his research as he saw fit. They didn't have nearly the budget to afford the staff and facilities he required to make any meaningful progress. To have any hope of continuing his work, he needed to preserve his job and regain his funding. It was the only way. As everyone finished taking their seats, Gio Sakachi addressed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming on such short notice. This inquiry has been called into the Quirk Suppression Program due to recent lapses in operational security. These lapses resulted in the escape of laboratory experiments, the loss of valuable government property, and the subsequent mutation of a quirkless individual into the being informally known as Spider-Man. Dr. Akitani, state your position for the record. My name is Dr. Mikumo Akitani. I am the current head of the Quirk Suppression Program, and I have acted as lead researcher in said program for over 20 years. The stenographer's fingers flew across her keyboard as she typed his words. Would you please describe, in detail, the events culminating in the security breach at your laboratory? Over the next hour, Dr. Akitani went through the escape of the arachnid specimen. How improper transport and storage protocols enabled the escape and how it was possible for the spider to exit the building and bite someone. It was all a formality, as everything he was saying had already been submitted in writing anyway. It was obvious that Sakachi was having him narrate his report to the inquiry committee to frame this meeting as an admission of guilt on his part. When at last he finished, the Ethics Commission representative Mr. Nabesu spoke up. This is a disaster. We are past the point of partial disclosure. If the public were to learn that government experiments were attacking citizens in the streets, it will become an election issue. We will need to cover this up as quietly as possible. If we are going to contain this, we will need to move quickly, said the Hero Association liaison Mr. Gizzen, the quirkless individual bitten by the spider, this Spider-Man. What can you tell us about him? Everyone turned back to Dr. Akitani. Based on the demographics of the individuals working in downtown Tokyo and the evidence gathered from the police at the first sighting, we can reasonably assume a number of things. First, that he is a young working-class professional, likely a contractor who has found employment with one of the many tech firms in Tokyo. Quirkless individuals tend to gravitate towards highly technical or technology-focused jobs to combat their employment limitations. Second, it is likely that while he works in Tokyo, he lives in Mizudafu. If he's already employed, then why is he working as a vigilante? Wish fulfillment, said Dr. Akitani. At his age, it may be impossible for him to become a professional hero. Or he already has a stable career and doesn't wish to disrupt his public life. If that is the case, he probably won't stay a vigilante for long. Most of those sorts of people turn to crime for their kicks, sooner or later. Mr. Gizzen said grimly. Where did the name Spider-Man come from? Sakachi asked. Spider-Man was a name created by myself following the police forensic report. Not very creative, I know, but we needed to put together an alert as quickly as possible to identify the subject for the public. That information should have stayed classified until after this debriefing, Sakachi said sternly. Before Dr. Akitani could respond, Mr. Gizzen interrupted. With all due respect, sir, what's a name? He's already engaging in visible crimes. If we want to capture him promptly, then we will need to issue a broader alert anyway. We should formally request help from the Hero Association and attempt to capture him as soon as possible. I would prefer that we settle this matter with more discretion. Having our heroes chase him down in the streets will raise too many questions. Nabesu said quickly. What do you propose? Gizzen asked. We should rely on our government assets. General Matabura Mashida, can the JDF assist with the search? Nabesu said, looking over at a uniformed man. That depends, said the older man. It will take some time to redeploy our assets and receive authorization to conduct operations in a civilian jurisdiction. It may be better if we relied on the police in the meantime. Wait, Sakachi said, holding up his hand, we are getting ahead of ourselves. This meeting was called to discuss the future of Dr. Akatani's research, not Spider-Man. If I may, I believe that the two are one and the same. Dr. Akatani said before anyone else could speak, Spider-Man represents the culmination of my research. In his body lies the answer to so many questions. Sakachi frowned at him. By culmination of your research, are you referring to the history of mismanagement and budgetary overruns that your work has caused? If so, then I would agree with you. It will likely cost an obscene amount of time and money just to arrange for Spider-Man's covert capture. Sakachi said. Dr. Akatani steepled his fingers and began to speak as calmly as he could. I cannot deny that the program has been expensive, and that the work has been much more difficult than anyone could have predicted. But that is why Spider-Man is so important. Even when I had unrestricted access to the inmates at Tartarus, I was unable to manifest or remove any quirks. However, by pure luck we have stumbled upon a prime candidate. An individual who has completely adapted to the quirk formula, albeit in a different form via spider bite. Mr. Sakachi, if I were to have access to this individual's body, it would accelerate my work to the stage where we could have reliable human testing. Oh, I don't dispute the importance of capturing Spider-Man. As far as I'm concerned, his body is government property, but what I fail to see is why you would need to be included in any future research program in the first place. I'm sure there are other scientists. Chairman, sir. If I may, interrupted General Matabura Mashida. Yes, Mr. Sakachi said, frowning slightly. Sir, I don't think that now is the time to be rearranging our teams, so to speak. The fact is that Dr. Akatani is still the world's foremost expert in his field, and when we capture Spider-Man, I want to have a working quirk modification program as soon as possible. Now you can fire him if you want, that's your call. But how much longer do we really want to drag this out? 10 more years? Another 20? It took us half our careers just to get this far. As I see it, you want this wrapped up just as much as I do, so let's just stay the course. I agree, Mr. Gizzen said, nodding. Quirk suppression is the future of law enforcement. Already we are seeing mass destruction of public property caused by individuals utilizing the drag trigger. We need a means to combat these destructive quirks beyond simple imprisonment. If Spider-Man's body is the key to quirk modification, then we will need the research carried out as soon as possible. Mr. Sakachi nodded resignedly. Very well. Mr. Nabesu, what is your perspective? Well, if we capture Spider-Man, it would be best if we maintain the highest level of secrecy possible. Whenever we reshuffle personnel, the likelihood of leaks increases dramatically. If for no other reason, we should retain Dr. Akatani and as much of his staff as we can. Mr. Sakachi was silent for a while. It seems as though everyone else has reached a consensus. Very well, Dr. Akatani, I will arrange for your staff and research facility to be returned to you. However, your project will still be reviewed in March of next year. This meeting is adjourned. It had taken Izuku all Saturday to finish repairing his costume, and by Sunday he was ready to take it back out on patrol. A laughingstock he may be, he still had to keep tabs on the slums. After an uneventful evening, he spotted 2 low-level criminals he recognized having an argument. Normally that wouldn't be a cause for alarm, but what was puzzling was that these 2 men were part of Speed Demon's gang and they were standing in Shocker's territory. Given the gang war, he decided that it warranted investigating. Climbing stealthily down a storm drain, he carefully crept towards the 2 bickering men. Yo man, I bought you cigs the other day. Spot me one, whined one of the men to the other. Yeah, because you smoked my whole pack. Buy your own, said the other man, turning his shoulder towards his friend who had started reaching towards him. Come on, you know they won't let me in that store no more. Don't be a d-. No. Thuff. What a sad sight, Izuku said as he clung to the wall. The 2 thugs jumped and whirled to face him. What's a few cigarettes between friends? Oh shit. It's him, said one of the men, stepping backwards. Ooh, other thug said, eyes wide. That guy from the news. You know, Yes? Go on, Izuku said excitedly. Spider guy. Beneath his mask, Izuku's grin disappeared. Close enough. Izuku dropped down to the ground and the thugs turned to run. Before they could get away, he grabbed the two men by their jacket collars and roughly shoved them back into the brick wall. Falling to their knees, they cowered beneath him. "Hey, cool it, dude. We don't go a beef with you," said one of the two men, raising his hands in front of his face. "We'll see about that. Why is Speed Demon sending his goons around here?" Izuku said, trying his best to tower over them. "What? Sheep man, we're just here to hang out. Chillin' and dash." Izuku sighed and punched the brick wall. The masonry shattered, crumbling to dust. The two men grew pale, their eyes widening in fear. "Jesus, calm thee down. We're not intruding or nothing. If this is your territory, we'll split, peaceful-like. Why were you guys here? I thought if Speed Demon's boys were caught around these parts, Shocker and his crew would waste you." The two thugs looked at each other. "Well, I mean, they're in, negotiations." "What?" Izuku shouted in surprise, causing the two to flinch. "Since when?" I dunno. About a week? They're calling everyone back from the streets, putting an end to all the fighting. Speed Demon says he and Shocker can be partners again or some shit." Izuku put his hands on his hips and shook his head in disbelief. "But I thought Speed Demon said he was never going to turn over his recipe for Trigger." "He ain't. They're just changing up how supply works. Shocker's gonna buy his sheet from Speed Demon from now on, and Speed Demon isn't gonna bother with his own distribution." Beneath his mask, Izuku's jaw dropped open in amazement. He never thought that was even an option. "Doesn't that mean that you two are out of a job then?" Izuku asked. "Well, we're with Shocker now." "Huh?" Izuku said, scratching his chin. "If Shocker and Speed Demon aren't fighting, I guess that means that the slums won't be a war zone anymore, so that's a plus. Where is Speed Demon now?" "How should I know? He could be anywhere in the city in 10 minutes if he wanted to." "Itchim. What about Shocker? Any clues?" "Clues? Yeah, I got your clue right here." The man grabbed his crotch and flipped Izuku the bird. With a sigh, Izuku leaned down and slapped the man, sending him face first into the cracked asphalt. His partner yelped. "What about you? Any ideas?" "I heard about some job in a greasy club on 80th Street. I heard from another guy that he said there was this other guy that Shocker needed taken care of." "A greasy club on 80th? Do you mean the Slick PMP?" Izuku wondered. "Yeah, that's the place." Izuku stopped to consider this new information. From what he knew, Shocker never got his own hands dirty, so it was unlikely that he would show up just to take someone out. Still, it was better than nothing. This other guy. Izuku started thinking, the one Shocker wants taken care of, what's his name? I think it was Knuckle or Dusty or something. That's all I know, honest. Knuckle or Dusty. Well, I'd better get going then," Izuku said, turning around to leave. The thug breathed in relief before Izuku suddenly stopped. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." Turning back to the thug, he gave him a fast jab to the chin and knocked him out cold. "I hope they don't card there," thought Izuku as he scrambled back up the wall and over the building. Izuku studied the entranceway of the Slick PMP. Somehow, the word greasy didn't do the establishment justice. Garish purple neon lighting lined the door frame, illuminating hollow-eyed salarymen in a flickering glow as they wordlessly marched inside. A giant, many-armed bouncer leaned lazily by the door as he waved the desperate masses in. He was paying more attention to the tablet in one of his hands than to the unsavory clientele. "If I was in my street clothes, I bet I could walk in if I wanted to," he thought as he observed the foot traffic in and out of the club. Looking up, he saw that the windows were all covered up by darkened steel shutters. No doubt to shield away prying eyes hoping for some free gratification. Maybe the front is secure, but what about the back? Slinking into the neighboring trash-filled alley, he saw a rusted, old fire escape bolted on to the side of the building. Bingo! Creeping up the side of the building, Izuku carefully dropped down to the top of the shuttering metal walkway. Leading outside to the fire escape, there was a faded, black-painted door. Pressing his ear to the door, he didn't hear anyone over the pounding bass of the club. Slowly he tried the door handle but it didn't budge. Maybe I should break in? Gently, he began to prod around the wooden frame. The old wood buckled easily at his touch, but there was a secondary lock holding firm against the warped wood. He would need to destroy the door if he wanted to get in. Jumping up the wall just above the door, he gripped the wall tightly and planted both his feet at the top of the door frame. After a nervous glance around the alley, he swung down and kicked the door. The rotting wood exploded at the impact. With a loud cracking sound, the door broke in half with the top half caving in just above an iron bar that had been bracing it against intruders. Something tells me the fire inspector hasn't been here in a while, thought Izuku as he squeezed over the jagged remnants of the bottom half of the door. He found himself standing in a stuffy room filled to the brim with all sorts of random clutter. Tacky pom-poms, faded costumes, oversized stuffed animals, and cheap children's toys were haphazardly scattered around in old cardboard boxes. It would seem as though this is where the club stored all its old costumes and props. I can't exactly walk around the club as Spider-Man. If people recognize me, they might call the cops or alert Shockers guys. I need a disguise for my disguise. I never thought I'd ever be so popular. On a nearby clothes rack, he spotted a long, tan trench coat with matching fedora. As he slipped the coat over his costume, he suddenly caught a whiff of an overpoweringly sweet smell about the collar. Hopefully this is a girl's costume. And hopefully they only danced in it, thought Izuku, stifling a sneeze as he drew the coat closed around him. Grabbing the hat and putting it on, he completed his disguise. I look like a creepy pervert, but considering the foot traffic outside, I should blend right in. Navigating through the prop junkyard, he quietly opened the far door and poked his head into the hallway outside. Glancing around, he saw rows of doors alongside a carpeted hallway with a flight of stairs leading down to the club floor. Shutting the door softly behind him, he made his downstairs towards the pulsing rhythm. Unlocking the door from his side, he cautiously cracked it open so he could peer out. Upon looking in, Izuku's eyes were immediately drawn to the tables where unenthusiastic-looking young-ish women in billowy, sashing costumes were in various stages of undress. Seated around them were crowds of hungry-eyed men who watched them gyrate and twirl while they sipped on cheap beer. The yellow stage lights illuminating the dancers gave the surrounding leering masses an unhealthy, sallow appearance. Despite himself, Izuku felt himself blush and his heart race at the sight of the girls. Closing the door, he considered his next move. There are so many people, maybe I could walk around unnoticed. Would a masked man be so strange in a place like this? Before he could make up his mind, he heard footsteps making their way across the carpeted floor at the head of the stairs above. Cursing softly, he took a deep breath and stepped outside. The smell of cheap perfume, sweat, cigarettes, and alcohol immediately assaulted him as he entered the club floor, and he stood helplessly for a moment. He wasn't used to being out in the open in his costume, and he felt extremely self-conscious. Across the floor, he spotted the bar. Maybe I should ask if they know Knuckles there. Tilting his hat low to try to look as inconspicuous as possible, he shuffled off towards the bar counter. "Yeah, baby, shake it, yeah," shouted a slurred voice that Izuku knew all too well. "Mr. Tamaniji?" At a nearby table, Izuku was horrified to see his homeroom teacher, drunk out of his mind, leaning over towards a dancer. His fumbling hands were attempting to tuck a 1,000 yen note into a hooved esterpers garter. He found his target. Slipping in the note, his hands suddenly darted up in an attempt to grope the woman. "No touching," said the dancer in a suspiciously deep sing-song voice as she kicked him swiftly back down to his seat. Bouncing off the chair, he fell rolling and whining on the dirty floor. While Izuku was stunned at the sight of his flailing, drunken teacher, a dancer came over to him. "Hey there, Mr. Mysterious, you want a private dance?" Izuku barely heard her. "That guy is my homeroom teacher," he said weakly, watching as Mr. Tamaniji tried to stand back up only to fall over backwards again. "Oh yeah? You know, I thought he looked familiar. I think he taught me too." "Small world," said the girl with a shrug before she walked away. Izuku shook his head. Covering his masked face with his hand in embarrassment, he left his teacher behind to wallow. Approaching the bar, Izuku sat on one of the stools next to a big man in a dark gray overcoat. Izuku was surprised to see that he was wearing a mask too. Looks like I'm not the only one concealing his identity. Eventually the barkeep came up to him. "What'll it be?" shouted the barkeep over the music. I'll have a Coke." The barkeep grabbed him a can and plopped it in front of him. 200 yen, she chimed. Fishing through his pockets under his coat, Izuku pulled out the cash he was saving for the vending machines at the subway station. "Thanks," he said, taking his drink. "Hey, do you know a guy named Knuckle? Or maybe Dusty? I'm looking for him." The barkeep raised her eyebrow and smirked at him. Taking his money, she walked away to the other end of the bar. Before Izuku could call after her, the man he was sitting beside turned to him. "Knuckle? What are you looking for him for?" growled the man. He was a big guy and from the size of his arms, heavily muscled. Izuku didn't need his sixth sense to tell him that this man was dangerous. "I was told he's in danger. Do you know him?" Izuku asked, unperturbed by the masked man's aggressive demeanor. "Know him? Wait a minute." The man looked him up and down. "Hey, you're that guy from the convenience store robbery. I should dash." Hissed Izuku, glancing around. "I'm not a bad guy. I was helping those people. I saved everybody." "Oh, then how come the news called you a dangerous criminal?" Izuku paused. "Well, I mean, I am technically a dangerous criminal because I'm a vigilante. But I'm certainly not a villain. Think about it, what kind of gangster stops a convenience store robbery of all things?" The man looked at him again and Izuku stared back into his gray-blue eyes. "Well, listen, if you want to meet Knuckles Dash." "You're Knuckles," interrupted Izuku impatiently. "I see that now. It's obvious, Dash. I said if you want to meet Knuckles, go to the parkade on 77th Street. Wait on the 3rd floor by the red graffiti." "What? Let's talk here." The man ignored him. Turning back to his drink, he took a long gulp and belched loudly. With an exasperated sigh, Izuku hopped out of his seat and went for the main exit. What a hassle. This is probably just a trap. With a final look at the girls, Izuku exited the club and went out into the street. Izuku fanned himself as he waited for Knuckles to show up. It was a hot night and his costume was getting sticky with sweat. To his annoyance, the coat he wore had imparted its overbearingly sweet smell. "I really should start carrying a water bottle," he thought as he drank the last of his Coke. Crunching the can flat between his hands, he placed it into his pocket. He would put it into the recycle bin at his place later. Rather than wait in the parking building, he was sitting on the ledge of a high-rise a half-block down. His perch afforded him with a vantage point of both the street and the red graffiti on the 3rd floor. At least he hoped it was the right red graffiti. There was no shortage of it in that building. This has to be a trap. Why would he want to meet me all the way out here? I'm willing to bet that right now he's phoning the police hotline to get that reward. But in the last 10 minutes, he had yet to feel a single twitch in his spider sense. Finally, way down on the sidewalk below, he saw the big man in the overcoat slowly walk towards the parkade. About time he showed up. He watched as the man entered the building and made his way up the levels at a leisurely pace. Eventually, he stopped in front of the red graffiti and lit a cigarette. Izuku had kept careful watch while he climbed and he hadn't sensed anything. It looks like he's alone. I'd better get over there before he leaves. Hopping down from his ledge, he quickly ran and jumped his way over to the parkade. Leaping from the rooftop of a single-story pawn shop, he arced over the concrete barrier around the side of the parking lot and onto the pavement. Walking between the parked cars, he called out to the man. "Hey, so you're Knuckle, right? Why did we have to meet here?" Izuku stopped several feet away from the man and looked him over. He was wearing a long overcoat over a plain black shirt and blue jeans. His half-cowl mask shielded his upper face and head while exposing his stubble-covered chin and neck. From the way he carried himself, Izuku sensed that he had seen a lot of fights in his time. "The name is Knuckle Duster, kid, and we're meeting here for some privacy. I don't know about you, but I'd rather not discuss business in a scumhole like the slick PMP. Besides, if I were in your position, I'd be more concerned about keeping my head down right now. The cops seem to have a real hard-on for you." Knuckle Duster lit another cigarette before he continued. "You know, cops wouldn't care about some vigilante charge over a robbery. You must have done something to get so much heat. He glared over at Izuku, who started to fidget under the older man's gaze. I don't know why they're after me. Izuku lied, maybe I'm eating into someone who's on the take's profits or something. Knuckleduster nodded but said nothing. After taking a long drag on his cigarette, he spoke. So, what do you want? He asked. I came over to find you because I heard from some of Speed Demon's former henchmen. You've heard of him, right? Knuckleduster nodded, so Izuku continued. Well, apparently you're being targeted by Shocker and his guys, he finished. Knuckleduster snorted. So what else is new? They've been after me for a while. Knuckleduster said, taking another drag on his cigarette. Why? The large man chuckled. I've been following the trigger craze for a lot longer than anyone else, understand? Way before the media labeled it a crisis. Whenever I find a dealer, I beat him down and torch his stash. Simple as that. The local gangs don't like me too much. How are you mixed up in all this, kid? I'm not a kid. I just have a small frame, that's all. And I've been trying to bring down Shocker and Speed Demon for a while now too. Knuckleduster snorted. Small-framed? Yeah. Listen, Spider-Man, he said mockingly, if I were you, I'd back off for a while. You're clearly in over your head. Between the police and the thugs, you won't last another week out here. Izuku bristled. I've been doing all right so far, Knuckleduster. And the police couldn't catch anybody in this part of town. So, you'll excuse me, but, I think I'll be okay. Knuckleduster shook his head. You don't get it, do you? The reason the police don't catch criminals around here isn't because they can't chase them down, it's because they know there's no point. Which is why them setting up a hotline should scare those tights right off of you. I don't know who you set off, but the police are going to be coming for you hard. Hell, we might even see some up-and-coming young heroes try and take you down. I haven't noticed any extra police presence lately. Izuku said nervously. It'll come. They're probably collecting information on you right now. Figuring out your patterns, where you live, where you like to hang out, and then bam, he said, punching the palm of his hand, you'll never see him coming. Izuku was silent for a few moments. Well, I can't just hide. I've got a responsibility to help the people in the slums. Besides, maybe if there's a police crackdown in this area, then Shocker and Speed Demon will get arrested. Izuku said hopefully. Knuckleduster burst out laughing. Izuku scowled and crossed his arms while Knuckleduster's loud braying laughter echoed and boomed throughout the parkade. Leaning against a pillar, he gasped for air to recover himself before breaking into fresh hysterics. Finally, after a solid minute, he wiped his eyes and stood up. See, I guessed you weren't from around here, kid. The way you're talking and all, the way you carry yourself. But after hearing that, he leaned back and exhaled, fighting back a fresh wave of guffaws. Man, you're one wacky kid. Where'd you grow up? Some boring suburb in a nice two-story house with a double garage and a loving mother and father? You should go back home, leave the gangs to the adults. Izuku felt his face go red. Swallowing back his anger, he composed himself as best he could. This isn't a vacation for me. I'm not running around looking to have fun. I was shot protecting the people out here. And I'm not going to give up just because the police and the government are so corrupt that they'd rather chase down someone helping people rather than go after the drag dealers and murderers in their own backyard. Izuku looked away and took a few calming deep breaths. He immediately felt embarrassed for his outburst, but it was true. He was so frustrated by law enforcement that he couldn't put it into words. He knew that being a vigilante was illegal, but he was doing nothing except make the streets safer. Did everyone have to be his enemy? While he regained his composure, Knuckleduster lit another cigarette and frowned. Hey, maybe you're not out here for kicks, kid, but you might just be crazy instead. I tell you one thing, if you keep this up, you're going to rush into a suicidal situation and get yourself killed. Izuku snapped his head back to Knuckleduster and opened his mouth to argue, but the older man raised his hand placatingly. Like I said, I've been doing this for a while and I've seen guys like you before. They think they can carry the weight of the world on their shoulders and before they know it, that weight crushes them. Happens every time. Whatever. Izuku said, waving the advice away. Listen, I'm looking for Shocker. I've been looking for him for a while now, but I can't find his home base. Do you know where he is? No, I don't. A guy like him doesn't have a home base. He roams from safe house to safe house. Besides, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You may think you're a badass kid, but Shocker is ice cold. A real professional killer. Even some of the top pro heroes would have a tough time with him. He's just a 2-bit thug with a costume. Izuku said dismissively, and Knuckleduster sighed. He's not some high-profile, theatrical villain you see on the news, it's true. But that's because he's too busy making money and running his little empire to waste his time flipping over cars downtown. He's not weak, he's smart. And you aren't the first guy to try to bring him down either. Well, thanks for nothing. I'm guessing you don't want my protection, so I'll leave you be. Izuku said, walking away from the man. Before he could leave, Knuckleduster called out after him. Hey, Spider-Man. Izuku turned. What? Listen. You've probably had a rough night. Take some time and think over what I said. If you ever want to meet again, tag this wall here with some blue spray paint. He gestured over at the red-marked wall. I check this wall every morning. If I see your mark, I'll be here at midnight. Fine. Izuku said, shrugging. Turning, he jumped out the barricade and took off across the rooftops. He still had to make his rounds yet, and it was getting late. After his meeting with Knuckleduster, Izuku couldn't stay focused. Even on his patrol, he was muttering to himself constantly about what he had done. In retrospect, it had been a terrible risk to talk with anyone. How did Knuckleduster know he was underage? He wasn't that small, but he had learned so much. Still though, the encounter left him worrying all night. The next morning, his fretting continued. Knuckleduster seemed to know the streets, and he appeared to be on the level. But even so, you couldn't trust a vigilante. Or at least, that's what he had always heard anyway. Then again, he was a vigilante and he was a good guy. Still mumbling to himself, he blindly walked into his homeroom. Them in costume, put away your tights. Ugh, I wish there was a sewing room in this stupid shoe dash. He froze. All his classmates were staring at him. Normally on Mondays everyone was scattered around with their clique, chatting loudly about their weekend. But not today. Today they were all seated and silent. A dash, he started. However, nobody said anything. Instead they just glanced at him before turning to each other. Several students let out audible sighs and a few even slumped down and rested their heads on their desks. For a moment, Izuku was confused before he remembered the entrance exams. No doubt everyone was anxious to learn what their marks were. I really should stop muttering to myself. Going to his desk, he quietly took his seat. The aura of dread was palpable as everyone waited for the arrival of their teacher. Mr. Tamaniji never really had a set schedule for when he arrived, so there was no telling when he'd show. The minutes crawled by with only the occasional cough to interrupt the stressful silence. Before long, the class heard more footsteps and everyone tensed, but it was only Bakugo. Bakugo seemed completely unconcerned by the stressful atmosphere and calmly went for his desk behind Izuku. He probably didn't have the faintest doubt in his mind that he passed with flying colors. I guess if I were him, I wouldn't worry either. I don't think Bakugo has ever failed a test. Izuku thought begrudgingly. Suddenly, Mr. Tamaniji stumbled into the room. Izuku resisted the urge to laugh. It seemed as though Mr. Tamaniji had a little too much to drink the other night. That or he was still feeling the clobbering that STRPR had given him, probably both. See. Everyone, please be quiet. Mr. Tamaniji whispered to the already deathly silent room. I'm feeling slightly under the weather this morning. The class watched as their bleary-eyed teacher shuffled across the room to his desk. Settling down into his old office chair, he winced as the chair squeaked. Opening up his desk drawer, Izuku heard him pour something into his coffee before taking a big sip. Everyone glanced at each other. They had seen this before. It meant that first PRD was going to be spent in reading time. Mr. Tamaniji? Ruriko ventured nervously. Mr. Tamaniji ummed. Please, Ruriko. Not now. I beg of you, he said, setting his head down on his desk. But, Mr. Tamaniji, we need to know how we did on our tests. The rest of the class started murmuring in agreement. Though hardly loud, Mr. Tamaniji recoiled at the sound. Ah? He whined, putting his fingers in his ears and shutting his eyes. Oh, just pipe down, will you? Here. Opening up his briefcase, he took out a sheaf of paper and placed it in front of him. Enjoy, he mumbled as he pulled his jacket over his head. The room was still for a heartbeat before everyone burst out of their chairs and stampeded towards the paper. Pushing and shoving, they all frantically tried to grab the sheet to see what their marks were. Bakugo and Izuku remained sitting as the battle unfolded in front of them. Even if you ace this test, you still won't get into UA, Deku. You'll never get past the practical exam. Bakugo said. Oh, I thought that the practical exam for the support heroes was a test of ingenuity and mental flexibility. Seems right up my alley. Izuku said over his shoulder, and Bakugo sneered. Ingenuity and flexibility using your quirk, Deku. So, unless you suddenly evolve to everyone else's level, I think you'd better prepare yourself for disappointment. We'll see. I thought you were ignoring me. Izuku said, twisting around, getting lonely? Bakugo rolled his eyes. Before Izuku could say anything else, he heard a high-pitched squeal. Turning, he saw Ruriko rush towards him. I passed, she said excitedly. I don't believe it. I passed. Deku, I did it. Good for you, Ruriko, stammered Izuku as the girl ran up to him. I knew that if you just focus dash. It's all thanks to you, Deku, she cried as she pulled him into an awkward hug. Thanks. Izuku said weakly as Ruriko did her best to squeeze the life out of him. He was about to extract himself from her grasp until he heard Bakugo's scoff behind him. At that, he suddenly put his arms around her and hugged her back. Come on, Death. Aren't you curious to see what you got? Ruriko said happily as she pulled herself back. Maybe a little, I guess. Well, come on. You too, Bakugo, don't just sit there sulking. Come see. At that, Izuku and a grumbling Bakugo made their way up to see their marks. Slipping past his classmates, Izuku saw that both he and Bakugo scored within the top 10 percentile of the national average, the highest bracket. I wish they said what your mark was specifically. Bakugo said, glaring down at his name. Yeah. Izuku said as he looked at the paper. Ruriko meanwhile was still ecstatic. My parents are going to freak out, Deku. I can actually go to my first choice now. Hey, maybe we should dash. Suddenly Mr. Tamaniji started shrieking from beneath his jacket. Please, no more. Everyone, if you all return to your desks quietly, I promise we can have a movie day this Friday or something. Just, for the love of God, shut up. At that, the class returned to their seats. Dropping his head to his desk, Izuku made himself comfortable as he prepared for a nap. A secret nightlife, strip clubs, an appreciation for naps. Me and Mr. Tamaniji actually have a lot more in common than I would have thought. Now that the gang war over, Shocker wasted no time in expanding his territory across the entire slums, taking control of everything from drags and PRSTTN to illegal gambling and fraud. With a significant amount of manpower and resources at his disposal, he seemed more powerful than ever. But Izuku refused to give up his crusade. Following his meeting with Knuckleduster, Izuku spent the next 3 months disrupting Shocker's operations wherever he could find them. Whether it be by just beating up his men or by destroying his drags, he tried his hardest to cause him as much financial damage as possible. But after countless nights of running around in circles, chasing down the same guys over and over, his cause seemed hopeless. He would never accomplish anything going after the dim-witted goons he was hitting. He needed to attack the upper levels. Then one day he got a big break. After interrogating one of Shocker's enforcers, he learned that there was a private club located in a high-rise, near the outskirts of the slums that catered to the rich and powerful who had discretion in mind. Reportedly, it was quite the lucrative business for Shocker, and if it were to be compromised, his reputation would be badly damaged. And so, Spider-Man went out to his next target, unprepared for just how depraved the city truly was. Panicking men and women in various states of undress cowered beneath Izuku as he stalked past them towards the wall. Opening the emergency fire hose box, he pulled out the thick nylon rubber hose. Come on, man. What are you doing? You hear me? Shouted a bloodied man, his satin clothes ripped and torn. Struggling, he attempted to rise to his feet. However, the floor was littered with debris from the recent battle. Slipping on the water from the destroyed aquarium, he fell back down, swearing under his breath. Stepping over the unconscious thugs and scattered bullet casings, Izuku dragged the fire hose across the faux mahogany floor towards the fallen man. Wordlessly, he hauled him to his feet and pushed him up against a giant, tacky statue of a ND woman. Swinging the firehouse around the statue, he started to tie the protesting man against it. "Hello? You understand me? I don't have nothing to do with this. Ayak." At last the firehouse was wrapped tightly around him. Like a giant white python, it secured him firmly to the heavy plaster figure. Nodding in satisfaction, Izuku turned to his prisoner. "There we go. Nice and comfortable. Now, I have a few questions for you if you don't mind." "Phew, spider freak. Let me out of this," spat the man, struggling in vain against the thick rubber hose. Izuku ignored him. "First," started Izuku, crossing his arms, "I want to know who you pay your rent to." "Pay? This is my joint. I'm an independent entrepreneur." "Yeah, you're a real businessman. But independent? No way. You're practically running a pharmacy in here, and I'm guessing a delicate guy like you can't attract the kind of goons you had protecting this place. You must be working for somebody, and we both know who controls the drags and muscle in this part of town, so talk." "Your boss. If you know already, then why are you asking me?" hissed the man angrily. Izuku raised his hand and the man's face paled. "Take it easy. I work for Shocker, okay? I pay him a lease to run my cat house. You happy? If you got beef with him, then leave me out of it. I'm just an entertainer." "An entertainer?" Izuku repeated. Over the months, the squalor and misery he had seen in the streets of the slums had hardened Izuku considerably. He had come across young overdose victims his age, dead for days and rotting, lying in the gutter like trash. He had watched people abandon their sanity and go on suicidal trigger rages, attacking everyone they came across. He had even observed desperate teenagers like him sell their bodies to afford their next hit. But even so, the barbarity of what he had seen at this underground BRL had turned his stomach. Seeing the murderous look in Izuku's eyes, the man started to struggle anew, a frantic look on his face. Look, I just give the people what they want, that's all," pleaded the man. Izuku let the matter drop. He still needed information. "So, you pay Shocker. But which one of his guys collects? A place like this must generate quite a bit of revenue." I go to him." Izuku felt his pulse quicken. "He gets the word out to me when he wants to meet, and at the end of every month I bring him his due." "Where?" Izuku asked eagerly. We meet at an import-export office, Max Shipping." "Does he have an office there?" Izuku asked, unable to keep the rising excitement out of his voice. "As I know," said the man uncertainly. Izuku stepped back. "This is it. Finally, the break I've been looking for. If I hurry, maybe I can catch him there. Or maybe I can pick up some clue. Either way, I'm closing in on you, Shocker." Izuku looked back at the man he had tied up. When he had first learned about the secret club, he had expected to find the usual trash. Roided-up tough guys and wannabe gangsters, and he had found those to be sure, but he had also found respectable people as well. A senior manager for a bank downtown, a prominent lawyer, and his most prized discovery, a city councilman. The PMP turned his stomach. Looking away from him, Izuku considered the club's clientele. They were scattered around the room, hiding behind the furniture or their whores. With nowhere to run, they merely watched him in frightful silence. They made him sick as well. Just moments ago, all of them had been happily indulging themselves in their especially acquired tastes, delivered to them with courteous professionalism by the loathsome predator caught helplessly before him. For a brief moment, Izuku indulged himself and imagined what would happen if he were to turn the tightly wrapped hose on. It would be but a small recompense for the debauchery and misery he was responsible for. Izuku suddenly felt himself become dizzy with nausea as he remembered what he had seen in the backrooms. What he had smelled. Swallowing back his bile, he took a deep breath. "I'm not a murderer. I'm a hero. I caught him already. I'm not a murderer." Leaning down, he grabbed a discarded cell phone from the floor. Whoever it was had been in the middle of a text message to his wife telling her that he was going to have to spend the night at the office. Shaking his head, he looked back at his sweating prisoner. I'll give you one chance to save yourself. Here, tell them everything. You'd better not leave anything out. Izuku said as he dialed the Spider-Man hotline number. Holding the phone up to the man, he waited while the man talked. During the man's stammering confession, Izuku saw a few of the more desperate patrons try and escape. He didn't bother chasing them. There were only 2 ways out and he had already blocked the front entrance. The second way involved a 10-story fall and he was willing to oblige them that escape if they preferred. Eventually the man finished. Is Spider-Man still standing with you? Asked the voice on the other end of the phone. Why is he's right here? Can you put him o-dash? Izuku crushed the phone in his hand. He wasn't so stupid as to taunt the police. So, what are dash? Before the man could continue, Izuku punched him with a left hook. He hit him harder than he had to, pulverizing his jaw and knocking out half his teeth in the process. That ought to buy me some time. Unless they give him a pen, I've probably bought myself 24 hours at least. After school, I'll head over to Max Shipping and put an end to this. The patrons around the room screamed as the man slumped over against the fire hose, blood pouring from his ruined mouth. Clearing his throat, Izuku addressed the room. Well, have a pleasant evening everybody, he called out, and everyone cowered over again. Better get to work on those alibis. And if you get thrown in jail tonight, just remember to thank your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Izuku said cordially before climbing out the black-tinted window. As soon as he left, he heard panicked shouting fill the room. They'd better hope they get thrown in jail. By the time Izuku reached his apartment, it was almost 7 o'clock in the morning. Unlocking his apartment door, he stepped inside. Izu? Is that you? Yeah, Mom, it's me. I just went out for a morning run. Taking off his shoes and entering the kitchen, he saw his mother busily cooking some eggs on the stove top. She glanced over at him. Well, breakfast should be ready dash. Before she could continue, he gave his mother a hug from behind. Izuku, you're covered in sweat. You're going to get me dirty, said his mother in surprise. Sorry, Mom. I'll go have a shower. Quickly turning away so she couldn't see his face, he went to the washroom and cleaned himself up. It was going to be a long day at school. That evening Izuku went out to scout the Max Shipping building. He didn't know what he would find, but his spider sense was tingling. Whatever it was, he got the sense that he would need to be ready. For anything. Izuku crouched down under the hissing vents as a helicopter flew overhead. Briefly its spotlight passed over him, but it was only for a moment, too fast for the pilots to notice him. More helicopters with thermal cameras. I guess I'll add thermal camouflage to my costume wish list, thought Izuku as his spider sense returned to a dull throb. Climbing out from underneath the hot vents, he jumped down into the alleys to continue on the street level. Turning off from around an intersection, he saw a police cruiser driving away from him. The police presence was especially high tonight. Before heading out, Izuku had taken the time to read the news. While City Hall and the police were trying to downplay the controversy, there was only so much they could spin and the media was in a frenzy. Illegal drag use and SEC scandals weren't unheard of vices amongst the city's elite, but human trafficking? To make matters worse, it was an election year in Uzudafu and several of the people found at the BGMI had been close friends with the mayor. As Izuku hid from another low-flying helicopter, he felt a certain grim satisfaction. He must have made someone important nervous. Finally, he came upon the Max Shipping Company building. It had taken him 3 times longer than it should have to get there, but better safe than sorry. He didn't want to risk any interruptions tonight. The Max Shipping building appeared to be a typical small business. It was a 2-story, white brick building at the corner between a parking lot and a seedy motel. Izuku noticed a dark green SUV in the otherwise empty parking lot. It was a nice car. Too nice for this neighborhood. Somebody important must be working late, thought Izuku, grinning under his mask. The only question now was how to get in. A legitimate business like this probably had a security alarm, and he could see a panoramic surveillance camera mounted to a ledge just outside the front door. The windows were all barred and probably made of shatterproof glass. However, there was one fatal weakness. There was a heat wave going through Uzudafu, and amongst the record-setting temperatures, everyone was doing whatever they could to stay cool. And so, it came as no surprise that someone had jury-rigged a small, residential-grade AC unit beneath one of the second-story windows. He cautiously approached the building along the camera's blind spot before hopping up to the window. Peering through the thick glass, he saw that the room was deserted. All that was inside was a pair of desks covered with paperwork. As carefully and as quietly as he could, he removed the AC unit, gripping it tightly with his fingers so it wouldn't fall to the pavement below. Slipping under the window, he pulled the AC box in with him and set it down under the window. If no one is here tonight, I'll set this up again. I don't want to leave any sign that there was a disturbance if I have to stake this place out. Creeping across the room, he pressed his ear to the door. He could hear someone moving around somewhere close by. Their footsteps were making an odd clicking sound. Heavy footfalls. Maybe this person has animal morphology or hooves. Izuku opened the door and crept out into a second-floor balcony that ran over top the main reception area of the shop. From here, he could see that the lower level was deserted. Pressing his ear to the floor, he could hear the metal footsteps coming from just down the hall and around the corner. Walking on the ball of his feet, he stealthily moved toward the source of the sound. Poking his head around the corner, he saw a bright fluorescent light coming in from under the door frame at the end of the hall. He walked up to the door. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the handle. Let's hope this guy knows something. Flinging open the door, Izuku strode in before stopping mid-step. There, pacing around the room, was the yellow-costumed man he had first seen over 5 months ago. Shocker! Izuku exclaimed. The man stopped pacing and faced him, and Izuku felt his spider sense go crazy. "Ah, Spider-Man," said the man coolly, "I was wondering if you would show up here tonight." Izuku blinked a few times before he recovered from his initial surprise. Hastily raising his fists, he studied his opponent. He was wearing the same yellow, metal costume crisscrossed with black diagonal lines that he had worn before. He had a full helmet masking his face, and on both of his arms he was wearing gauntlets that ran up his forearms to the elbow. By each of his thumbs Izuku could see a small red trigger. Why would he wear a second layer of armor over his hands and arms? Those gauntlets must be a weapon of some sort. "You're a lot smaller than I thought you'd be," said Shocker impassively, putting a hand on his hip. "A lot younger too." "What are you talking about?" Izuku said, his heart about to beat out his chest. "I'm here to stop you." Shocker nodded but otherwise didn't move. "I figured it was personal between us. Tell me, I'm curious, what did I do to you?" Well, started Izuku. "I'm not really here for vengeance or anything. He's never hurt me or anyone I know personally. I'm here because you're a villain. That's the only reason I need." "Oh, so you're one of those then," he sounded disappointed. "I suppose there is no sense in me trying to convince you to see reason." Izuku scoffed. "Reason? You're a murderer. What could you possibly have to say?" Shocker laughed. "You want the speech? All right." Shocker sounded amused. After a brief pause, he began to speak. "I get it, kid. You grew up watching hero cartoons. You saw the battles, the glory. You've heard All Might and the other heroes giving their interviews and thought you could fight injustice too. You could be one of the good guys. And so, being young and honest, you looked around and found the one place where injustice is most visible. The ghetto, right? But have you ever wondered why your favorite heroes aren't here, fighting me by your side? Why is it that where the city suffers the most, the heroes are nowhere to be found? The slums are the way they are because people don't have jobs and dash," started Izuku before Shocker cut him off. Yes. Everyone knows that. It was that way in the old world too. That's not what I'm asking. Forget about the victims. I'm asking why the heroes aren't here fighting me with you." "Well, you're a small-time crook. They're busy fighting bigger threats." It sounded like a lame excuse, even to him. Shocker shook his head and chuckled softly. "You've seen enough of my operation to know that I'm not so insignificant. A trigger-crazy junkie might roam around downtown and blow up a restaurant or rob a bank, but that pales in comparison to my crimes. No, this isn't a question of impact. The reason why I'm allowed to exist in relative peace is because all those heroes and the hero-worshipping culture that created them are only interested in the quick fix. They want to flex their muscles and beat down the rampaging monster, not fight the root cause of the problem. Well, I'm here. I can put a stop to you right now, Izuku declared, tensing himself. However, Shocker didn't move. Instead, he merely sighed. Like I said, you're a product of your environment. Think of it this way. You've been fighting your way up the ladder of my organization, right? Well, assuming you beat me, where will you go next? Me and people like me are created by our own government's incompetence and corruption. Will you fight them too? Are you going to go kick down the door to the mayor's office next? Oh, that's stupid. If you want to fight corruption, you can vote. Yes. Fight with your rights as a citizen. But nobody does that. The hero culture discourages it. You're supposed to fight the monsters in the streets, not the monsters you elected. You know what your problem is, kid? You climbed too high up the ladder. The reason you're here alone is that most of the professional heroes recognize that it's in their best interest to fight the small fry, get the easy victories, pose for the cameras and move on. From their point of view, why would they ever want to change the slums? It's the perfect breeding ground for future villains to defeat. Meanwhile, the mayor can point to the heroes and praise them for their valor. And beyond the mayor, the government can use the attacks as justification for more registries, more consolidation of power, until they figure out a way to control quirks altogether. Then the heroes will become criminals, just like you are now. Izuku scoffed. Lately I've come across my own reasons to distrust the government, but even so you're cynical to the point of absurdity. Is that how you justify all the harm you've done? Izuku said, before shaking his head in disbelief, whatever. I came here to beat you up, not listen to you monologue. Shocker took his hand off his hip and raised his arms. Fine by me, he said, his voice emotionless once more. Izuku lunged forward at full speed. Before Shocker could react, Izuku smacking his fist against his mask. Shocker's helmet vibrated like a gong as he was sent flying backward and smashing through his desk. Despite hitting him with his full force, Shocker started to rise to his feet. Raising his shaking arms, he steadied himself and Izuku charged again. However, this time Shocker was ready for him. Next thing Izuku knew, he was airborne. With a mighty blast of reverberating force, he was sent pinwheeling through the air, the wall behind him crumbling to dust before he could even hit it. Rag-dolling as he went, he flew through the new hole in the wall and over the railing overlooking the lobby. Falling to the first floor with the rubble, he hit the ground hard. Izuku gasped as his body slammed to the floor. It felt like every bone in his body had just been shattered like glass. He had encountered blasts of force before, after all he had grown up with Bakugo, but he had never experienced anything this intense. Slowly he attempted to rise. Before he could get his bearings, Shocker landed in front of him, his armored boots crunching the debris. Raising his shimmering, gauntlet hands, he pointed his palms down at Izuku. Izuku felt a spasm and he forced himself to leap. Just barely he moved out of the way as some invisible blow annihilated the section of floor he had just been standing on. Where once there had been tile, there was a flash of dust, then an oval-shaped crater deep enough to expose the metal piping beneath. Landing on the ceiling, Izuku felt his eyes go wide. What the hell is his quirk? Does he create shockwaves from his gauntlets? Shocker, apparently confused, swiveled his helmeted head around as he scanned the lobby for where his prey had disappeared to. Sensing his chance, Izuku dropped behind him. Shocker must have heard him land because he quickly pivoted. Before he could attack again, however, Izuku wrapped his arms around his waist. With a grunt, Izuku lifted him. Rotating on his hip, he threw him as hard as he could. Flying backward, Shocker burst through the lobby wall, smashed into several shelves of packages, and through another wall before colliding into the white brick exterior of the building. Panting, Izuku dropped his hands to his knees. His body was in no condition to fight after that initial hit. As he tried to recover, he saw Shocker stand up from amongst the broken masonry. No way, thought Izuku with despair as he watched Shocker dust himself off. You've got a powerful quirk, Spider-Man, but I'm afraid it's just not enough. One more hit ought to. Shocker paused and looked over Izuku's shoulder. Can you excuse us, please? I'm busy right now. Shocker said in an annoyed voice. Business before pleasure, Herman, tittered a high-pitched voice. Izuku whirled. Standing just behind him was another costumed man. Where did this guy come from? Nobody has been able to sneak up on me since I got my powers. Is he another hero? Izuku's hope quickly changed to dread as he noticed the man's face. He didn't need his spider sense to tell him that this was no hero. He was wearing a tight bodysuit with black leggings, red chest, red arms, and a yellow mantle with a lightning bolt around his shoulders. His eyes were covered by a thick pair of goggles. "You must be Spider-Man," he said, flashing him a toothy smile. "Under different circumstances I would shake your hand, but I'm afraid I'm in a bit of a hurry." Izuku stared at him in bleary-eyed confusion and the man laughed. "Oh, where are my manners? People call me Speed Demon. Perhaps you've heard about me?" Izuku's breath caught in his throat. "You're the guy who's refining Trigger. Is that how you're so strong?" Izuku asked Shocker, who was walking closer. "What? No!" Shocker exclaimed indignantly while Speed Demon chuckled. "Do I look like a junkie to you? I've trained my quirk and augmented myself with equipment I designed to become stronger. Maybe if you had done the same, this battle would have gone differently." Izuku kept backing up as Shocker kept advancing towards him. Turning slightly, he angled himself so that he could keep an eye on both Shocker and Speed Demon. Izuku felt like at any moment he could collapse. "I need to buy some time so I can regain my strength. I thought you two hated each other. Why are you here?" Izuku said while trying to tense his legs for another leap. "Hate? Oh, no. Speed Demon said affably. "We've worked through our differences and decided a merger between our organizations would be better for everyone. I just came by to discuss some boring old clerical work. Shipment routes, people to bribe, that sort of thing. Nothing for you to concern yourself with. If I were you, I'd be more worried about myself." Speed Demon laughed and Shocker came to a stop beside him. Now faced with two villains, Izuku felt himself sweat. What could he do now? "I'll be right with you," Shocker said to Speed Demon before raising his gauntlets back up. "Now hold still." Springing forward, Izuku moved in to attack Shocker before he could finish raising his hands. "If I can disable his gauntlets, I might have a chance. I just need to—" gasped Izuku as something hard suddenly collided with his stomach. Slumping over in pain, he started to fall over. However, before he could hit the ground, he felt a hand suddenly grip his throat, hoisting him upwards. Izuku cracked open his eyes. It was Speed Demon. "Woo. You're a fast one. Not fast enough, though. Still, no wonder you've been able to give Shocker so much trouble." Speed Demon said enthusiastically while smiling. "Say, Herman, I do believe that if he had landed that attack, you'd be down for the count." Shocker snorted. "I've already taken his blows when he was at his strongest. What could he do to me now that he's half dead? Drop him, I'll finish this." "As you wish." Speed Demon released his grip on his throat and he fell. Hitting his feet on the floor, he found that he didn't have the strength to stand. Collapsing to his knees, he forced his chin up until he was looking up at the pair. He couldn't see either of their eyes, but he doubted there was any mercy in them. Fought like a true hero, Spider-Man, courageous, but futile. Time seemed to slow as Shocker pointed both of his gauntlets at his face. As Shocker pressed down on his gauntlet triggers, Izuku's life flashed before his eyes. He saw his mother and father, Kaken and All Might. And he saw himself, years and years ago, running around with a cape, holding on to his dream. Never doubting that he would be a hero. "My dreams can't end like this. Not like this." With a sudden surge of adrenaline, Izuku roared as he lashed out. With all the strength he could muster, he kicked, sweeping Shocker's legs to the side. Suddenly knocked off balance, Shocker threw up his arms. At that moment, the force he had been storing from being knocked through the walls, coupled with the blow Izuku just dealt him, amplified the power of his gauntlets to levels far higher than he had anticipated. With a massive explosion, Shocker blew apart the rooftop to the building, shaking the old brick masonry loose and sending it crashing down on top of them. Shocker cried out in alarm, and Speed Demon raised an eyebrow as the front of the building collapsed inward towards them. As the bricks fell, Izuku was pushed forward by a wave of debris. Falling to his stomach, he felt his mind drift to unconsciousness as he was buried in rubble.